Chapter 1292, Cave of Emotions. Heavenly Sovereign sneered, "You know you're a nobody, a pawn in the game of big players, then you should also know that you never had a choice. We created the app you are threading. In short, you never even had the luxury of choosing a path, little brother." "What do you mean?" Zhuofan started. Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. "The past is the past. There's no point dredging it up, but understand this, as I admit of leading you on, you should also learn to play along." "What makes you think I'll listen? Like I said, you have no choice." Heavenly Sovereign mocked in Chu Qingqing's direction. Zhuofan tensed and clenched his fists. The space cracked to reveal a portal, reflecting a lush forest within. Heavenly Sovereign pointed, "This is Emotion Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Go and take the sovereign path." Emotion Sovereign? The most mysterious of the 10? Zhuofan blinked. There's barely any mention of him in the 9 Serenities' secret records, with no rumors even circulating the sacred domain. How am I supposed to do that? Heavenly Sovereign smiled, "By playing the role they and I gave you. Accepting their path is part of all our plans." "They?" Zhuofan squinted. "You mean Nether Sovereign's group? They gave me their paths just like you have. What the hell are you all up to? Would they still give it to me knowing you sent me?" "I have to stall and get him talking, not like it'll be difficult. The guy sure loves the sound of his voice. He's bound to slip at some point. That's when my chance comes. For someone so seasoned in the demonic path, you're quite slow." A Heavenly Sovereign laughed. "Remember my lesson. The higher you climb, the more useless tricks become. We all fight in the open to control everything. All of us are crystal clear of what the other is after. Just like in this game of chess, all of us can see what pieces go and stay. Even the outcome is plain to see. You're overt and not covert, understand?" Zhuofan didn't argue, glancing at Qingqing's worried face and reassured her with a glance before going through the portal. Birds chirped and danced in the air from branch to branch. The place was paradise, without a hint of evil or any strange elements. It was the best place for one to live in seclusion. Though, there was something that caught his eye. Everything here came in pairs, including objects. 2 insects flying side by side, squirrels hopping together, and even weeds growing in pairs, all joined in bizarre ways. The lone sun above struck a solitary figure in this paradise of emotion. Zhuofan chuckled, then it dawned on him to look across the sky and notice the moon, hanging up alongside the sun. Just like Emotion Sovereign, to bring even the sun and moon together. Zhuofan pushed on, taking in the odd sights. Nothing stood in his way, be it a defensive array or guardian. The sovereign's seat of enlightenment was defenseless. It was the complete opposite from the dark, eerie Nether Sea. This forest only knew tranquility and peace. Heavenly Sovereign is almighty, isn't her? He could just waltz in here instead of sending me in his place. How peculiar. Zhuofan was trying to unravel the 10 Sovereigns game and his role in it. He needed to in order to find leeway in shifting the balance in his favor. First was how all Sovereigns wanted him to get all the paths. Why would I need them all when one already is enough? Then, there was the obvious war the 9 had with Heavenly Sovereign. But why? What am I missing? Pondering while rooted didn't get him anywhere, so he walked ahead, arriving at a cave marked as the Cave of Emotion. "Greetings, Sovereign." Zhuofan gave a deep bow of respect. Silence greeted him. Zhuofan cursed. Is he out, or is Heavenly Sovereign's aim off? There are only infinity of realms out here. "You're finally here." A faint woman's voice came from within. "So, a she, not a he." "Noted." Yeah." Zhuofan nodded, proving Heavenly Sovereign's words. His destiny was to be the Sovereign's pawn. But it won't be that case for long. "Who let you in?" the voice asked. Zhuofan was frank. "It was Heavenly Sovereign who brought me to your seat of enlightenment. After all this time, it'd be strange for Heavenly Sovereign not to notice. 9 Serenities was right. The final winner is still up to fate." Zhuofan spoke baffled. "Sovereign, I can just go if you want." "No, I've waited for you for too long. There's no way you're leaving empty-handed." At her stern words, a prismatic light flew out of the cave. It entered Zhuofan's body and stayed there. Zhuofan patted himself, checking for any abnormality. He made an odd face at the end. Is that it? Yes, now go. I was expecting something more in line with Nether Sovereign's approach. No punching through a sea of enemies? No running to an inch of my life? No unsolvable puzzle? It felt anticlimactic how easy it all was, after all those tests the others put him through. It all feels so random. You don't like it? Tough luck, now beat it. Fine. Fan blinked at her wild temper and left with a bow. Take care, Sovereign. He returned to the portal, pausing to give this place one last look. The second he left, the paradise faded away. The pairs of insects and birds were gone, the sun and moon were no more. The only prevalent color was gray, from the clouds, to the earth, and the barren rocks. A chilling wind blew below the heavy clouds, over the endless bones roamed by mangy dogs and ravens as they searched for scraps. If heaven has love, then heaven has gotten old. Love is the deadliest poison in the world. Heavenly Sovereign ran amok through the world, yet fell for my bewitching and never again set foot here. Having sent him to take my path, this means he's close to remove it. We are running out of time. Baliyu, are you ready? A woman stood before the cave and nodded. A pink glow filled the cave. We're going to act soon, so let me remind you. My soul trace relied on my path to survive for so long. The day I sent it away is the day I will be gone from this world. But I'll be able to control it once more through you. You can't withstand a path's might and will disintegrate. Do you still accept? Don't you want to stop Heavenly Sovereign? Why try to dissuade me now of all times? Baliyu looked at the cave with a cold gaze. The voice came once more, there's no grudge between us and Heavenly Sovereign. Blocking is due to our diverging paths. Mortal world's emotions have no play in this. I'm happy that you'd sacrifice yourself for me, but as the emotion sovereign, I need to confirm your decision. For emotion is as hard as stone. Mastering emotion means feeling every aspect of it at its most intense moment. Nether Sovereign sent you here believing you have that capability. I know that your emotions are one-sided. Whether they can reach or not, I know. I won't let him die before me. Baliyu was determined, showing a faint smile. With a boom, the cave shone bright, and a light entered Baliyu. Baliyu shuddered from pain, but soon her eyes opened to reveal a dreadful gaze. Rumble the mountain crumbled and all in 1,000 miles turned to dust. Baliyu flew away, gone in a blink. 100 miles from Mirror Moon Cottage, as sacred stones entered the earth, a strange array took form. Schwanger took a deep breath and made a sign. Li Jingtian's group was grave. Miss Schwanger, can we actually save Steward Zhuo with this array? Even Steward Zhuo has no confidence in defeating Shui Jing with his mastery of arrays. How can you? It's not to fight Shui Jing, but to guide him. Schwanger looked pained. This is my ancestor's mission to our clan, to give Big Brother Zhuo a way out. A prismatic light shone and Schwanger released a frightening aura that got everyone gapping. Chapter 1293, Advancement. Sword Heart walked towards the towering cliff, smiling at the setting sun and the cautious Sword Child. He'll soon get his wish and this world will be at peace. Sword Child just stared. What's your name? Sword Heart asked. Sword Child. Did your master name you? He's my father. Sword Child's eyes were hard. Sword Heart shook his head, just like humanity, to treat his sword as a son. How does your master see you? Isn't it obvious? His heart. Sword Heart sighed. Sword points where your heart is. I am his sword, moving at his heart's intent. We are one, he and I. Does he see you as a brother then? Not a brother, for they aren't of one mind, while we are. Sword Heart smiled. What he wants to do, I want as well. Not like your master's fancy speech, calling you son. Isn't parenthood a form of slavery? You have to obey and you have to listen. Being humane is so fake, so short-sighted. Humph and? Sword Child mocked. Your master made you like him, but in the end you're just a copy. At best, you're both working to improve, while at worst, you're nothing more than a replica. My father treats us like sons, but he never forces his beliefs on us. The same with Luo clan head, the same with Qilin. I am but a sword. So, Who is the master and who is the servant? Sword Heart looked at the sky. Heavenly Tao has no emotions, in eternal solitude, unmarred by human complexions. That's why the 10 sovereigns were in the end 1 heaven and 9 people. The 9 shared their paths, while the Heavenly Tao is only 1. The same goes for us. It's not that he made a copy of himself, it's that Heavenly Tao resembles itself. I'm his sword and he's shown me where Heavenly Tao is so we can create a pure world. What's that got to do with my dad? He has never bothered you. Of course it's related. He's crucial. Be it for Heavenly Tao or humanity. The world's direction rests on his shoulders. Everything is in the hands of one man, Sword Heart smiled. If all goes well, tonight we get to see the world's direction. Sword Child shuddered, unease creeping in. Whoosh, 2 figures bowed before Sword Heart. Sir, it's done. They were 2 of the 8 freaks. Sword Heart waved them away, and said to Sword Child, do you know what they are? Once the strongest in the mortal domain, men that sought the pinnacle. But the more they do, the more frustrated they feel when they reach a wall they cannot cross. Having never failed before, they become restless. It was then that I stepped in and promised to fulfill their wishes, so they bow their heads. The moment they did so, they could never raise it again. This is the debased humanity. They're all cultivators from the mortal domain that learned from the sacred weapons? Yes, the tougher the environment, the stronger the people. After the ancient period, sacred domain no longer had anyone impressive. Only the mortal domain would bring about someone adequate every 1,000,000 years or so. Sword Heart nodded, then he showed utter disdain, and the result? They're stuck as half-sovereigns, their immense pride turned into cowardice from crushing doubt in their abilities as they begin seeking other ways and ultimately sealing their hope to ever become a true sovereign. That's why they can never be sovereigns. If Sword Sovereign was alive, the seat was taken, for they walked the path of the sword, Sword Child shouted. Sword Heart shook his head, wrong. The 10 paths to heaven hints at being only 10, but that doesn't mean they can't change. It may be hard, but if one found an alternative, another road, they too could become sovereign in the sword. Sword Child, there was once Patriarch Blood Demon who lived a long time ago. He had the bravery to do it, coming the closest to realizing it. Later on, people heard of his foiled attempt and always believe the 10 paths are ever taken, losing their courage. Will you brave it, little one? Sword Child's eyes grew with thirst for battle. You may never get the chance if your master fails. Sword Heart laughed and patted the little head. Come, let's see your master's last act. Sword Heart left and Sword Child followed. The 2 arrived at Heavenly Sovereign's courtyard, to find him in his chair and looking at the chessboard with an intense gaze. Chu Qingqing paced around, looking at the portal with worry now and then. Sword Heart and Sword Child landed. Sword Heart bowed, it's ready. Marvelous. Heavenly Sovereign gave Sword Child a look, while Chu Qingqing gasped, what are you doing here? It's too dangerous? Where's father? Sword Child asked. Chu Qingqing looked at the portal and sighed. He went to find Emotion Sovereign. It feels like the 2 sovereigns are mortal enemies. Since Zhuo Fan went representing Heavenly Sovereign, maybe? Chu Qingqing shook her head. Sword Child looked worried as well. Zhuo Fan casually stepped out of the portal and the 2 welcomed him with smiles. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a look and mocked, just like I said. The woman gave it to you. I have it, so what do you want from me now? Zhuo Fan sighed. Heavenly Sovereign shrugged, popping another portal open, leading to the sacred mountains, where their disciples and the 6 mountain lords were. Only they were all unconscious. Zhuo Fan gave Heavenly Sovereign a quizzical look. Heavenly Sovereign spoke, as 9 Serenity's inheritor, you trained in the demon transformation art to the early saint stage. You're ways away from reaching the peak. As for your heart and mind, the many sovereign inheritances you have proved their broadness. To reach sovereign stage, all that is needed is build-up. What? Zhuo Fan gasped, you want me to suck them dry? Of course, why else would I stop you from slaughtering each other? As Sacred Mountain's disciples practice the most upright methods and have solid foundations, using them will lead to best results. Just what's your game, making me a sovereign? Think of it as helping you out. Heavenly Sovereign snickered, Not just me, but other sovereigns wish for it as well. There'd be no point dumping so many paths on you to increase your own otherwise. But your goals differs. Why do you care? Did you forget your place, pawn? You have no power here. Heavenly Sovereign mocked as he glanced at Chu Qingqing and Sword Child. I'd have drowned you in materials by now, if not for haste makes waste. You think I wanted to wait for so long? Now, are you doing it or not? Zhuo Fan's face shook and looked around with a sigh. He made a sign and black energy leaked out of him. In a blink, a sea of black drowning the crowd beyond the portal. The victims didn't even twitch as they disintegrated. The black energy returned to Zhuo Fan and filled him with endless strength. Heavenly Sovereign smirked. You're holding back, afraid that the demon transformation art will eat you alive like your disciple and everyone. Don't worry, the backlash happens only with a weak body, unable to handle all those energies, and with a weak mind that succumbs to the victim's regrets. You've passed them with flying colors. Now cultivate already. Screw you. It won't go your way in the end, mark my words. Zhuo Fan shook, unleashing a violent wave of black energy that turned the rest of them to dust in a blink. Chu Qingqing shirked back in fear, with Heavenly Sovereign nodding. Let's take this brief moment to compound Heavenly Tao like old times, little brother. The argument before the Great War. Heavenly Sovereign's eyes shone. Chapter 1294, Seizing. Zhuo Fan was surrounded in black energy, but he was still able to listen through the waves of surging power coursing through him. When the universe was in its primordial state, heaven and the earth were pure and clear, all things were honest, and there was a flourishing vitality. The prevalent upright energy made it the clearest time in the entire cosmos. Heavenly Sovereign paced around. With the coming of humanity, the world's vitality twisted. With humanity having demons in their hearts, the world's righteousness was challenged by the demonic path, confusing it further. Yes, the demonic path was never a part of the world. It came from people. In other words, the heart is the root of all evil. Doesn't that mean cleansing the world one has to purge the source? Zhuo Fan's shaky voice came from behind the black energy. Isn't this funny, talking about eradicating demonic path when I'm part of it? It's because you reached its peak that you understand the wretchedness of a human heart. I'm asking you in all honesty. Heavenly Sovereign was filled with bloodthirst. The vile humans have only worked to doom their fate with countless crimes. They should all die, right? Zhuo Fan took a deep breath. Yes, humans are vile, but no buts. In your long journey as a demonic cultivator, you've sought any little reason why humanity shouldn't be purged. It's how you became a true demon from a nobody. You see the good and bad in their hearts and know that humanity must die. Then you should be supporting me this time, right? When have I gone against you? Can I even do that? This is absurd, or maybe there is a way out of this hopeless situation. All the sovereigns gave him their paths willingly, some through deadly trials, to further each side's grand design. He knew they held the key to his survival. Zhuo Fan focused his attention inward, giving cultivation only the minimum attention not to lose himself in the maelstrom of grudges and hatred the victims flooded his mind with, or the wild and chaotic energies he sucked to make his own at the insistence of Heavenly Sovereign. He gave all the sovereign paths within him a much closer look, poking and prodding at them, sometimes nudging them closer together, other times further apart, all to see what made them tick, to understand them, to unite them. For he knew from past experience with the Black Thunderflame's fusion that this was a potentially unlimited source of power. The only problem was how to tap it without getting burned. Or a bit of singeing might do me good. It wasn't just a reckless thought, having mulled on this direction in the safety of the Luo clan, only now spurred by the worsening situation against a seemingly invincible enemy. As he toyed with the paths and his life at the same time, he managed to mask the violent clashes that shook his body as a result of his tampering with unknown forces as repercussions from taking in so much foreign energy at once. In the meantime, Chu Qingqing scrounged up her courage to dispute, humanity is evil, but has a great potential for good and honor. You can't condemn it all only for the bad. You may be a sovereign, but aren't you a human first and foremost? I was once. But ever since I attained my void path to become Heavenly Sovereign, I no longer saw myself as such. I'm cultivating the heavenly Tao, emptiness. All my traits as human are now void. I'm heavenly Tao's envoy, enacting judgment in its stead to remove any filth poisoning it. It's my duty. He sneered. It's because I was once human that I understand how deep this poison runs. Reap the world once so that it may be pure again. As for that honor and good you spout about, Zhuo Fan shuddered and his strength exploded before subsiding. The constant clashes and absorbing of the paths and energy resulted in an explosive increase of power and harm. His insides did not come out unscathed. That was too close for comfort, but it pointed me in the right direction. The energy coming from the path's friction was beyond what I even got from the saints. Heavenly Sovereign patted his shoulder. Well done. Demon transformation art is truly incredible, as the fastest cultivation method in the world. You're already at mid-saint stage. There's just something I can't fathom though. Why do you appear to regress to the 5th layer of foundation establishment stage? It's really baffling, huh? This is the true self-art, having learned it from an elder in the mortal domain. At the peak of your path, you return to your origins. Isn't this something big players like you strive for? No, since I never heard of anyone among us speak of such a clever cultivation method. Every sovereign drew their cultivation method from their paths. Seize the moon and sun, block the stars, ruin the world, all of these are incredible. This true self-art looks odd, but so plain, made for nobodies. Heavenly Sovereign shrugged. Keep going. Demon transformation art takes everything in creation. The mortal cultivation method won't affect it, Zhuo Fan closed his eyes, ignoring his mocking. I don't plan on stopping it anytime soon either. Something about it just calls to me. I wonder what is one's true self? Rising above the human condition? Endless compassion, love, happiness, and all that sappy stuff? Or is it becoming one with the world, the universe? Heavenly Sovereign smiled and said, Now where were we? Right, Miss Chu said something about honor and good. Humph, hypocrite, that honor and goodness you speak of are nothing but covers to hide the twisted and vile hearts. It has no relation to true righteousness. Humans only care about themselves, their wants, even beguiling others to stop them from targeting them. They need a good excuse to take the main role on the stage. What purging evil and vanquishing demons? They're nothing but excuses to invade and remove all their threats. Who'd act otherwise? You're sort of a righteous cultivator. Think of all the times when righteousness was invoked. Wasn't it to steal or cheat or kill some threat? Was there any time they fought for a fellow human being? Chu Qingcheng was shaken up and Heavenly Sovereign let her be, turning to Zhuo Fan. You know this better than most, Zhuo Fan. In dealing with the 8 emperors and sacred mountains, you used the moral high ground, didn't you? It was the only way to avoid others from surrounding you when you attacked, giving them a common cause. It's why I said you've done right by going to mortal domain, turning into a full-fledged demon by understanding the other's demons and use them. However, I have to admit that some, the very rare kind, truly are kind like a flower. Zhuo Fan shuddered and his power surged once more. He was at late saint stage in power and his cultivation regressed to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment stage. That's it, almost there. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a long look. I never denied the world not having true kindness. But what good did it do when the human mind still gets twisted? Once this kindness gets swallowed by the filthy of the world, all it spat out is demons, vile and abhorred. By seeing their evil, you understand this better than anyone. Human heart is the least reliable in the world. An angel can become a demon overnight, sullying the world. The kindness of humans is nothing more than the incubation period of demons. They all turn given time. Who thousands of saints were now dust, with but a few still alive. Zhuo Fan's power grew, to the peak saint stage. Yes. The sovereign paths within him drew nearer and nearer, their clashes milder as a new and incredible power was unleashed in minute amounts, propelling his cultivation further. Heavenly Sovereign grinned like a winner, his right eye shining in 10 golden halos. Little brother, just like before, you have no way of convincing me. So just the same, lend me a hand and help me reach the supreme stage, To become the ultimate being so that I may destroy the world and remake it. Boom. The sky changed as a huge eye appeared above everyone. 10 golden rings shone in its center. Zhuofan shook and felt crushed, unable to breathe. His bones felt like they might give. Heavenly Sovereign, what are you doing? Zhuofan cried out. Heavenly Sovereign smirked, taking out the sovereign paths those guys gave you. Divine Eye of the Void 10th Stage, Void Abyss. Whoosh, the 10 golden rings in the sky shone brighter and Zhuofan felt his strength boiling. His skin turned red and blood seeped out. He felt his strength was pulled from his very being. Zhuofan heard a shriek, forcing his head to turn with gritted teeth. Chu Qingqing suffered the same, looking in pain and crying out from the torment as something was being pulled away. Heavenly Sovereign, it's me you want. Leave her out of this. My word is my bond. Miss Chu will be free, but I need to take something first. Heavenly Sovereign smiled, his eyes shining golden. A prismatic glow shone out of Chu Qingqing and flew in the sky, vanishing inside the huge eye. That's, yes, 9 Serenity's path you left on her. Heavenly Sovereign explained. Chu Qingqing fell limp on the ground, pale and weak. Zhuofan was worried and Heavenly Sovereign mollified. Worry not, I only want the path, not her life. She just needs some rest. Though after I reborn the world I can't promise she'd survive. Heavenly Sovereign, isn't the path for the owner to decide, that's for common people. I am Heavenly Sovereign and my 10th stage Divine Eye of the Void, Void Abyss, can take anything, even a sovereign path. Heavenly Sovereign chuckled at his confusion. Of course, if she had a sovereign strength, it might have been harder. But this is all she amounts to. Next up is you, my little brother. Chapter 1295, Mortal Domain's Collapse. In a study on the mortal domain, Wu Randong leaned back in his chair with a big grin. Ever since Sword Star Empire fell, he had been free of struggles, only needing to handle some business matters. His only mission remaining was to wait for Zhuofan's signal. But a sudden explosion startled him and turned around. A hung jade plaque broke into 5 pieces and fell. The book fell from his hands and Wu Randong roared, "Guard! What is it, master? What are your orders?" The guard bowed, baffled. Wu Randong took a deep breath to calm down. Let all the land's array grandmaster assemble to start the array. Yes. The guard left and Wu Randong went to the 5 pieces to trace them with worry. Palace Lord said to start the large array when the soul plaque broke. He must have been in big trouble to use this last move. Palace Lord, may you be safe. Wu Randong's hand tightened. 3 days later, in Sword Start Empire's X-Thunder Pavilion, 24 array grandmasters gathered, all 11th grade and up. Wu Randong rushed over, seeing Wu Qingqiu having come with Shangguan Qingyan and the other big names of the mortal domain. Sir Wu, did something happen to Zhuofan? Is Devil Palace on the move? Wu Qingqiu asked, with Shangguan Qingyan nodding. Zhuofan and father are in sacred domain. Did something bad happen? I don't know either. Wu Randong shook his head. Palace Lord only left a soul plaque behind with a trace of his soul. He said that the moment he made it break, the matter is dire. We need to activate the recoil array at once. We will know what exactly happened after we activate it. We'll ask Palace Lord himself. Shangguan Qingyan and the others nodded, filled with worry. Wu Randong looked at the sky and roared, "It's noon, time to activate the array." The 24 array grandmasters made their signs and correlated with the other array masters around the world wind tunnels around the domain to activate the arrays. A huge ripple flashed before beams shot from the Thunder Pavilion into the heavens. The other 7 world wind tunnels shot their own beam as well. Rumble, everything wouldn't stop shaking, with the huge pillars of light acting as weapons as they broke the heavens. In the sky above the Mirror Moon Cottage, the huge eye was rumbling along with the heavens around it. Zhuofan's eyes gleamed. Sword Sovereign asked, "What is that?" Under all the shaking and rumbling, the force squeezing on Zhuofan faded. The sky all around sported creaks as they slowly spread in all directions, threatening to break Heavenly Sovereign's hold on this slice of the world. The mortal domain is stirring. Heavenly Sovereign snapped his head to Zhuofan. Do you really think some rotten mongrels will be able to save your pathetic life, little brother? I'm the victor here, me. You won't stop me from cleansing the world. Zhuofan could tell the collapse of the mortal domain had severe repercussions on Heavenly Sovereign's aura. He had lost his previous calm, becoming crazed, even mad, despite walking down the path of the void of emptiness. Mortal domain? Sword Sovereign asked, are those 3 beasts itching? A pity the 5 sacred weapons are in the sacred domain, or I would have gone back to set them straight. Should I stop them? The ruination of the mortal domain means destroying the source of your power. Heavenly Sovereign gnashed his teeth. For the first time ever, there was something else painted on his face besides the insufferable calm. Go now. Stop the beasts from breaking, stop the mortal domain's collapse. I can feel the bewitching acting up. I won't be able to hold it back much longer. I need to enter seclusion fast, but not before I deal with you. He turned to Zhuofan with the madness in his eyes growing. While Sword Sovereign shot towards the closest whirlwind tunnel, Zhuofan found himself under an even heavier pressure than before. His bones creaked, his mind barely hanging on. Despite being forced to increase his cultivation to peak saint stage. Thanks to the reckless experimenting with the paths, he could boost himself to half sovereign for a while, but even he couldn't predict the side effects. Death would be a high possibility, as well as the volatile paths clashing together could go out of balance at any moment. He was set, ready to take Heavenly Sovereign on if he had to, or leave. Zhuofan's eyes darted around, on Chu Qingqing and Sword Child. The latter caught his gaze and nodded as Zhuofan looked between him and Qingqing, inching towards the girl without getting Heavenly Sovereign's attention. If you want them so much, take them. Zhuofan shouted and shuddered. He coughed blood as he pulled 2 prismatic glows from his very being, fighting hard not to collapse under the strain. The prismatic glows shone in his hands and threw them at the heavenly eye in the sky. Heavenly Sovereign paused, trying to recenter himself while also keeping Zhuofan locked, debating for a moment whether the 2 prismatic glows warranted attention. He settled on letting the heavenly eye absorb them. The pause proved fatal, as the 2 paths crossed just before the heavenly eye, releasing a black energy of terrifying strength. No! Heavenly Sovereign panicked. Curse you! He swore, and his right eye flashed in 12 golden rings, so that the heavenly eye absorbed them before the paths went critical. The huge eye shook and dimmed as the paths entered it, with the black energy persisting around it. Got you! Zhuofan smirked, but it soon froze on his face as he noticed the sky's cracks healing, albeit slowly. The only visible damage he made was the black energy eating away at the eye, but even that was minimal. I have to thank you for that, little brother. Heavenly Sovereign's confident voice echoed. Gone was the anger and exasperation he showed before. I knew you were going to help me in the end. You gambled and lost. By sending out the emotion path, I stabilized her accursed bewitching. Boom! The heavy explosions sounded from a distance, proving the power behind them was astonishing. And Sword Heart is doing well, I hear. Heavenly Sovereign smirked. Like I said, little brother, all plans are in the open when you reach my level. The tricks you're pulling are nothing in the great scheme of things. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth. Damn it. Why did I choose that one? I wouldn't be so sure. A charming, yet icy voice reached their ears as a pink glow tinted the sky. Chapter 1296, Stalling. Boom! As the shaking grew stronger, black cracks spread across the sky. Shangguan Qingyan was shaking in worry. What kind of array did Zhuofan tell you to activate? Why does it look different from the ones he used? It's hundreds of times stronger. The world is about to be destroyed. I don't know either. Palace Lord only told me how to activate it. Wu Randong was clueless, but determined. Don't worry, Palace Lord won't harm us. Once the array finishes, we can just look for him. Shangguan Qingyan nodded. Despite the huge changes, they still went with it, for they trusted Zhuofan. He always did something for a reason. The 3 sacred beasts noticed the sudden changes. In the All-Beast Mountain Range, Kunpeng looked at the 8 pillars of light. He met Heavenly Sovereign, and all the suspicion he had on us is removed. He now needs our help. After years of planning, we're about to attack. It all comes down to who the final winner is, haha. Spiritual beasts of All-Beast Mountain Range, vaulting Kunpeng, am leaving to fight for the world's survival. Kunpeng spread his arms and roared. The shivering spiritual beasts lowered their heads before him. In the ultimate clarity sect, where decimating dragon ancestor was kept, he looked excited as well. Is the mortal domain finally breaking? But then he recalled Zhuofan's last trick and slumped back, humph, getting thrilled for nothing. Those humans are nothing but ungrateful bastards, caring only about themselves and leaving me here in misery. I won't fall for it a second time and get disappointed. Maybe I should raise another human to activate this array completely? But after all these years, not one human I found is useful. Zhuofan read him like a book and told Wu Qingqiu to make this place forbidden. So, he would not see even a ghost about. When he took Yilin, he at least had a choice, but that was now gone as well. If he knew he'd slap Zhuofan to death. I'm here using all I have to help and you're burying me instead? Views. Is this a game to you? Zhuofan wasn't to blame. Since they weren't kin, he needed to know the savage beast's intentions first. What would he do if the beast would have run amok the minute they got out? In North Sea, heaven-sealing Cao sent huge waves as he came out to look at the sky. Cao's lone eye blinked, sneering. Another human wants to go to the sacred domain? The kid had to go either way, or he'd be just waiting for the big guys to come take his life. As for the others, they must be bored to death. The sacred domain has many powers. You're a lord here, but an ant up there. Ha, so go and die to your heart's content. Cao sunk back beneath the icy waters. Boom. The heavens shifted as the 8 pillars grew stronger with the array grandmasters shifting their gestures. The other 7 world wine tunnels turned into 7 meteors and converged on Thunder Pavilion. The power of the pillars united and the pillar from the Thunder Pavilion exploded in size and power. The heavens couldn't take the pressure and broke apart, revealing a large pitch-black abyss, with cracks extending in all directions as pieces crumbled. All of heaven was peeled away like an egg. The pillar kept expanding, forcing Shangguan Qingyan's group back. The pillar grew so fast it enveloped them and the sky boomed once more. Once everything settled, the people looked up in shock. The sky was now all black, an abyss without survival. What have we done? The sky is gone. Shangguan Qingyan gaped. Wu Randong was just as shocked. Why is it like this? Just what is this array palace lord has placed? Look there. The sky is back. They all looked to see the sky healing and become its usual blue self. Cao was dumbstruck, with his lone eye flashing in immense joy. The mortal domain's barrier is gone at last. Heavenly Sovereign's realm is broken. I can see the real sky, the sacred domain, haha. With a boom, Cao slapped with his claws and shot into the sky, breaking the North Sea's barrier and reaching out. His huge body shifted and became a pudgy old man, flying around like a child. The array broke Heavenly Sovereign's barrier and damaged space. But due to the world's laws, it will heal. However, once it does, the mortal domain and sacred domain will be one. This place is no longer the mortal domain, Vaulting Kunping shoot up as well. Decimating dragon ancestor was stumped then exploded in joy as he turned into a golden fiery dragon that circled the area before withdrawing all the flames to turn into a middle-aged man in golden robes. I'm out at last. Rotten brat, I'll get you for toying with me, mark my words. Humph. Whoosh, dragon ancestor vanished. The 3 sacred beasts were free from their prison, now looking for Zhuofan. A sudden low rumble echoed from all around, catching the attention of the sacred beasts. One of the whirlwind tunnels dimmed and then stopped altogether, causing the sky to try and patch up, resulting in a dark hole. Kung Peng's voice cut through the tension. No. Someone's messing with the array. He hurried in that direction, shooting through the air at top speed. The decimating dragon ancestor and Cao, sensing the change in the array, followed suit, moving towards the disturbance. Having just tasted freedom, the sacred beasts weren't willing to risk being trapped again, not even at the risk of death. Sword Sovereign hovered near the sealed whirlwind tunnel, looking up at the sky. I managed to slow down the mortal domain's collapse, but it's not enough. I need to seal the others to make sure it won't break. The sky is trying to heal, but it's just a temporary fix from sealing one tunnel. He glanced towards the approaching sacred beasts. Can't let them slow me down. Any delay will make Heavenly Sovereign's situation worse. Sword Sovereign dashed towards another whirlwind tunnel, determined to do what needed to be done. Chapter 1297, Escape. The trio of sacred beasts reached the sealed whirlwind tunnel simultaneously, finding it cut off from supplying the array with the vital energy that accelerated the mortal domain's inevitable collapse. The air was charged with tension as they faced this unexpected obstacle. CAO, with a commanding presence, was the first to break the silence. It's Sword Sovereign. He utilized the heaven-sealing sword art to seal this whirlwind tunnel. He must be targeting the others. I can undo the seal, but it will take time. The two of you must collaborate and delay Sword Sovereign from sealing the remaining tunnels. Decimating Dragon Ancestor, his eyes narrowing with distrust, voiced his objection, "No way in hell. I won't work with this traitor." His gaze shot daggers at Kung Peng. Kung Peng, however, remained steadfast in his conviction, urging, "You can and will, whether you like it or not. Our escape hinges on it, as does the fate of the world. Time is of the essence. We must intercept Sword Sovereign now." Taking charge, Kung Peng soared off in the direction of Sword Sovereign, leaving Decimating Dragon Ancestor torn between conflicting emotions, unsure whether to aid or stand his ground. CAO, sensing the urgency, shouted to the reluctant Dragon Ancestor, "We don't have time for this, old dragon. Go." Grumbling under his breath, Dragon Ancestor begrudgingly took flight, catching up to Kung Peng while expressing his discontent. "This isn't over. I'll settle the score for your betrayal of Thunder Phoenix after we're free of the mortal domain." Seizing the moment, Kung Peng waited for Dragon Ancestor to draw nearer before strategizing, "I'll fill you in on everything later. Since Sword Sovereign will need time to seal the next whirlwind tunnel, we'll intercept him there. The plan is to stall him, giving CAO enough time to catch up, ensuring the mortal domain is doomed with Sword Sovereign powerless to intervene." Arriving at yet another whirlwind tunnel, Sword Sovereign swiftly launched a razor-sharp sword wave, determined to seal it promptly. As he surveyed the surroundings, he mused, "Those beasts won't allow me to roam freely for long. I must move swiftly." Casting a glance at the sky, he observed the gradual return of its blue hue, a stark contrast to the previous abyss of black. Just as he prepared to advance towards the next tunnel, the unexpected duo of Decimating Dragon Ancestor and Kung Peng intercepted him. Sword Sovereign, flanked on both sides, surveyed his adversaries with a confident yet disdainful gaze. "You're out, I see, but not for long. Heavenly Sovereign will return you to your prison soon." Dragon Ancestor snarled defiantly, "No one's locking me up again. Once I deal with you, I'll take it out on Heavenly Sovereign." Kung Peng, with a sense of urgency, declared, "I believe the time for talking is over. Let's dispose of him quickly and break Heavenly Sovereign's hold on the mortal domain." With a swift motion, he conjured an azure fireball, transforming it into a majestic azure bird that soared straight for Sword Sovereign. Unfazed, Sword Sovereign drew a white sword, effortlessly sending a casual yet powerful azure sword wave that effortlessly neutralized Kung Peng's attack. Communicating with Dragon Ancestor, Kung Peng strategized, "We have to strike him together. He's using sword arts based on our powers to cancel them." In response, Dragon Ancestor unleashed a scorching golden fire, met by Sword Sovereign's counter of a golden and searing sword wave. As the clash unfolded, Kung Peng seized the opportunity, launching another azure attack that caught Sword Sovereign off guard, forcing him into a defensive stance. Despite their combined efforts, the two beasts found themselves puzzled by their inability to harm Sword Sovereign. Kung Peng analyzed the situation, "Something's not right. We should be winning here. With him weakened without his sovereign path, we should have the upper hand. Why can't we hurt him?" Undeterred, Dragon Ancestor raved, "Who cares? Just give it everything you have." His arms ablaze with golden flames, he unleashed a formidable assault on Sword Sovereign. Not one to miss an opening, Kung Peng, knowing the challenges posed by Heavenly Sovereign alone, readied his azure-charged palms, ready to strike at the slightest sign of Sword Sovereign's vulnerability. Despite their coordinated efforts, Sword Sovereign, now only a half-sovereign without his path, proved impervious to their attacks. He skillfully maneuvered toward the next world wind tunnel, effortlessly sealing it while evading their strikes. Kung Peng exclaimed in frustration, "It's the mortal domain. We're still cut off from the sacred domain's rich spiritual energy, unable to use our full power." As Sword Sovereign poised to move towards the fourth tunnel, he picked up on Heavenly Sovereign's erratic aura, growing more unstable by the second. He could no longer mind the sacred beasts and the mortal domain, opting to go to Heavenly Sovereign's aid. Using two sword waves as a distraction, Sword Sovereign swiftly retreated from the beasts, leaving the mortal domain before they could catch up. Dragon Ancestor grumbled, "What now? We can't catch him with the mortal domain still holding strong." Kung Peng proposed, "Let's remove the seals and escape. Then we'll find Juefan and put an end to Heavenly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign once and for all." It took a considerable amount of time for CAO to catch up after unsealing the first tunnel, having D with the others. Upon learning of their futile attempts against Sword Sovereign, he growled, "I still have a debt to settle with him, but we need to escape first." The people of the mortal domain were baffled by the changed sky, but then they noticed the thick spiritual energy flooding everywhere. They sucked in without qualms and their Yuan Qi soared to new heights. What's happening? I'm advancing. So am I. Me too. With the broken barrier, the people of the mortal domain grew excited tasting the thick spiritual energy of the sacred domain. In just a few moments, all of the mortal domain's cultivators advanced again and again. The fresh radiant cultivators of yesterday were now in the ethereal stage, making it feel like it was all a dream. They didn't realize that this was what they should have had, for they had been forced to starve for ages. Chapter 1298, Forlorn Hope. Heavenly Sovereign's right eye shone in 12 golden halos, while his left flickered with purple lightning, glaring at the empty sky. Sword Child cried, "Who can barge into Heavenly Sovereign's world?" Whoosh, a familiar figure appeared before them, her cold eyes glaring at Heavenly Sovereign. "Yuyu? Miss Yuyu?" Juefan cried. Chu Qingqing rejoiced at newfound hope. But why was she so strong? How did she enter Heavenly Sovereign's domain? Bailey Yuyu looked at the weary Juefan. "I'm not Bailey Yuyu, I'm Emotion Sovereign. I'm using her body to save them." "Save them? You dare talk big using a trace of your soul to take over a mortal's body? You're nowhere near strong enough." Heavenly Sovereign mocked, "This is my world, not yours. What can you possibly do? You don't even have your path, only a half-sovereign at best." Emotion Sovereign smirked and looked at the huge eye. "My path is right there. You call the path I stole with my void path yours? All the more reason why you'll lose it." Emotion Sovereign gave a taunting look. "Heavenly Sovereign, remember your fall? Heaven has emotion and it will pierce everything. You fell for my bewitching and spent all the following ages in this abode without stepping a foot outside. You were afraid of the world's energy infecting yours and ruining the heartless heavenly Tao you hold so dear." Heavenly Sovereign raged, "That was a cheap blow you did when I was weakened from fighting the others. If not for my unworthy little brother's help from the shadows, you'd never have succeeded. Moreover, I reduced you to a mere trace, only hanging on with the help of your path. Once Sword Sovereign is back, you'll have nothing to be smug about. It's no boasting but fact. My emotion path is the bane of your heartless heavenly Tao. Once void path has emotion, it can no longer be empty. You worked hard in removing all human emotions to cultivate the void path, and when emotion seeps back in, demise is nigh. I still have your emotion path, Emotion Sovereign. You lost. We'll see. The crux is if you can remove the bewitching with it." Heavenly Sovereign grew dark. Emotion Sovereign smirked as she made a sign. A pink glow spread throughout the sky. The huge eye shuddered and its aura grew weaker as the black energy ate more at the eye. "Humph, you had taken my path, but have yet to absorb it. I can still control it. I will have emotion reach its peak and infect your void path and ruin your heartless heavenly Tao cultivation." "Think again." Heavenly Sovereign shouted, making a sign to have the huge eye shone brighter to overcome her influence and the black energy eating away at it. My void path is the righteous way of the world. I can't be infected. You're just a trace relying on a puny human to steal a sovereign path. How long do you think you can hold? In a minute, you'll die without a trace. Die? Joafan looked in shock at Bailey. Is she Emotion Sovereign's vessel or more than enough? Emotion Sovereign turned to Joafan. I'll stall him for a minute. No, I have a better idea. Joafan smirked with an evil glint in his eyes. Heavenly Sovereign sneered, your minute will be wasted. Joafan's cool voice pierced both of their ears. I'll have to disagree. All the paths on him were hovering around, like shining prismatic globes of mystical power and knowledge. You'll find this place to be your tomb instead. He used the short minute he had to bring the paths closer to each other, one at a time. With every added path, it unleashed a stronger and more terrible aura of destruction and annihilation. Joafan fought hard to keep it under control, using all his strength to not let it blow in his face, or before its time. Finding that the power at play here was beyond what he could wield, he thought of a better way of finishing Heavenly Sovereign. He worked to send the mingled paths at the heavenly eye as they lashed out with terrifying power at an increased pace, wanting to destroy the skill and Heavenly Sovereign with the backlash. No, not this again. The same trick won't work twice. Heavenly Sovereign panicked, finding it hard to deal with Emotion Sovereign's interference as well as the destructive power unleashed from the premature combination of just two paths. Adding all the others to the mix would spell doom. Even he didn't believe he could withstand the sheer destructive power they unleashed. This was not a power belonging to the Sovereign stage to begin with, but a step above that of the Supreme stage. If that thing hit the heavenly eye, it wouldn't just destroy it and ruin everything, he would take the brunt as well. It will make all his efforts be in vain. All that planning for this moment for eons gone down the drain. Heavenly Sovereign growled, you think you have me where you want it, is that it, little brother? His following action left everyone in shock. A pink glow shone brightly from the heavenly eye, letting Emotion Sovereign wrest her path from the eye with ease. Having one of the problems deal with, he could focus on countering Joafan's reckless and insane gamble, with a gamble of his own. Heavenly Sovereign shouted as he made a sign, Void Seal. The heavenly eye shone in tune with his right eye in 7 golden rings, striking at the incoming chaotic and berserk amalgamation of paths with a ripple in space. Upon contact, it wrapped around the paths and between them, forming akin to a bubble to keep them from mingling further and unleashing devastation upon them all. It worked. Thank you for giving them to me willingly, little brother. He glanced at Emotion Sovereign to see her in pain. Didn't you come for your path? How does it feel to have it in a mortal shell? I bet it's you who'll only have a minute to live now. Joafan paled and slumped to his knees, feeling all was lost. Chapter 1299, Out on a Limb. Sword Child took the chance of Heavenly Sovereign's gloating to grab Ching Ching and fly next to Joafan. Father, what do we do? Isn't there anything we can use to flee? We'll figure a way to finish Heavenly Sovereign later, since he's taken in by some bewitching. Joafan had a dead look in his eyes. Reflecting in them was the failing Baileyu's body and the victorious Heavenly Sovereign. I thought since having two paths clashing almost broke his skill, then all the paths would be sure to take him down. Heavenly Sovereign caught on his word, smirking, My dear little brother, this is what happens when you're messing with things beyond your understanding. The power of the combined paths is that of utter destruction. A force worth of a supreme, the one standing above a sovereign. Of course you can't control it. He didn't get to gloat for long, for sharp cracks resounded in all directions, bringing everyone's attention to the seemingly sealed paths. The bubble of space around the paths warped and swelled, then shrank at times. Despite them being contained, it only worked to bring the paths closer to fusing, closer to each other. Deep in the center of it all, a strange and dark power of annihilation grew with tremendous speed. The earlier sounds didn't come from the failing barrier, but the lashing power surges from inside it, working its way to higher and higher levels. It was like a ticking time bomb, ready to blow up and take everyone there down with it. Heavenly Sovereign panicked. Damn it. My path can't contain it still. He fled at top speed in the opposite direction. He dispelled the heavenly eye, taking the other path. Zhuofan launched at it within himself. Emotion Sovereign knew time was of the essence and jumped in front of Zhuofan, Chu Qingqing and Sword Child in the nick of time. The darkness inside the special bubble grew so much, it could no longer be contained. A blackness thick as death was unleashed, yet there was no explosion. It flooded the world in all directions with nothing standing in its way. Be it the heavens, air, and the earth itself, none could withstand it as it ate its way through everything. It lashed out with such speed it caught onto Heavenly Sovereign. Curses, little brother. You just had to put in so many paths. The skill sent him hundreds of miles away, buying him precious seconds as he never stopped speeding away from death itself. Despite it all, the abyss caught up one too many times, despite throwing all the skills he knew at it. It still brushed his sleeve, just as his shift was a fraction of a second too slow to deploy. Just that mere brush and Heavenly Sovereign felt a sudden emptiness in his left hand. He looked over to find it not there, only a mass of blackness creeping all the way up to his shoulder. Gah! Heavenly Sovereign grunted, moving with swiftness and precision as he cut his arm off completely and flew away at double speed. He felt no pain as his hand was eaten away, no numbness, no nothing. The blackness was all-consuming and undeniable. He held his bleeding left shoulder, sweating hard as he strained to outlive the most dangerous power that existed. When he finally saw the abyssal wave slowing down, he could finally breathe more easily, giving him time to calm down and assess. Don't die on me, little brother, not before I take you for everything you owe me. He gave the mass of darkness a fearful yet excited look. So this is the power of a supreme. There's no denying its appeal. I have to have it. The paths are undoubtedly safe, indestructible, but there's no telling how long this black mass will persist and keeping me away from taking them. In the moment Emotion Sovereign went to shield Zhuofan, Chu Qingqing and Sword Child, the black mass struck. Zhuofan cried with worry, Miss Yu. Chu Qingqing teared up. I've used my path to shield you from the black wave. I won't be able to hold much longer. I can only hope Sovereign Yun makes it in time. Zhuofan gasped, Sovereign Yun? But I saw him die in the mortal domain. But his will lives on. Emotion Sovereign gave a flat look despite Yuyu's body breaking down by the second. Seeing the dead expression on Yuyu's usually expressive face struck a chord in Zhuofan. He then glanced at the weary Chu Qingqing, from having the 9 Serenities path pulled out of her, and the scared Sword Child, his eyes darting from the all-encompassing blackness to the shrinking prismatic shield around them. It dawned on him that he was utterly powerless, a pawn for the truly powerful to toy with him and his as they wished. Miss Yu. Chu Qingqing's cry snapped him to attention, noticing the prismatic glow having shrunk so much it left Yuyu's hand out as the other 3 were huddled closer in the ever-closing space with the looming death moments from taking them as well. Boom echoed from somewhere above them, and the 4 looked up to see faint glittering white lights working hard to make their way to them. Sovereign Yun's starfall. But for every one of the 10 sovereign paths, one needs a certain mindset to use it. Taking over some random body won't be enough. The emotion path will need the pinnacle of emotion, true and pure emotion. That's the only way for you to last for so long and control your emotion path. So that means the body you're using, Zhuofan trailed off, has deep emotions for you, Zhuofan. Bailey Yu was willing to die for you. Emotion Sovereign added on her stale tone with that flat look, making him uneasy. Zhuofan shivered, looking at the faint stares and the hint of prismatic in them, and this is Sovereign Yun's path. His mindset is for the people of the world, which means there must be a direct descendant to be in tune with his Tao heart. It can only mean Shuanghe, but for her to unleash so much of its power at Sovereign Yun's level, then she too, Zhuofan choked, unable to finish, would gladly sacrifice herself for you. Emotion Sovereign completed. But why would they go so far for me? I never returned their feelings. Zhuofan's voice quivered. Such is love, as well as the strength of the human path. Whoosh, as the last of the stars faded just near the shrinking barrier, A blinding white light shone behind them, breaking through the black wave and into Emotion Sovereign's shield, covering the three. Don't worry, this is Sovereign Yun's star path. You will turn into stars and escape from here. The blackness won't be able to touch you. Sword Child and Chu Qingqing were carried away first, but Zhuofan hesitated. Senior, is this your wish, or use? This girl isn't a fool to pay so much for another girl's man. I bewitched her to control her body. It's despicable, but it's all for the greater good. Farewell, Zhuofan. As the white curtain of light faded behind Zhuofan, Bailey Yu's dead expression vanished, swallowed by the darkness along with Emotion Sovereign's last trace. Chapter 1300, Graced. Sword Sovereign was rattled as the whole domain shook. Then he saw it, the black wave spreading as far as the eye could see in all directions, with nothing standing in its way. What made it worse? It came from Mirror Moon Cottage. He rushed at full speed towards it, getting a sinking feeling the nearer he got. The black mass, now slowing down, felt utterly unnatural, like it wasn't of this world. Sword Sovereign couldn't fight the foreboding feeling for long and was forced to give it a wide berth, having sensed Heavenly Sovereign's location. As he traveled, he noticed how the black mass simply ate everything in its path, with not the slightest sign of activity coming from within. He did send a probing sword wave at it, but the reaction he got was alarming. It just vanished upon contact. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. The unease only grew at this. Since he couldn't make sense of it, he focused instead on reaching Heavenly Sovereign and getting a recount from him. With his speed, it didn't take very long before Heavenly Sovereign's figure appeared into his sight, but he noticed something was very wrong. Heavenly Sovereign only had one arm. At the Sovereign stage, flesh wounds could be healed easily, as the soul was the thing that truly mattered. It was also the thing in control of the path. For Heavenly Sovereign to be unable to heal meant that the damage had to have reached his soul. The question now was, could it be healed? Heavenly Sovereign snapped out of his brooding once Sword Sovereign appeared. Good, you're here. I need you to get to Heavenly Rebirth Lake before Zhuofan. I'm done taking any chances. He can't be allowed to regain his memories. His next action solidified the gravity of things, by giving Sword Sovereign his path back. He spoke while gazing at the black mass that seemed to swallow all light. This is the result of Little Brother attempting a rash fusion of 4 paths. Imagine the force all 10 paths combined could generate. Truly worthy of a supreme. Cleansing the world of humanity and preserving Heavenly Tao couldn't be easier at that stage. Heavenly Sovereign's voice sounded eager at the end, and thrilled, recounting the entire event since Sword Sovereign had left to deal with the escaping sacred beasts. From Zhuofan throwing a volatile fusion of just 2 paths, almost destroying his heavenly eye, to Emotion Sovereign's interference and Zhuofan throwing the rest of his paths, to finally, his brush with death and missing arm. Sword Sovereign asked, what about the bewitching? Is it still affecting you? Can you remove it? Heavenly Sovereign looked bleak, with a hint of madness in his eyes. I did have my hands on the emotion path, but that dear little brother of mine meddled again. Now it's with the other paths within that black sea. Sword Sovereign glanced at his missing left arm. What about healing your arm? Is it possible to do anything about it? Heavenly Sovereign had a dark look. That's just it. It feels impossible. It's like my soul and very being are complete with the missing arm. It's as if I was born one-armed and nothing could change that. Sword Sovereign gasped. The black energy is so destructive it erases the soul upon touch? I didn't feel anything when it happened. That was no sign cluing me that something was wrong. If not for me being wary and my quick action, Little Brother's plan would have worked. Heavenly Sovereign added, then turned grave. Sword Heart, stop wasting time. The reincarnation path is of the essence, as well as stopping Zhuofan from remembering. Go at once. Sword Sovereign spoke, but how could he have survived such power? Even you almost fell prey to it. Heavenly Sovereign sneered, if there's one thing Little Brother has always been good at, that is making a strong connection. I saw Emotion Sovereign shielding him before he escaped, and then there's Starfall, Sovereign Yun's attack. Sword Sovereign gasped, Sovereign Yun? But we saw him falling along with the rest of them all those ages ago. How could he have survived? Even if there's only a trace of him left, he still wouldn't be able to unleash enough power to save him. It wasn't him. For every one of the 10 sovereign paths, one needs a certain mindset to use it. Taking over someone's body won't work. Emotion path needs the pinnacle of emotion, true and pure emotion. That is the only way for emotion sovereign to last that short minute and control the emotion path like back then. Heavenly Sovereign continued, that means, the body she used had deep emotions for Zhuofan. The vessel was willing to die for him. Heavenly Sovereign turned pensive. In regard to Sovereign Yun, his mindset is for the people of the world. It can only be a direct descendant who is in tune with his Tao heart to wield his path. But they also had to have the heart to sacrifice themselves for Zhuofan to unleash so much of its power at Yun Sovereign's level. But why does this kid have so many willing to die for him? Sword Sovereign sighed, this must be the human path's strength. Also, he paused, you know very well your little brother's grace? Heavenly Sovereign said, that's why he diverged on his journey towards the heavenly Tao, pulled towards the human path. Then turned grave, now enough talking. While I'll make another domain for myself before I let the bewitching infect me further, you are to go and get me the final path before Zhuofan does. Damn it. Now I'm stuck waiting once more. I need to wait for the Black Sea to recede before taking the emotion path and the rest before I can begin cleansing the world. Chapter 1301, Pain of Loss. Through the curtain of starry lights, Sword Child raced with Chu Qingqing to safety, sometimes looking back with confusion. How come the Black Sea hasn't caught up yet? I hope Father is all right. He noticed that the star path was narrowing as he came to a stop. Neither he nor Zhuofan could do anything in a fight against Heavenly Sovereign or Sword Sovereign. The only saving grace was Emotion Sovereign coming in the nick of time to save them from a terrible power, the likes he had never seen. While the power was the result of his father's absolutely reckless attempt at taking down Heavenly Sovereign, it also blew up in their face. The first of the sovereigns, the strongest in history, was even forced to flee for his life. It was an absolute miracle they got out alive from that horrendous power. Wiping his brow in relief, he calmed down and noticed his surroundings, which had Dan Qingshun among a group of people. What are they doing here? Sword Child rushed over. Why are you guys here? Run quickly or you're going to die. He glanced waringly at the Black Sea, hoping it wouldn't jump on them and swallow them into the endless abyss. The others sighed. Sword Child asked, what's wrong with all of you? Miss Shuang'e had set up an array and perished within it, soul and all. Dan Qingshun pointed at the sacred stones disintegrating on the ground, placed in key points inside an intricate array. Sword Child started, she perished? She said she'll save Steward Zhua. She turned into bright motes of light inside the array, forming the curtain of light you had just used to arrive. Sword Child shuddered. She made the path of starlight to save Father and us. But this is not the time for lament. All of us must run away from here before Heavenly Sovereign comes after us. Heavenly Sovereign? He's alive? Why else do you think I've been fleeing for my life? What about Steward Zhua? Father was right behind us. He should come out any minute now. Once he does, we'll get to the safety of Luo clan and tell you everything that happened. Let's just get to safety first. Sword Child said, we need to survive to fight. We'll think of something later. Sword Child held the weakened Chu Qingqing by himself with anxiety as he waited for Zhuofan to come out from the shrinking light curtain. Dan Qingshun's group turned to the starlight with worry as well. Big Brother Zhua? A familiar voice reached Zhuofan among the stars. He opened his eyes to find light everywhere, amidst the encroaching darkness. He then noticed a figure smiling back in a white dress. Shuang'e, Zhuofan looked pained at her translucent image. Was it Sovereign Yun's plan? Shuang'e nodded with a bright smile. Zhuofan sighed, why did you do it? He was your ancestor, but this is a battle between ancient experts. It had nothing to do with you. They only had their eyes on me and I can't escape, so why must you become their pawn too? I did it on my own volition. You wanted this? Zhuofan raised his eyebrows, then he nodded. Oh, the Yun clan always puts the people first. Heavenly Sovereign just told me he wants to remake the world. Schwanger, you'd never allow all those people to suffer for it. But was it worth it, sacrificing yourself to save one life for the good of the world? Big brother Joie, once the end of the world come, won't I go along with it? It's not the same. No matter the outcome, you just shouldn't help if it meant always sacrificing yourself. What difference would that be to you when you won't see the world again in both cases? There is. This way, at the very least, I know there will be someone around to watch over it in my stead. There wouldn't be much of a world without you in it, Big Brother Joie. Schwanger gave a sweet smile. Joafan patted her head. Schwanger, you haven't changed a bit after all this time. I promised you back in Tianyu's war that I will do all I can to save the people and I won't fail you. But I can't bear the thought of losing you as well. I already lost you and Schwanger took his hand from her head and leaned her cheek into it. I wanted to do this, Big Brother Joie, for you. I know Sister Yu did it for the very same reasons. She noticed the starlight was shrinking faster and pulled back, to let him go. Joafan brushed past her. He formed hasty signs, trying all methods he could think of to save her as well, but nothing worked. He knew that Schwanger was now but a trace bound to fade away into nothingness. This was their final meeting. However, he wasn't one to quit even when the odds were impossible or stacked against him. And yet, deep down, he knew he would never see her again. Joafan went through the starry path when Schwanger spoke again. This is as far as I can take you. Look after the world, this beautiful place. Joafan's heart shook. If she was being honest with herself, Schunegger hadn't done it out of the goodness of her heart to save the people per Sovereign Yun's wishes. It was mostly for him. He was the one that helped her see the world, not the people. She sacrificed herself for me, Schwanger. Joafan shouted, but he watched the light behind him being swallowed by the Black Sea, a crushing darkness. Behind him, her holy figure was slowly eaten away by the encroaching sea, yet unable to rob her of that innocent and loving smile. I thought I had a big heart, only caring about the safety of the world, and I still thought the same up until the moment of carrying Ancestor Yun's mission. Only now do I realize that I was selfish. My heart is and has always been unable to hold more than one single person. Schwanger faded as she watched Joafan go. Sister Chu-Chu was right. We're all frail, unable to see the world. Our hearts and gazes have all been stolen by one man. Farewell, Big Brother Joie. Whoosh, the holy light burst and a prismatic light rose high above, mystical and majestic, the star path, soon to be swallowed by the abyss. Chapter 1302, to Luo Clan, who the thick spiritual energy flooded the surroundings of the mortal domain cultivators, making them sit down on the spot to cultivate at this incredible opportunity. A month later, Wu Qingqiu and the others ignored everything as they cultivated at the Thunder Pavilion. They opened their eyes to find themselves stronger than invincible sort of before. What did the array do? Everyone looked around with joy. Wu Qingqiu teared up. This doesn't feel like our home. It's like our entire world changed. Joafan had been obsessed with this array for a century, but what did it actually do? It's just incredible. Wu Randong stood up looking grave. Palace Lord said that this array will connect two worlds, that they would combine at its activation. All this incredible spiritual energy we're enjoying comes from the other side. The place with the Devil Mountain Joafan mentioned? Yes. Wu Randong was grave. Wu Qingqiu nodded with an excited look. This is why Devil Mountain disciples were all-powerful. They had the best conditions. It's all thanks to Joafan that we now get to enjoy the same treatment when he joined the worlds. Wu Randong wasn't happy at all. I don't know for certain, but there has to be a good reason why Palace Lord had us wait for the very last moment until he gave us the signal to activate the array. The worlds might be one now, but we better go find Palace Lord to help him out. Right, we first got to find him. But, Wu Qingqiu frowned, where do we start? Where do we go? Wu Randong considered. I had the disciples of the five lands spread out. With the worlds combining, there has to be common points that should point us the way. I hope so. Wu Qingqiu sighed. By the time we locate and reach the new boundary of this new world, Brother Zhuo might be gone. A blue figure flew high in the sky, going at incredible speed. An angry shout came, "Damn coot, traitor, stop right there." Whoosh, a golden flame startled the man in blue. Looking back, he threw an azure fire at the golden flame. Boom! The clash resulted in grand explosions of flames. The mighty power shook the heavens and broke the earth. The sky sported black holes for thousands of miles. Even peak saints weren't capable of such unbridled destruction. Whoosh, the two separated from the clash. "What are you doing, you crazy old man?" Kunpeng cursed Dragon Ancestor. "I've yet to pay you back from before." "What did I do to you?" "Pay me what?" "For treason." Dragon Ancestor gnashed his teeth. "If not for selling Thunder Phoenix out, we wouldn't have been stuck in the mortal domain for so long. With all our powers combined, combine our strengths? You think that's enough against Heavenly Sovereign?" Kunpeng cut him off with a sneer. "Ignorant fool, you have no idea how bad things were last time. You're only standing here whining, you lummox. We are only able to survive because we tricked them. Thunder Phoenix sacrifice himself while we feign weakness." Dragon Ancestor blinked. "Wait, a trick?" Thunder Phoenix willingly sacrificed himself. "I didn't sell anyone out." Dragon Ancestor shook, baffled. Is he out of his mind? Giving himself over to Heavenly Sovereign? He wasn't insane, but upright and honorable. To save everyone, he sacrificed himself. He saw it as honorable and worthwhile. "What the hell do you know?" Kunpeng glared and sighed. Dragon Ancestor was completely taken aback, his rage deflated. A cold aura came over that snuffed out the remaining flames around. The two cried out, "Cao? I'm tired of wandering the same North Sea. Now that Heavenly Sovereign's barrier is gone, I'm free to stretch my legs." "Oh, don't mind me, duke it out." The space warped and a one-eyed old man appeared with a grin. Kunpeng sighed. "Old dragon, Cao, allow me to explain what happened while we go find Zhuofan." He had the restriction on the mortal domain removed because he believes in us. He must have met with Heavenly Sovereign. We must save him before Heavenly Sovereign kills him, and all our suffering will be for naught. Kunpeng flew away. To call hiding on a mountain torture, Dragon Ancestor huffed, but still chose to follow. They had a common enemy and that took precedence over any betrayal. Cao shrugged as he joined them. They flew for 3 days, and arrived at the boundary of the mortal domain, which touched upon the sacred domain. They entered the new world and Kunpeng shrieked while Dragon Ancestor roared. Whoosh, birds flew over and dragons growled as they came in joy. "Greetings, Sir Kunpeng." "Greetings, Dragon Ancestor." "What about me?" Cao felt sour being left out. Kunpeng snickered. "Cao, don't mind it. This isn't the sea, so your people aren't nearby." "Right, then let's go to the sea." "Would Zhuofan go there though?" Decimating Dragon Ancestor glanced at the spiritual beasts and dragons. "Listen up, we're looking for a human called Zhuofan. Find him at once." One dragon hesitated. "Ancestor, is he the same Zhuofan the Luo clan have for a steward?" He was indeed a steward of a tiny clan in the mortal domain. He looked to be enjoy his post too. Kunpeng nodded. "Do you know where he is?" The dragon bowed. "Ancestor, sirs, Steward Zhu said he's your representative and worked with us to attack sacred mountains." "Oh, the punk knows how to steal authority. First he left us to rot, then he used our name? Preposterous." Dragon Ancestor raged. "Where is that punk? I'll string him up and chop him to pieces." The dragon started. "He isn't Ancestor's representative? Curses, he played us for fools. He had 2 sacred beasts and one calling himself Ancestor's inheritor, so we believed him. We even let them go to the dragonizing pool. We'll go right away and execute those liars." "What liars? You can't tell sacred beast's aura from fakes? That inheritor is really that old dragon's disciple." Kunpeng glanced at Dragon Ancestor. Dragon Ancestor nodded. "It must be Yilin. They are indeed under me. I was just annoyed, but that doesn't mean you can go wild on them as you please. Lest you have actually grown tired of your heads and fancied removing them from your shoulders." Right?" The dragon flinched and tensed. I never knew Ancestor likes to joke around. He almost scared me. Thank heaven I didn't try anything with those humans. You still haven't said where Zhuofan is. Take us there. Well, about that, the dragon hesitated. What is it this time? All that we know is that Steward Zhuo hasn't been the same ever since he returned to the Luo clan. He's guarded around the clock and no one can see him. Kuanping growled, he'll see us, I'll make sure of that. Come on, we must get a grasp on the situation fast, before Heavenly Sovereign is up to no good. The other two nodded and were ready to fly for the Luo clan at top speed. The dragon who spoke before hung his head, with eyes darting everywhere. There's also a potentially huge issue. Dragon Ancestor snapped, making the dragon flinch. Stop with your mewling and spit it out already. We're losing time here. Kungpeng added, what can it be more important than finishing off our greatest enemy? The dragon shrunk under the three sacred beasts' hard stares, unable to take their mighty auras, stronger than even his dragon sovereign. Well, it's just that a few weeks ago, a sudden blackness appeared out of nowhere that swallowed vast stretches of wilderness. We could get no reaction from it, not sensing any danger or anything that could help us understand its nature, but this all-encompassing blackness weighs heavy on any that gazes upon its vastness. The trio exchanged a worried and puzzled look. Kungpeng said, since it's benign, we'll address the issue after we check up on Zhuofan. Handling Heavenly Sovereign takes priority. Chapter 1303, Anxiety. Young Miss. The guard's salute fell on deaf ears as Luo Yunchang walked by them with distant gaze and morose features. How many times had she passed through this same bleak corridor, same faded doors, same hard guards? She had lost count of today, not to mention of last month. The early frantic worry ebbed with the days into a sadness that could never leave her features no matter the occasion. Not that there were many happy occasions with the threat of Heavenly Sovereign cleansing the world, the humans, loomed ever nearer. Alas, to this young woman, one person plagued her mind and heart harder than anyone else, even Yunhai, who didn't want to admit it. She pushed open the door at the end of the corridor and entered a brightly lit room. From the sheer number of tall windows on every wall, from the lavish decorations and the soft silks strewn about in perfect harmony, it was a room fit for a queen. The centerpiece was a four-poster bed, carved in sublime and delicate shapes to soothe one's dreams, draped over with sheer yet tantalizing silks. How is he? Luo Yunchang glanced at the bed, on the blank-faced man laying there, surrounded by girls all staring at him with worry and love. It was a man's dream come true, if he had a mind to enjoy it. Still no change. Came a sorrowful reply from her left. Shengguan Qingyan walked to Zhuofan's left side to wipe his brow. Luo Yunchang looked at the wooden face with empty eyes on the bed. Her own sorrow and worry joined with theirs as she stared. Come back to me, Zhuofan. She glanced around the room at the bleak faces of Lei Yuding, Shengguan Qing, Shuai Ronghua, Yongning, Taobao Lianer and Chu Qingqing. To us. The Luo clan and their allies were in battle with sacred mountains when the sudden and devastating interference from 8 overpowered experts cut the bloody war short, unfortunately also taking her dear Zhuofan with them. Sword Child flew right after. The two sides were left hanging, but knew the war was not over. The Emperor lands would be unable to wrest fate and the prized cultivation methods from the hands of Sacred Mountains. Meanwhile, Sacred Mountains was barely hanging by a thread, saved by the grace of Shuai Jing. They left to fall back to their precious mountains to lick their wounds. As Luo Yunchang waited for any news about Zhuofan's fate, she jumped as Sword Child carried Zhuofan over with fear painted on his face, with distraught Luo clan's elders and Chu Qingqing behind him. It soon became apparent, through frantic words and much distress, that Zhuofan nearly lost his life against the worst possible enemy. The strongest of the sovereigns, Heavenly Sovereign. From Sword Child recounting of the events, they all felt the pain of loss, with the cheerful and naive Schwanger was no longer there to liven the mood, or the company of the strict and blunt Yuyu. Luo Yunchang discovered then and there the pain Zhuofan went through, even if just a sliver. While the same thing had happened before in Tianyu, this time proved to be too much for the cunning and ruthless devil. Seeing not just Yuyu, but the sweet Schwanger, die before his very eyes must have crushed his soul. To make matters worse, there was no surviving having their souls ripped apart to nothing. He couldn't bring them back like last time. Through the course of the following month or so, the elders, stewards, and girls tried everything they could think of to wake Zhuofan up. He was not only their only hope at survival but also their rock. Zhuofan liked to play dead so many times before, so Luo Yunchang always expected deep down he was somewhere out there, alive and well. But this time, she saw him so vulnerable, so helpless, that her heart bled for him along with the other girls. Through the following weeks, the other girls joined her, Yongning, and Chu Qingqing in watching over Zhuofan. For the first time ever, there was not a shred of jealousy among them, or centered on Chu Qingqing. They all had a common goal now, to help Zhuofan, the man they cared more than they do about themselves. Learning the mortal domain's barrier was now removed, she expected the rest of the Luo alliance to connect with their clan, finding a sliver of hope in the prospect that it might bear some fruition in alleviating Zhuofan's feeble state and the imminent threat of Heavenly Sovereign. Unfortunately, it did not help. Boom, how many times does that make it just this week alone? I swear, for the most powerful and wisest elders of the sacred domain, they're behaving like nothing more than a bunch of children. Luo Yunchang groaned. The naive princess replied to the obviously rhetorical question, maybe they're letting off steam? They can do that outside, in the training fields, not in the meeting room. They should do it for all to see, and especially not in the building. We just had it repaired yesterday. Shengguan Qingyan wasn't the least bit amused. Luo Yunchang flung the door open with an ill temper. I told them 1,000 times, to stop with the ruckus. They're disturbing Zhuofan. The mere mention of his name had the other girls hanging their heads, with even Yongning looking silent. The young miss of the Luo clan stormed by the guards, growing accustomed to her foul mood, especially when the elders were growing unchecked. While the entire clan honored, respected, and followed Luo Yunhai, their true clan head, they learned very early on that if they were to escape from Zhuofan's cruel torments, they'd do well to get in the Spitfire's good graces. This was why the guards stood extra sharp as she passed, saluting every single time, all the way to the meeting hall. Stand still already. Elder Chiu, stop. Shouts came from beyond and Luo Yunchang felt a searing heat pass by her delicate features while leaving a hole in the door. She peeked her head in, showing a thin and terrifying smile. I recall having told all of you to not speak loud enough to the point I can hear it outside. Her chilling gaze sent shivers down the spine of all there. Elder Chiu was sweating buckets as he made himself small, dodging behind his wife. Lung Wuchang looked up from under the hole in the wall, rejoicing at keeping his life intact. Young Miss Luo, we were only discussing how to deal with Heavenly Sovereign. You mean fawn over him so we could get in his good graces? Elder Chiu snapped, that won't work and you know it. What else is there? We went through about every single reasonable way to handle him, but the guy is a damn sovereign. We need something radical. Yu Ming added. Oh, and this is much better than last proposition, using me for a honey trap? Elder Chiu's wife, Shui Qingjian, snarled, her hand hissing as the air grew colder around it. Since everyone's so lively, I think a round outside with Sword Child might do you good. Luo Yunchang pushed the shabby door and entered. That had the entire room snap to attention. Young Miss Luo, I don't think that would be necessary. Wu Qianqiu cupped his hands, though he couldn't hide his anxiety and fear. They had seen Sword Child's might back when he fought Gu Santong. He didn't know, or rather, he had no desire to hold back at all. Now that Zhuofan was unconscious, there was nothing holding the guy back. Just recalling the last time sent shivers down his spine. All of them, even the Sword Kings, came together to spar with Sword Child after an infuriated Luo Yunchang blew a gasket, as if the top of the entire building had blown off. The result? Omitted for sanity reasons. Oh, you oldies want to go at it? It's been rather dull honing my edge all alone. Sword Child beamed as he popped out of nowhere, making the room flinch. Sister, I don't think that's necessary. Everyone's on edge, even more so nowadays. With Brother Zhuo's condition showing no improvement, with certain death ready to barge in at any moment, Luo Yunhai trailed from his seat, looking weary and drained. I know that. But they seem to have forgotten that it is Zhuofan who is our only hope. This has been proven time and time again. Luo Yunchang softened somewhat. We all wish for him to return to us, to be just like before. No matter the danger or threat, he always came through for us. The least you can all do is keep it down. Her piercing eyes swept over the crowd, over the elders and the stewards alike. Chapter 1304, Uncrowned Sovereign. Father! Elder brother! The sudden shouts had them look towards the doors, now burst open by Gu Santong, Xiaoer and Yi Lin. Their auras clearly shone they were in the saint stage. Ouyang Chongqing lit up. Yi Lin, you've been enjoying yourself with the dragons by the looks of it. I ought to take a trip to the dragonizing pool as well. Get back. Yi Lin pushed him away, rushing to Luo Yunhai. Clan head, where is my elder brother? Why do all dragons say he's bedridden? Luo Yunhai sighed and patted his shoulder. Big brother Zhua has a glimmer of hope, but Shuanger and Miss Yu, they passed on to save Dad. Sword Child stepped up with a grave look. They leaned on a sovereign's path for a power boost and wrest Dad's weak soul from Heavenly Sovereign. They, however, couldn't withstand the power of a sovereign path and crumbled, soul and all. Yi Lin started inside. Xiaoer cried, recalling her good time with Bali Yu. The closest to her were Bailey Jingtian and Bailey Yulei. The three had gone with Zhuofan to Sacred Domain once their clan fell. But now, one of them was no more. Bailey Yulei saw her as his little sister, while Bailey Jingtian felt the pain of losing his relative. They had no hatred mixed in the sadness, for this was Bailey Yu's choice. Thunder Sword King, our revenge against Zhuofan is no longer important. Bailey Jingtian said, Frigid Rain Sword King is gone and I feel a piece of me missing. We need to live in the moment and have no regrets. Bailey Yulei nodded heavily. I don't know if Zhuofan's sovereign path had to do with it, but my eyes have opened up. I had spent a century obsessed with killing him, forgetting all the people around me, my father. My hatred didn't change even as the empire fell. Now that Frigid Rain Sword King is gone, I came to see that while hatred blinded me those 100 years, I failed to realize how many things I lost. Thunder Sword King, let's go home. I want to live my life in peace along with Father. His Majesty is at Drifting Flowers City. Bailey Yulei said, we will find him there. Bailey Jinghan started, how do you know? Zhuofan told me. Bailey Yulei muttered, he knew your desire, but since you helped him, he looked after your family regardless of your intentions. His Majesty hasn't become a prisoner, rather, he is safely living in Tianyu. It was there where Zhuofan lived his quietest moments. He hoped that the past emperor would find peace as well. Bailey Jinghan felt ashamed. He did all this while I almost left Father to be forgotten, that's why. Zhuofan thinks of everything. He has his own path that brings people together, making them part of his power. Bailey Yulei smiled, let's wait for Steward Zhua to wake up. We'll help him in this fight and then go see His Majesty. What do you say? Bailey Jingtan closed his eyes and nodded through tears. Get lost. Yi Lin was furious as he stormed outside. Who's shouting in the Luo clan? I am what of it? A middle-aged in golden robes stood tall and majestic alongside two other. Gu Santong and Xiaoer could immediately tell who they were. As for Yi Lin, who was human, he didn't know dragon ancestors' human form, cursing instead, you got some nerve. Who are you to run wild in the Luo clan? Oh, you managed to spread your wings, brat, and now you're teaching me? Dragon ancestor started, smiling at his disciple. Gu Santong and Xiaoer pulled Yi Lin back. Are you mental? You dare going after the three monsters? Kunping didn't care, looking around. The most pressing matter was to find Zhuofan. Dragon saints came as well and immediately kneeled. Ancestor, you're all right. We couldn't be more gratified to find you once more with us. Why, your master? Yi Lin cried out. Dragon ancestor glared. Brat, I'll deal with you later. Where's Zhuofan? Come out already. Ancestor, a few days ago, Dragon Sovereign was butchered by 8 people. You have to set this right and get revenge for him. The old dragons lamented. Dragon ancestor waved their whining away. Since he's dead, that's that. Just go raise other dragons with talent. Zhu Fan is more important right now. Is he all right or not? The dragon saints were stumped. They rushed here the minute they heard their ancestor was back, hoping to get support, only to find that the ancestor cared not for them. He solely wanted to know more about some human's life instead. Zhu Fan must be ancestor's aide for sure. So, they changed tactic. Ancestor, taking revenge for Dragon Sovereign or Steward Zhua is the same, because the same man did this to both. He still won't wake up? Dragon Ancestor turned to Kunpeng. What now? With the kid's mind locked away, he's more dead than alive. Kunpeng shouted, listen well, the fate of the world rests on Zhu Fan. Tell me exactly what went on so we can help him. Seniors, this is what happened. Sword Child came forward and retold the events. The three seniors eased up. I see, that's why there's a glimmer of hope. How fortunate. Old man, he's but an empty shell now, with his strength robbed. It can't get worse than this. What hope are you talking about? Dragon Ancestor asked, you all right there? What can a cripple do? Cripple? Humph, you'd never say that if you knew who he is. Him. Dragon Ancestor's eyebrow rose. Isn't he a pawn in your schemes? Or is he some sovereign's reincarnation? Kunpeng said, pretty much. Old dragon, remember the uncrowned sovereign? Him. Dragon Ancestor gasped, Heavenly Sovereign's young brother, the one who with Heavenly Sovereign were called Heavenly Tao Exalted? That's Zhu Fan? Then why is he on the demonic path? Isn't it the goal of all sovereigns the supreme stage? Kunpeng's eyes shone. Heaven Sealing Cao and Dragon Ancestor thought, the union of 10 paths, the supreme stage. Is this legend true? Senior, could you? The trio chatted back and forth, when Luo Yunhai finally came forward with a smile and a bow. Kunpeng said, we're the three sacred beasts, vaulting Kunpeng, decimating Dragon Ancestor and Heaven Sealing Cao. We guided Zhu Fan once and came to see what happened to him. Sacred beasts? The same ones that can fight on par against the sovereigns? Luo Yunhai and everyone cheered. With sirs, we can beat the two enemies. Kunpeng's face twitched. Win? One of them is Heavenly Sovereign that fought all the others by himself. We three are nothing against him. Stop dreaming. Our only hope rests with Zhu Fan. But Zhu Fan is an empty shell. How can he? Dragon Ancestor shook his head. Kunpeng sneered. Didn't Yun Sovereign save the same empty shell with his star path? Now it's time that we do our part and take him to the Heavenly Rebirth Lake. There he will regain everything, including the ancient power closest to Heavenly Sovereign. Chapter 1305, Gone. Now, where is that treacherous bastard? I have a bone to pick with him. Letting me suffer in that wretched place for thousands of years wasn't enough. He had to drag out the collapse of the mortal domain. Dragon Ancestor raged. Kunpeng said, we don't have time for your antics. We need to ensure Zhu Fan can take Heavenly Sovereign down first. Cao ignored the stunned faces of the Luo clan, having learned from Kunpeng of Zhu Fan's importance. His lone eye rests on the humanized sovereign weapon. What have you been doing this time, now that Zhu Fan's mind is locked away? Sword Child spoke with dejection. I and everyone else have been on edge as days went by, dreading Heavenly Sovereign might come to destroy us at any time. For some reason, this wasn't the case even as a whole month passed by. We've tried everything we could think of in Waking Father, but nothing seems to work. Kunpeng was resolute. We can't waste any more time. If there's one certain way of getting through Zhu Fan, that's by taking him to the Heavenly Rebirth Lake. Only there will he regain his memories of this life and the past ones. In the meantime, didn't you say Zhu Fan was forced to drain the sacred mountains to reach half-sovereign stage? Why haven't you raided them by now, since they're all practically empty? Your time would have been better spent training in a saint cultivation art. Why didn't we think of that? Elderly cried in horror. Don't bother. I've got them all with me in the first week since we got back. Sword Child droned. Why didn't you say anything? The other elders shouted, disgruntled. I was waiting for Father to wake up and let him handle it. But since the 3 sacred beasts are now out, they should be able to assess the cultivation method's efficiency in regards to each individual. Sword Child threw a ring to Kangpeng. He focused on it. The majority are genuine saint cultivation methods, with some altered to give control over the people who train them. Let's go to Zhuofan. I'll share with you all the best cultivation art according to your auras and paths. Sword Child, lead the way. Sword Child brushed past the accusatory glances, knowing they could do nothing to him. Some part of him even enjoyed it, being in the limelight. On their way, Kangpeng gave the elders a cultivation method suited for them, effectively cooling their anxiety and saving the Luo clan funds from the needless damages at every meeting. Kangpeng pushed open the door to Zhuofan's room, where the girls were watching over him. Luo Yunchang spoke up, "Isn't there another way? Just like how Zhuofan woke Sister Qingqing in the northern lands, I'm sure she could do it again." Cao interjected, "Unlikely. The girl hasn't regained her memories of the past even as Zhuofan was drained by Heavenly Sovereign, not to mention his heart is now in pieces not from the news, but from witnessing the death of 2 people dear to him. He even had a hand in the death of one from what Sword Child retold. The fact that after all this time with him did not work to wake him proves there is no other way than to take him to the Heavenly Rebirth Lake." Qingqing and the girls in question gave him sharp look filled with reproach. The intense gazes unnerved even him, a sacred beast around for millions of years. Kangpeng added, "There's a reason everyone says that life flashes before your eyes when survival is bleak and death breathes down your neck. Before you truly die and can reincarnate, you have to let go of all attachments and longing you hold dear throughout your current life, thus going through each memorable and defining moment. Which is why there's no time to waste. Shifting through one's life will take a while as it is. While I don't know what's keeping Heavenly Sovereign from destroying us all now that he took everything from Zhuofan, we best not push our luck. We'll take Zhuofan to the Heavenly Rebirth Lake this instant." Kangpeng lifted his hand and Zhuofan floated out of the bed, with the cover trailing behind. "You can't just treat him like baggage. I'll come along to look after him." Shangguan Qingyan jumped to hold Zhuofan, breaking the light hold Kangpeng had on his body, and bring him close to her chest. "Me too." Shu Oronghua stood, her jaw set with determination to go with him. She might have given up on her hopes and love when she saw him together with Chu Qingqing at the Double Dragon Gathering and then at their wedding, but her technical death and rebirth on the sacred death was death parting them in her book. She just hoped her love would be reciprocated when he wakes up. And if not, she at least wanted to see him happy. "Me too." The other girls were not about to stay behind, not when the object of their affections was in such a state. No matter how certain this rebirth lake would help, they would be there for him. This isn't a joyride. The fate of the world depends on it. We have to move fast if we are to have any chance at beating Heavenly Sovereign to the supreme stage. Kangpeng shouted at them. "We can't just leave him in your care either. You're too rough with him as it is." Shangguan Qingyan retorted. "We'll take only one. That's as far as I go. Choose now before we're gone." Kangpeng relented. The girls shared a long look, judging, thinking, yearning, hoping that each one would be the one to go. They knew, however, that this was no time to be jealous for the lucky one. This was all for Zhuofan's sake. "Chu Qingqing." The other girls spoke in unison, leaving her stunned and fearful. Watching Zhuofan being tortured by Heavenly Sovereign left her downcast and silent throughout the past month. She couldn't make peace with herself for not doing something more to help him, to be there for him despite knowing fully well that she was too weak to defy Heavenly Sovereign. That was how she got taken in the first place, first by He Haodong, who tried twisting her feelings in his favor, and then Heavenly Sovereign's lackey, having no qualms using force to get her. The futility of it all crushed her all the more, having found herself unable to wake Zhuofan up after all this time. To say she found herself unworthy was an understatement. "I can't go. I failed him by letting Heavenly Sovereign kidnap me. I was used to bring Zhuofan to this state. I don't deserve his love." She hung her head in defeat and tears. Luo Yunchang came over and hugged her, holding her close and comforting her. "It's not your fault. Nothing would have changed if it were any one of us instead. That's why we don't blame you for what happened and why we agreed to let you be the first to see when Zhuofan wakes up. We're in this together, to help and bring him back to us. Chu Qingqing gave a weak nod. About time you decided. Kung Peng snapped in annoyance and flew out of the room at top speed with Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing in the direction of Heavenly Rebirth Lake. The other two sacred beasts followed after him, leaving the other girls groaning. Men. Chapter 1306, Doubt? The three sacred beasts sped through the sky, with Chu Qingqing watching over the unresponsive Zhuofan trailing behind them. As various landscapes zipped by her, she finally found the courage to speak. Senior Kungpeng, what if it doesn't work? What won't? Kunpeng gave an instinctive reply, his mind elsewhere. What if the Heavenly Rebirth Lake won't wake up Zhuofan? What if he won't remember anything? Chu Qingqing couldn't help but think of the uncertainty of it all. She might hope with all her being for Zhuofan to wake up and be with her, but a sliver of doubt still lingered in the back of her mind. Kunpeng stared back, the questions finally sinking in, showing on his aged features that he was just as afraid of this possibility becoming reality. The conflict with Heavenly Sovereign had been gone for millennia and now it finally came to a head. He would do all he could to make sure they would be the one winning this battle. The lives of everyone in Sacred Domain was at stake. Losing would mean dooming the human race. Qingqing reeled at the raw emotions on his face, wishing she had kept it all to herself. Now she couldn't shake the feeling that something was bound to go wrong in their plan to wake Zhuofan and that they were best thinking of other means, no matter how exhausted the possibilities were. The bleak mood even got to Dragon Ancestor. Like that's gonna happen. That kid better wake up. He has a lot to answer for, especially keeping me locked up after all I've done for him. The cheeky punk had the nerve to drain me strength just so he could throw my attacks around without qualm. Chu Qingqing chuckled. That sounds like Zhuofan all right. Cao added, whichever the case may be, we won't know unless we try everything, no matter how remote the chances. The group fell silent as they sped up even more, realizing how much was at stake and that they were the only ones that could do something about the ever-worsening situation. The biggest problem was Heavenly Sovereign and having no information about his current condition or why he hadn't finished them off by now. At one point in their journey, they noticed the looming endless blackness at the side. So, this is the power of the Supreme Stage. I can't sense anything from it. It's like the Sacred Domain ends at its borders, with the only difference being that even the sky has been affected. Kunpeng surmised, feeling humbled before the sheer might and unknown power of this new force. Cao said with equal worry, it's nothing like the strange black flame Zhuofan is using. This feels like it's a step beyond, stable and absolute. The ever-rash Dragon Ancestor glossed over it. Who cares? Once the punk wakes up, we'll know exactly what that thing is and how we should deal with it. Besides, it's not exactly doing anything bad by itself, just a part of the landscape, albeit pregnant and looming. Its presence, or lack thereof, got to even Dragon Ancestor, unable to make sense of how something like this could exist. Let's just take things one at a time. First, we wake Zhuofan and then we'll know more about it. Let's hope it's nothing serious and we can just forget it until Heavenly Sovereign is taken care of. Kungpeng refocused on the task ahead, on the solution, instead of depressing about all these unknowns with no clear answer on how to tackle them. Chu Qingqing listened to their talk with half a mind, her focus being on Zhuofan and his well-being. The other girls might have said they didn't blame her, but she blamed herself for what has happened to him. Now, she only wished she could be of help to him. To see his smile once more. As the hours turned into days, Kungpeng spoke up at last with a renewed hope in his voice, breaking the dreadful silence their uncertain future gripped their hearts. We'll be upon the Heavenly Rebirth Lake in a moment and Zhuofan will wake up and deal with Heavenly Sovereign. The other sacred beasts perked up as well, enlivened now that they could see a way out, a chance at life. But Chu Qingqing wasn't infected by his joy, on account of the increasingly decayed landscape becoming prominent as they delved further. Is this normal? Senior Kunpeng, are we heading the right way? It's only some wilted foliage, nothing to worry about. A sovereign's seat of enlightenment never decays so long as its path remains with it. Kung Peng dismissed her worries, too elated to let her bleak outlook dampen his spirits. The closer they got, however, the quieter they became, for the decay grew more apparent, affecting the animals and beasts as well. There was not a single sign of life anything could survive here, with the worst of it all being a cesspool up ahead bubbling with foul stench of death. How did this happen? Where is Nine Serenities? Kunping panicked. Nine Serenities is alive? Chu Qingqing gasped. He overlooked the heavenly rebirth lake, unable to reincarnate until he knew Zhuo Fan was aware to his past and what choice he would make from it. Kunping's eyes darted all over the place, looking for a sign of anything that might suggest this place was anything but a rotten pool of decay. You're late. A familiar old man faded in before them. Chapter 1307, Dark Tidings. What are you doing here? Wasn't Senior in the Nether Sea? Chu Qingqing gasped in shock. Rebirth Sovereign. You're still holding on? What happened? Kunping hastily asked. He was none other than the same old man with a basket on his back from the Nether Sea Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingqing met. He led Zhuo Fan on the path of inheriting the four sovereigns' paths. You met my regrets in the Nether Sea, but Heavenly Sovereign has now destroyed it. He spoke to Chu Qingqing before growing solemn. I'm not long for this world either. With Heavenly Sovereign sending his lackey, Sword Sovereign, to take my path, I have nothing tying me to this realm. What of Nine Serenities? Kung Peng's eyes darted around, only to be met with a wasteland surrounding the foul murky water of the lake. Gone. Now there's no hope of Zhuo Fan inheriting his past legacy. All is lost. Rebirth Sovereign's image began to fade as the crushing defeat got to him. Without the heavenly rebirth lake, the kid couldn't wake to who he was, the person that gleamed into the supreme stage. You're saying we should just give up and die? I won't have it. I'd rather die trying. I'm going to take it up with Heavenly Sovereign instead of waiting around for death. Dragon Ancestor raged, ready to go after Heavenly Sovereign, despite knowing it wouldn't change a thing. Old Dragon, calm down. Let's think for a moment. CAO blocked him. There are always more than one solution to a problem. We've been in this race for the supreme stage for so long that we never tried to look for another way. Be it Heavenly Sovereign or us, none even tried thinking of reaching it another way, resting all our hopes on Zhuo Fan recalling his past lives. CAO is right, Kunping added, and I also agree with you, Old Dragon. We shouldn't just wait for the blade to fall on our necks. Even so, we do need a new plan. Let's first get back to the Luo clan and discuss it over then. Now everything is too sudden and prone to rash decisions, finding our initial plan going up in smoke. May fortune be with you. I hope our efforts haven't been all in vain all these millennia. Rebirth Sovereign's voice grew distant as his figure faded to nothing. Senior. Chu Qingqing was still shaken up to find she had been talking to Rebirth Sovereign. CAO scanned the place, growing weary of the prevalent scent of death. Let's go. There's nothing for us here anymore. Dragon Ancestor huffed, but relented, knowing he was prone to impulsiveness and that more times that he could count got him into trouble. He was thankful that CAO had stopped him, but that didn't mean he was going to admit it. Kunpeng flicked his hand and Zhuo Fan trailed behind the sacred beasts as Chu Qingqing resumed watching over him on their way to the Luo clan. What do we do now? She softly asked, more to herself than to the seniors. She hoped the heavenly rebirth lake would wake Zhuo Fan up, but now everything fell into utter despair, her wishes, the girl's longing, the clan's survival, and the world's fate. The future looked bleak, with not a glimmer of light in sight to cling on to, no matter how forlorn. The sacred beasts were silent, now more than ever. As CAO said, they had only ever thought that the heavenly rebirth lake was the sole chance of turning things around, to give them the hope of beating Heavenly Sovereign through Zhuo Fan, through his past life inheritance. Despite the road back being just as long as the way they came, it took a few days longer. Whether their dampened spirits translated into silent quitting. When all hope was lost, giving in to one's demise couldn't be easier. It certainly was simple to just surrender than stand up and fight their way out of an impossible situation. It also had to do with their invested hopes in the plan, to see everything going up in smoke. As they landed in the Luo clan's compound, they were greeted with eager and expectant eyes, making the sacred beasts feel even more aware of the impending doom at the whims of Heavenly Sovereign. It didn't take long for the elders and the girls to take in their despondent looks, as well as the numb Zhuo fan floating behind them. Luo Yunhai said, "Let's go to the main hall and discuss there." While Chu Qingcheng talked with the girls about the trip, Kunpeng tried to remain pragmatic about it as he offered various solutions, despite not believing any of them would work. Make Zhuo fan devour the whole sacred domain to beat Heavenly Sovereign? Then what would be the point of saving a barren land? Attempt unleashing Zhuo fan's thunderflame born of the fusion of 4 sacred beast powers, but now using all of them instead? While it might seem like a good idea, what was stopping the volatile power from wiping out the sacred domain from existence? The ideas ranged from waiting to die to outright suicidal, with none offering any kind of comfort with their bleak resolutions, dead every time. As they took their seats in the main hall, silence was prevalent, with neither knowing how to start to even tackle this problem. Chapter 1308, Picking Up the Pieces? Cao broke the silence with a weary tone. The heavenly rebirth lake is gone now that the reincarnation path was taken by Sword Sovereign back to Heavenly Sovereign. While it's true that Heavenly Sovereign is gathering the paths, he can't take them all. 6 are now stuck in the blackness Zhuo fan triggered when he escaped, including the emotion path he needs to remove the bewitching emotion Sovereign placed on him long ago. Kunpeng continued, "I assume this to be the reason behind his delay in coming after Zhou fan. He is afraid that exposing himself to a tainted heavens will infect his void path. But he also knows that 4 paths aren't enough to reach the supreme stage. He needs all 10 of them. That's why, while he struggles to get the other paths, we will strengthen our position while investigating the blackness as well. I shall look into the sea of blackness." "If I may, seniors," Long Jiu spoke up with some apprehension before these mighty beings. As Cao stated, we need to strengthen our position and can use anything that could give us even the most remote chance of defeating Heavenly Sovereign. At least, be of help and not some helpless burden when the fighting starts. That is why I wish to learn more about my purple lightning gold eyes nature and make wield it to the 12th heaven, if not closer to it, as I'm sure Miss Chower is capable of once she reaches maturity. Once the mortal domain's barrier collapsed, we learned the true reason behind our miserable circumstances. It is all due to a single man's obsession to rid this world of humans in a misguided attempt to cleanse heaven's will. The rush of spiritual energy made me believe I could attain the same heights as him, but that was in the beginning. Having Zhuo fan for my sworn little brother made me realize that power isn't everything, not without true understanding. The insight we gained when he triggered the sky to turn prismatic had helped, but that was a mere glimpse. To this end, I believe I speak on behalf of all of us, elders and sword kings, that we wish to know more about the powers of the sacred beasts that went into making the divine swords of the mortal domain. I have no doubt that even if our own paths differ from seniors or the sword sovereign that made the swords, gaining further insights into your powers will help us get one step closer to completing our paths, for having saint stage cultivation methods isn't enough to bridge the gap to the sovereign stage, or the sacred mountains would have done it ages ago. Dan Qingshen agreed wholeheartedly. Exactly. We all need to know where our strength comes from before we can adjust it to our own path and make it our own. We may not be of help in waking Zhuo fan up, but we can be ready for when he does and fight alongside him. We can't and won't end up like those 8 freaks Heavenly Sovereign tempted into abandoning their path. We will walk our own no matter how hard it may be. Xiao was put on the spot, stammering, the girl nervous, "I'm no teaching material. I don't even know how to guide children." Cao said, "Then I shall take the Qilin, Xiao, and the Sword Kings. With the help of Old Dragon, we shall bring the young sacred beasts to maturity. I'm sure the process will also be of help to the Sword Kings in experience our true power in the hopes of helping them complete their path to reach sovereign stage. While you could never become full sovereign so long as your roots draw from Sword Sovereign until he is defeated, I'm certain they could rise to the level, if not beyond, of Heavenly Sovereign's 8 lackeys. Speaking of Sword Child, the place where Sword Sovereign reached his path will be of help to you. As Juefan's demonic sword, your opponent will be Heavenly Sovereign's sword. I'll tell you its location. The people grew excited, finally having a plan instead of waiting for death. Luo Yunhai added, "We have a way forward now." "But what about father?" Xiaoer asked in worry. The mood once again turned dark. "We shall look after him." Luo Yunchang stood before all the girls that were there for him. "We've watched over him so far, and we're not going to give up any time soon. No matter how long it will take, we will never stop trying to bring him back to us." The girls all nodded with hard gazes, determined to do everything for Juefan. This common sentiment united the women and made them forego their jealousy as they realized he was everything to them. Every girl here wanted to be the sole object of his affections, but they came to understand that the other girls' love was no lesser than theirs. They were happy so long as Juefan was safe. And if he would grant them a place by his side, their lives would have found meaning. "And how do you propose to wake him?" "You've all tried by surrounding him with familiar faces, with loved ones, but it still didn't work," Kunping asked. Shui Ronghua spoke up, "Because this time is far more serious than what happened in Tianyu and with Chu Qingqing, I believe it will work if each of us make him relive our first meeting and the time spent together that sparked affection in us, and hopefully him. It is because it is a long process that I have not mentioned so far, being under constant threat that Heavenly Sovereign might come for us. But now that Heavenly Rebirth Lake is gone and our enemy is unable to come out, it at least bought us time for the strongest of us to bridge the gap with our enemy while the rest to help wake Juefan up. I know that it is a long shot, but we also believe it will work." Shengguan Qingyan agreed to her idea, as did the other girls. Chapter 1309, Love? I am only agreeing to this because there's no alternative. Strong emotions are too volatile and hard to grasp, even more so to instill into another. Kunping gave his opinion on the matter. Cao said, "Then we have no time to lose. In case you don't know, I am Heaven Sealing Cao. Those who wish to learn more of the power behind the Heaven Sealing Sword are welcome to join me and Sword Child. The rest of you will go with Old Dragon and Kunping." "If I may." A shy and young voice hesitantly spoke above the chatter as the meeting came to a close, though hardly anyone paid it any attention. And why would they? Anything important had already been mentioned in the meeting. It was its whole purpose, after all, to discuss matters of utmost significance to the clan. For anyone to draw attention now, of all times, meant the topic was either casual or treated negligible enough for the middle or lower management to handle. The voice, however, would not be denied. "Excuse me." The sudden snap of his voice finally drew the attention of everyone present as they made their way for the doors and eager to finally have a plan in tackling the biggest threat in existence, a sovereign. Their gazes looked back in reflex, open annoyance from the girls, curiosity by others, and calculative eyes by the 3 minds and leader. "What is so important yet equally insignificant for you to pick this particular moment to speak up?" Luo Yunhai demanded. "Well, it's been bugging me for a while now, and as everyone is present and in a better mood in weeks, I would like to ask young Miss Luo and the other misses a question." Kuei Gang flinched from the sudden undivided attention of the highest ruling power in the scared domain, but he was quick to redress his anxiety. "Yes?" Luo Yunchang signaled for him to go on. "How is it that Master managed to attract so many women of incredible position and character to his side, despite his heart only set on just one? I'm certain that there's no shortage of eminent figures in the Luo Alliance, even the Luo clan. So how is it that all of you are willing to stay by his side for centuries now? No matter how incredible one is, any love that might be born at first would taper off in the endless river of time." Kuei Gang grew more spirited as he spoke, like he was seeking the answer to life's meaning. The many, now powerful, top disciples of the ex-mortal domain's 4 lands clans now turned sect leaders nodded, along with the new generation of the former houses that set up the ground for the Luo alliance of today. It included Luo Sifan and her 2 lackeys, Long Jianshan and Xianyanyang. The elders stuck around despite knowing this matter was between the youths. They were curious to see the depths of Zhuofan's charisma, which brought so many different people to his side, not limited to only the opposing sex. The world had its seasonal and aged renowned leaders throughout the ages. Some raised empires, others conquering them, but like any leader or faction they lead, it never enjoyed constant growth as the Luo clan did under the guidance of its steward, Zhuofan. Maybe it was true what they say, avoiding the seat made one most suited for it, since one would be aware of what the seat entails, the good and the bad. Then again, some do it out of ignorance, comfort, or pure disregard for commitment. Integrity, for starters. Luo Yunchang declared with pride and worship in her eyes. Are you sure we're talking about the same person, Miss Luo? I think I speak for everyone here when I say there's not a more cunning, deceitful, sketchy, infuriating, obnoxious, stubborn, vile. Kuei Gang's exhaustive and quite apt description of his master earned a resounding nod from majority present. A disciple was rarely found to discredit their master. They would normally hold him in too much respect. This was the case as well, for Kuei Gang admired Zhuofan. After all, it was a fact his master used all these skills to rise above everyone else. The only ones sour were the girls, of course. Heinous, the poor kid didn't know when to quit. Enough. Luo Yunchang snapped at him, cutting his tirade short. By integrity I mean a man that stands by his principles and never breaks them. A man that has purpose and direction no matter how many stands in his way. Who among you can say the same? Her sharp gaze turned upon the younger generation, critical and disapproving. You'd still be killing each other over scraps of resources in the mortal domain if it weren't for him. Stabbing each other in the back. Lei Yuding added. Most of you bent the knee to catch the tailwind of his success in hope of achieving yours, while those still standing tall are here to glimpse upon the new world he could bring about. Shengguan Qingyan said. I'm sure that if it weren't for Zhuofan and his integrity, the word cut deep into some of the youths, making them stumble. Determination, more faltered under the verbal assault. And sheer will, now, none could meet Luo Yunchang's eyes. We would be settling for second best, if you or even us would have been around to meet. The last remark cut them to the quick, making their heart bleed as if it was cut to pieces, or maybe just their egos. In one fell swoop, she had managed to crush the self-respect of every young genius present, perhaps even traumatize them. Now that we've established why there's no one out there quite like Zhuofan, can we all return to getting him up and saving the world and you along with it? Tube Liener spoke with the conviction of a commander's daughter, making her old man proud. All's fair in love and war. The elders and leadership walked out happy. After all, they had their chance at romance before Zhuofan came along, with some even finding their significant other because of Zhuofan. As for the prominent youths of today, they shuffled out of the room with empty eyes and slumped shoulders. Chapter 1310, Back Home. Taoba Liener tucked Zhuofan back in bed as the rest of the girls watched with worry and heartache. Princess Yongning, the most naive and blunt of them all, blurted, "How are we going to do this? Should we draw straws on who goes first in reliving our first meeting? I can't wait to start." I'm sure applies to all my fellow sisters. The question is, how to make it both fair and acceptable to all of us. Shengguan Qingyan offered, "Let's go with cultivation. That always settles it." Of course you'd say that being the strongest here. I bet you wouldn't have the nerve to say it if Yu was here. Lei Yuding shot down the obviously biased proposal. Well, do you have a better idea, Miss Shadow? Qingyan teased. Lei Yuding huffed, "Don't call me that. I'm only doing my job among Shadow Corps to gather intel since I'm most suited for it. As for how to go about this, yeah, I do have a great alternative, far fairer than yours will ever be. We'll go by time spent together. That doesn't mean mutual love and you know it." Bearing Chu Qingqing, everyone here was given the same constant and infuriating cold shoulder in regard to our feelings, Taoba Liener said with exasperation and a little anger. The girls might have found common ground of kinship in Zhuofan's plight, but that didn't mean all their conflicts were resolved. All this helped was for them to start talking to each other and get to know one another better, in the hopes that their sisterhood would include all the girls if Fan would ever be taken in by one among them. Though, in some cases, it proved to be a trigger to their insecurity and worries. Would the object of their affection ever return their feelings? They had all tried, in their own way, to get closer to Fan. Unfortunately, it has always been a complete refusal from his part. That hurt more than anyone here would admit it. It was an open wound that could not heal, and being around other girls aiming for the same man was bound to send spark flying at some point or another. They all knew they would get hurt coming here, that it would be the hardest thing they could do, but they still loved him far too much to not be by his side. They naturally would be willing to do all they can to bring him back, even if it meant him being in the arms of another. None could forgive themselves if they didn't do at least this much for him. We should go in the order of our first meeting with him. Chu Qingqing's soft voice was followed by silence. They were all giving it some serious thought. It had nothing to do with cultivation, a person's talent in Tao, nor did it involve time together, be it out of necessity or want. It was a completely objective and fair proposal. Some grumbled being last, or after Chu Qingqing, since her time with Fan was long from the start. However, since this was the best option, they went with it. Despite the low chances, each was eager and hopeful their retelling of their first meeting would be the trigger to bring Fan back to the living, that it was their immense love that woke him up. It turned into an unspoken challenge among them. They would give their best and more to be the winner. They knew they needed to avoid anything that might come at the expense of Fan or these fellow sisters. They knew they were in this together for the long term. Currently, without much confidence in themselves, all they hoped for was to be able to stay around and get Fan to accept them no matter who he loved. Regardless of the winner. The girls focused on Luo Yunchang, since she was the very first to have met Fan. Technically, it was also she who had spent the most time with him since he had been born a servant in the Luo clan. Luo Yunchang regarded her fellow sisters, her voice thick with emotion. Let's go to Tianyu, where most of us met him. I believe the location will also help him bring him back. The other nodded and started packing. It didn't take long, both out of eagerness and the convenience of spatial rings. Through subsequent teleportation arrays, they were back in Tianyu in just a short couple of days, needing the rest of the week to get to Blackwind Mountain. Luo Yunchang spent the following week taking Fan through the same forest that almost ended up as the tomb for the Luo clan, back to Wingay City where he won his way into Veiled Dragon Pavilion's good graces to help rebuild the clan, as well as save her from a loveless marriage with Kai Shouting. Through it all, she had noticed some fidgeting and twitching from him, taking them as signs that he would soon be back and conscious. However, it never happened. It dampened her spirits as she walked back and supported Fan into the room the girls all shared on Blackwind Mountain. The girls felt her aura even before she entered, looking expectantly as she brought Fan in, but alas, it proved to be disappointing. Fan was still numb and unresponsive as before. Luo Yunchang wished from the core of her very being that he would wake up. She made sure to be as faithful to the original encounter as possible. But with so much expectation and energy given into this attempt, the failure proved just as crushing. While this encounter did not work, the other girls were there for her, encouraging her not to give up. All that mattered was that they would try and try again until they succeeded. Each of them was confident they would be the one to wake him up, especially since they heard Fan had some reaction from this. They were all eager to try for themselves at rousing him. Chapter 1311, Progress, and Not. The next to try was Lei Yuding, who Fan saved from a manipulative fiancé that was after her godfather's martial art back in Tianyu, driving Blackwind Mountain to crush the Luo clan. The attempt ended the same for her as it did for Luo Yunchang. The third would have been Chu Qingqing, but since she had no recollection of the simple days the two had spent in that shack back in Drifting Flower City, Yongning took the stage. In this way, all the girls took turns in giving their all to wake Fan up, for the Luo clan, for the people, for the world, and most of all, for themselves. Though aware the lives of humanity outweighed their selfish desire to have him back just to be with them, they couldn't break out of their base desire. Some even thought about just leaving the world behind and spending the rest of their numbered lives with him, despite the family and friends they would be leaving behind. However, they knew Fan would never do this, even if it was their wish. In the following months, while the girls never wavered in getting Fan to wake up, sometimes replaying the memory card over and over again, while others going for something radical, something involving one man and 6 girls, alone, at night. Anywho, while they were fighting for their future together, the elders, Sword Kings, Sacred Beast, and Sword Child were hard at work, training to be of some help when the situation required. A sharp flare of an aura broke out of a dark cave, shaking the mountain and cleaving the sky. The kid did it, he completed his path. He's inherited Sword Sovereign's humane sword path. Cao sat down near the cave entrance with eyes closed when he felt the surge of unmistakable power. Dan Shin rushed out with the other Sword Kings, looking excited beyond measure. Senior Cao, this is such an incredible place, a holy ground for sword cultivators. Despite the different paths we all tread, our roots lay in the sword and its symbol. Thank you for letting us experience such marvel. Haha, the last time I felt my cultivation growing every day was back when I was merely starting training centuries ago. I've never been so alive in my life. Shangguan Feixiong laughed at his progress. It's not just the sword aura left behind in the cave that helped, but having spent the last couple of months with Senior Kunpeng and Dragon Ancestor, watching them train Gu Santong and Xiaoer into maturing faster. The display of their individual and unique powers in its raw form helped us understand the tamed versions of the strength behind our sword arts, gleaned from the divine swords. Lumubai smiled. We could do with some wine to smooth over the process. My jars went dry after only 1 month of training. I can't function without my wine. Wine Sword Immortal complained. Lighten up, you old drunkard. Since the mortal domain is now part of the sacred domain, with a history spanning for millions of years, there's bound to be some super secret ancient wine legacy passed down just waiting to be discovered. Just go out there and find it. Dan Shin egged him. Wine Sword Immortal's eyes shone wilder than they had when he discovered this sword cave. He couldn't wait to find the best wine in the world. The Sword Kings and the others that trained in the 5 divine sword arts came over a couple months ago. They had learnt from Kunpeng of this place. They were tempted to come here from the start with Sword Child, but they had to know the powers behind their arts first before they could train it to higher levels. It wasn't enough just to gather power, for understanding it played a major role in their growth. The only one who stayed behind was Long Jiao, for he wielded the purple lightning gold eye. Luck played a great hand in acquiring it, first in the Lightning Canyon and then with Zhuo Fan's help in recovering it from an old enemy. As his purple lighting was undiluted through a sword art, he watches the sheer might and destructiveness of the purple lighting coming from Xiaoer. The second coming of the Thunder Phoenix, as it matured, helped him understand what was required to advance his purple lightning through the 12 heavens. While cultivation played a major role, it was not enough to unleash the strongest, 12th heaven purple lightning. It was born out of chaos when the sacred domain didn't exist. The wild and erratic forces happened to clash in a particular way, at a particular time, for the purple lightning to come into being, and Thunder Phoenix by extension. Cao was curious. Why didn't you stay longer with the others? A couple months isn't enough to gain full understanding of our unique powers. Even Sword Sovereign needed years, if not decades, to adapt them into divine swords. Dan Shin said, while it is true, Senior, that we would have to gain from learning of their nature, but we are sword cultivators at heart. And since time is of the essence, knowing that further understanding would take far longer, we judged it far faster for us to grow if we came here and see different aspect of the way of the sword unknown to us. Coupled with the saint arts we got from sacred mountains, we've all reached saint stage and pushing without stop to reach even greater heights. It wouldn't take long before we can become half-sovereigns and fight those 8 freaks. It will take time still for that to happen. Let's hope we have it. Cao asked. What about father? Has there been any news? Is he awake? Sword Child came out of the cave, his aura sharp and oppressive. The base of his power lay in the 5 divine swords and their powers fused together, But now, having a deeper understanding of the sword path, he could wield the apocalyptic sword to its full potential. He was confident that not even a sacred beast could be his match. The men fell silent at his question, a more than clear answer as to Zhuofan's state. There are no changes, and the odds look bleak. Then we'll just have to train harder until he wakes up. Sword Child found his resolve after a moment, turning to the other Sword Kings. Time for a spar. There's no better way to learn than practicing live. None looked even remotely happy about this, but they knew this would be of great help in integrating what they've discovered in the cave, so they resigned to their miserable fate. I promise I'll go easy this time. Sword Child's grin was anything but reassuring. Chapter 1312, Local Attraction. A year back, the sacred domain found itself with a giant black hole in its lands. It came out of the blue, erased a fifth of the domain, and it was here to stay. As with anything new, humans always exercised caution, if not downright paranoia. They avoided paying the ultimate sacrifice when testing the limits of this seemingly benign invasion of nothing. In the first month, the sacred domain got used to its new freeloader. Known figures from all factions got close to measure the impact it might have, good or bad. Conclusive tests have shown, through the ennobled self-sacrifice of the most heinous criminals, along with the reckless idiots fancying themselves heroes, any contact would lead to the blackness expanding. The two bodies would merge, all turning into black like tar, conforming to the interloper's shape. Throughout the following months, the interest in the foreign invader waned, reduced to a tourist attraction by day, and a dumping ground for the unsavory or power-hungry types. For if one glossed over the heavy loss of millions of acres of mines, forests, farmland, or perhaps potential spirit veins, naturally, they would come to the obvious conclusion on the only practicality this endless black abyss seemed to offer: wiping away any tracks. It was the cheapest and surest way to remove any and all evidence, tracking or otherwise, from oneself. In today's age, everyone has gotten their hands dirty. It was more about who had a knack to wipe away the grime that set them apart. Those that could would be hailed by the ignorant as leaders having the masses' best interest at heart. The sacred mountains were the best example. Their presence felt like the ever-watchful protector over its domain, ensuring no war would reduce it to rubble. However, they were the ones who ensured the cultivation gulf could never be bridged across. The 8 emperors, with their endless greed and paranoia of control, born out of fear that they would one day be replaced when the populace would birth a sovereign without their knowledge, naturally prevented others from rising. This public sentiment turned on its head the past years. One could trace the beginning to this change at Gambling Town, when the Nether Sea map was auctioned. Ever since, disasters kept happening one after another, beginning with the Emperor's War and ending in an anticlimactic war the rest of the sacred domain had against sacred mountains led by the Luo clan. Throughout all these happenings, mishaps, and incidents, the Luo clan had always come on top with impeccable response. Thanks to their most capable head steward Zhuofan, they saved the people in the Emperor's War by welcoming in demonic Emperor's lands. They outstripped the 3 paupers sacred domain had sent to deal with the increasing disappearance throughout the Emperor lands, and even solved this high-profile disaster. Though, the disaster was discovered to be nothing but the greedy act of demented emperors gone astray in their cultivation and reduced to nothing more than raving ghouls hungry for flesh. It went without question that the Luo clan had been the highest acclaimed ruler the sacred domain had ever seen since the time of the sovereigns, but they were more feared than respected or honored. Though, having an honorable and righteous clan head didn't hurt to boost their popularity. As for what the acclaimed and self-proclaimed ruler of the sacred domain did at the news of this unknown entity covering a fifth of the lands, it investigated, of course. Finding quickly how benign it was, it declared some tactful propaganda that abetted people's fear regarding safety and casualties due to it. It was fortunate as well that the lands overtaken weren't that populated, except for some isolated village or the other settlement that no one knew or cared. People tended to sleep better knowing that they and their family were safe. They could pity or snicker at the poor unfortunates later when they felt like it, and had the time to chat with like-minded folk. Out of public eye, however, the Luo clan knew the real cause behind the blackness from Sword Child. Which was why while they focused on getting their top experts even stronger, while their ladies tried waking their best chance at survival. They also ran a public campaign to further their already highly acclaimed influence in case they would need to rally all of the sacred domain against Heavenly Sovereign. They did that by rewarding those of exemplary conduct and loyalty with cultivation methods and generous resources, all the way to saint level, starting with their closest allies, of course. The people were ecstatic, mad with joy, and in a frenzy. It led to a sudden influx of do-gooders, at least on the surface, and a sharp spike in convicts. Since there were only so many cells to go around, they were dumped at the nearest disposal site, the blackness, especially the high-profile ones and the rogue ones. Such was the case today, with a town official appointed directly by the Luo clan standing before a crowd and conducting the 16th summary execution of the day. They had naturally guards on all sides to make sure nothing happened. People, we have before us the heinous Black Hand, accused and tried of murder of his own parents, friends. He had stolen from the town's storehouse. He is hereby sentenced to liquidation. The town officials droned, bored from doing it for so long as this had lost the flair it had at the beginning. Liquidation was the term that got around once the people witnessed how the blackness took someone over, looking as if it was sucking the victim dry and replacing it with nothing. Begin. With the official's last order, the guards dragged a frantic and ragged man, his cultivation sealed, ever closer to the edge of darkness. Stopping at 3 meters from it, they hoisted a screaming Black Hand by the clothes and threw him in. The scarce audience was glad to find a cease to the screaming. It had gotten on their nerves since the early hours of the day when the first case of today started. "What's that?" One bystander cried out, breaking the short silence, and drawing annoyed glares from the others and the town official. Their panicked and horrified expression painted a different story. Chapter 13:13, Panic and Hope. Is it me or is the darkness getting closer? I'm too young to be liquidated. An old woman let out a shrill cry as she made a run for it. The town official whipped his head at the blackness to see it gaining traction towards the guards who just threw the convict in, mere moments from taking them in as well. After a moment of shock, the guards sprang into action, flying away with their Spirit King cultivation. They ignored the town official trailing behind, who was staged below as he focused on bureaucracy to get his status. In the panic that followed, no one paid any attention beyond their own lives. Except the rare mother or father willing to face certain doom in attempt to save their child. After flying for a good hour, the initial panic cooled to a simmering terror as they looked back to find the blackness still not letting up. It was even gaining on them. All they could do was give their all in trying to get away, not knowing for how long or where they would find safety. Other people joined the exodus as each made a run for their lives, while many caught unaware were left as easy prey before the unstoppable blackness. Cities were swallowed, palaces were engulfed, nothing could stem the endless tide that was this entity's driving force. Not even Sword Emperor Sek's location, along with his lands. As the blackness finally showed signs of slowing down, the people realized with heavy hearts that now close to a third of the sacred domain, including Sacred Emperor's lands, were no more. The people were restless and the only ones they knew who to turn to, or against, was the ruling faction, the Luo clan. Many homeless and destitute cultivators assaulted the nearest Luo clan office, swarming it with wails, shouts, roars of pleas, indignations and demands. All the minor officials could do was hide behind the much stronger guards while sending their fastest to the Luo clan to request for help. The same happened in many other locations throughout the sacred domain, for even the people safe from the blackness grew concerned it one day would expand to the point it would take the entire sacred domain with them. In the midst of this global hysteria, the sky flared prismatic, shining as rainbow shades all over the land and its rivers, working in calming down the restless masses. All except the children sat down to cultivate then and there. A sovereign is born. Kuanping shuddered as he gasped in shock. This hasn't happened for millions of years. Why now of all times and how? What? Sword Child cried in mid-sparring with the others, thought there was hardly anyone standing, the others groaning on the ground. I thought I'm the next to be a sovereign. Didn't I complete the humane sword path? You did, and by all accounts should be one, but you must first dethrone the one who completed a similar path. There are only two ways for a sovereign to appear, by completing a unique path first, or by taking down the previous sovereign of a similar path. Kunpeng regained some of his calm as he explained. That's why I brought you here, to bring you as close as possible to Sword Sovereign's level and take him down, helping your father focus fully on Heavenly Sovereign. How are we supposed to find this new sovereign? Is he friendly? Or some hidden hermit for millennia? Sword Child blurted out question after question. I don't know. Let's wrap things up here first, then return to Luo clan and discuss with the others. Kunpeng offered and then glanced at the downed Sword Kings under a strange compulsion to sit down and focus on the prismatic sky. After the phenomenon ends and our friends finish their training, you should focus as well. But Sword Child was already doing that without his prompt, having gone through something similar when Zhuofan trained in the paths he inherited in the Nether Sea. In a familiar bamboo pavilion, with an iconic waterfall next to it, a youth of around 20 sat in complete focus. The odd frown that plagued him made the wonderful scenery freeze and jitter for the briefest moment, revealing hints of a barren wasteland and a missing left hand. I'm still having trouble centering myself. Curse that emotion sovereign and that reckless little brother of mine. The youth opened his eyes as the jittering calmed down and the waterfall resumed. Sword Sovereign bowed from behind. Should I just remove him? No, since the numerous attempts in getting the paths from that strange sea of blackness proved futile, my only hope of reaching supreme stage and cleansing the heavens will lays with Zhuofan still. Has his mind returned yet? Heavenly Sovereign turned to his sword. The man shook his head. Ever since the sacred beasts left with the Luo clan's elders, Zhuofan had stayed behind, surrounded by women taking him through many places. They would repeat the process every couple of weeks, but I see no changes. Impossible as it might seem, the sky turned prismatic, with Sword Sovereign crying out, "A sovereign is born? But how?" Ah, he did it. And by the feel of it, it's the path I need most. I just knew he would pull through. If there's one thing he can do is not fail all our expectations. Heavenly Sovereign grew ecstatic at the prospects of his plan finally being back on track. You mean? Sword Sovereign grew wide-eyed, voice trailing. Just now go pay the Luo clan a visit, before the sacred beasts make it back in time. I'm sure he will be most open to my idea, knowing that he triggered the end of sacred domain as we know it, with even us included in it. Heavenly Sovereign ordered. Chapter 13-14, Recovery. Yongning rubbed the sleep from her eyes and looked around the room, finally recalling she had slept while watching over Zhuofan. Looking over to the bed, she gasped finding him missing. "Zhuofan," she cried, her head darting everywhere. "Zhu," came a voice from the balcony overlooking the lands beyond Blackwind Mountain. "Let them sleep. I know you girls have been doing all you can to help me while ignoring your own health." Yongning lit up on the spot, the sleeping days forgotten as she rushed over to hug him. "Zhuofan, you're finally awake. We've all been worried sick." As she looked away from him for a moment, she noticed the sky wasn't what it used to be. Why is the sky rainbowy again? Did something bad happen? Last time everyone started cultivating, she trained her curious and doe eyes on him, clinging harder and unwilling to let go, out of fear this might be a dream. Zhuofan chuckled, "It's nothing you should worry about. Just take it as a good sign for what's to come." Zhuofan. A tearful voice broke the mood, looking over to find Luo Yunchang in tears as she approached, shaking all over from the overwhelming joy and relief. "Yun, I'm back and I'm here to stay." Zhuofan smiled reassuringly. "You never called me that. Does that mean?" His words opened the young Miss floodgates, having her wishes come true after so many years of longing and pain at seeing him go every time, her attempts brushed aside more times than she could count. She jumped into his arms, crying harder than before. The commotion woke the other girls, and they all surrounded him, happy to see him up and walking. As the moment passed, the girls took furtive glances, their eyes darting all over the place, unsure if their feelings would be accepted or whether Chu Qingqing would agree to welcome them as well. It was a nerve-wracking moment, feeling like their lives would be decided with one word from the object of their affection. Zhuo Fan stared into the distance, at the rising dawn among the prismatic glowing clouds, his mind and heart clearer than ever. I always knew you all cared much about me, but I never realized your feelings run so deep. I thought being with Chu Qingqing was all I needed, but then I experienced pain like no other, pain so strong it went beyond that of the body, and I've had my share of torture, believe me. He chuckled. Watching Yu and Shuang'er sacrifice themselves to save someone like me made me aware how much I cared about you all as well. I just never stopped to think about it before, but seeing you looking after me day in day out, trying everything you could think of to bring me back, even reliving our meetings, Shui Ronghua gasped, you knew about that? But wasn't your mind closed off? We thought you'd suffered the same way Sister Qingqing had, but worse. We have tried anything we could think of, with even the sacred beasts taking you to the heavenly rebirth lake, although it was in ruins. Zhuo Fan touched her cheek, making her blush at the tenderness. For a time I was, but as you all gave so much in looking after me, it slowly helped me connect to my senses, to see and hear everything around me, despite being unable to respond. Some of your reenactments of our first meetings were funny, seeing you try so hard. I was all so touching. Shangguan Qingyan grew hard at his words. If our feelings got to you, why couldn't you wake up? Why were you locked in your own body? And why now, of all times, did you happen to get up? Have you noticed the sky? Zhuo Fan grinned. Why are there so many colors? This isn't natural. She gasped. Since she only came to the sacred domain after the mortal domain's barrier collapsed, she didn't know the implications of this phenomenon. A sovereign is born through completing his path. Zhuo Fan held his head high, hinting at something here, but the girls were just too out of it to read into his explanation. Do I have to spell it out? Sigh, women. Look, I completed the emotion path, so I've become a sovereign. He spilled it out, seeing fishing for compliments didn't work. They're not as impressionable as Elder Li and the others. You what? The girls gasped. I've completed it halfway in my coma. Actually, having gone through such terrible loss and the past joy in the scheming demon sect helped me experience the whole range of emotions. As to why I only woke up now, it'll soon become apparent. Let's not spoil the moment. He gave them a sagely look, like he knew everything that was happening and was about to happen. Zhuo Fan, I'm sorry. I'm glad to know you're all right. I'll be leaving now. Chu Qingqing went from overjoyed to downcast, shuffling away after hearing he was fine. A hand grabbed her before she could make a step. I don't blame you for what happened, none of us here do. Zhuo Fan stared into her eyes, his tone calm. But if I didn't get captured, if you hadn't come to save me, Sister Yu and Shuang'er might still be alive. Chu Qingqing sobbed. It could have been any one of us, sister. Shui Ronghua comforted. The other girls hugged her together as she cried harder, finally dispelling this huge guilt she had been feeling all this time. Zhuo Fan spent the next days with the girls, following all their requests, no matter how silly or childish, wanting to look after them as they did for him, even when he was too stubborn to see it. Though the vacation was short-lived, for the sacred beasts, sword kings, elders and sword child rushed back after sensing his recovery. Dragon Ancestor was the first to explode. Punk, you left me there to rot. Easy now, senior. That was all tactics. I had to scout the sacred domain first so I could better plan your arrival and drive a decisive blow against Heavenly Sovereign. Look at the result, didn't it all work out in the end? Zhuo Fan grinned. Humph. The old dragon was still miffed. Kuanping shouted, thank the heavens you're back, Zhuo Fan. But now we have even worse problems. Not only we have no idea what Heavenly Sovereign is after, since 6 paths are locked behind the Sea of Blackness, we now find out that it's expanding and taking over while we have a new sovereign among us. 5. Zhuo Fan's reply came with a smirk. What? Kuanping was taken aback, needing to blink a few more times to calm down and get over his anxiety. I see. And he laughed. The others also noticed the changed air around Zhuofan and put two and two together. They cheered, thinking everything will be settled with a sovereign on their side, despite him looking to now have a cultivation in the foundation establishment stage. They had been around Zhuofan for so long that they knew what it meant. But then Cao spoke gravely, "What about the supreme stage? You can't reach it without your past lives' memories." Chapter 13-15, Way Forward. Having woken up, I remember bits and pieces. Now it all makes sense why Heavenly Sovereign kept calling me little brother. I thought it was a weird kink of his, rubbing me off the wrong way. Thank the heavens it's not. Zhuofan joked. Kunpeng cheered. It's true what they say, every disaster is a blessing in disguise. Guess the heavy loss must have taken you so deep that it accessed your past lives' memories. Zhuofan smiled, not bothering explaining. Dad, what did you mean by 5 paths? Weren't there 6 left in the sea of blackness? Gu Sentong asked. Oh, little Sanzi, you're all grown up now, I see, and Xiaoer too? The two no longer looked like teens, but fully grown adults, brimming with power. Gu Santong had rugged looks, befitting his wild temper, while Xiaoer more outstanding and charming, catching everyone's eyes, a beauty to die for. As you're all aware, the Sea of Blackness, or the Destruction Path, is a result of the combined 10 paths, the road to the supreme stage. Since I've gambled such an attempt while Heavenly Sovereign was after my life, the paths I got to do a preliminary fusion were then prepped to join together. Not to mention, Heavenly Sovereign tried blocking the backlash from my hasty attempt, further pushing them together, which unleashed this Sea of Blackness. Now, after all this time, the emotion path was the first to succumb and fuse with it, triggering its expansion. It is why I became a sovereign, with the death of one path and the birth of another, no matter how similar. Zhuofan finished. You're saying the other paths will dissolve as well and it is taking down sacred domain with it? How much time do we have? Kunpeng asked. I can't say for sure, but not long. Maybe a couple of years at most. But since the paths fused already, it will only speed up the process if others to joined as well. Zhuofan stated like it was a topic over a brunch. Why are you so calm about this? The old dragon snapped. You have a plan, don't you, kid? Cao stared hard. Zhuofan grinned. In a manner of speaking. Don't keep us waiting, spit it out. Dragon Ancestors Fuse was running shorter than ever. All in good time. But first, we'll have to get Sword Child ready. We'll be having an uninvited guest soon. Zhuofan smirked. Sword Child looked puzzled, as did the others. You will be fighting against the 5 sacred beasts by yourself? Zhuofan declared. All right, father. Sword Child looked shaken up, not quite sure if he was up to go against all of them, but if Zhuofan believed in him, then he would try. I'm all for training, but this ludicrous. Gu Santong grumbled. Just trust me on this. Zhuofan held his shoulder. The rest stood back as the 5 sacred beasts and Sword Child took to the sky in another, more remote area, to avoid any accidents. Sword Child took deep breaths while the sacred beasts surrounded him. Time's up. The first to strike was Dragon Ancestor, unleashing a full-powered fireball, not much different from the one Zhuofan used to wipe out a top sect in Western lands. Sword Child reacted by flicking his hand, sending a searing sword wave to cancel the fireball in a flashy explosion that cracked the sky. The other beasts got into it too, with each sending purple, azure, blue and red attacks, all at the same time. Sword Child panicked under the assault, choosing to take on the red and purple on his nigh-invincible body while countering the azure and blue attacks, since they came from Cao and Kunpeng, owners of powers that harmed the soul first and foremost. The first time he was lucky to escape unharmed, but he couldn't stop shaking from Gu Santong's brutal assault. As the fighting went on, he got pushed back time and time again. Enough! Sword Child lashed out and used the apocalyptic sword without restraint, no longer caring if the beasts could take it or not. The sudden black attacks of Thunderflame took the sacred beasts by surprise, with neither able to take one on by themselves. They had no choice but to work together. Whoa, that was too close. Gu Santong wiped his brow, recalling the same thing happening when he fought Sword Child the first time, only this time, it was far more powerful. With the table turned, Sword Child went wild now, lashing out with stronger and stronger slashed in every direction, varying his attacks by manipulating the thunder flame to take on all kinds of shapes. It changed from blades, to whips, to fireballs, driving the beasts tighter together. Even Cao was having a hard time coping, and his power could seal everything in theory. That should be enough. How do you feel? Juefan appeared out of nowhere before Sword Child's last sword wave to flick it off to the side, letting it disintegrate some nameless mountain and casting a dark shadow on his face. It took a moment for Sword Child to snap back out of fury, blinking at a loss how his attack just got mitigated like nothing. Fine? Great, let's take a rest before our guest arrives. Then you can go all out to your heart's content, which I'm sure it would be even better than dealing with these 5. Juefan glanced at the exhausted sacred beasts. I knew Sword Child's power has improved, but I didn't think it could take on all 5 beasts so easily. The fused powers of the sacred beasts isn't a joke once controlled. Juefan could feel his hand throbbing from dismissing the attack, playing it cool to look stronger than he was. They all went to the Luo clan, meeting Luo Yunhai and the rest, discussing further in the main hall while Sword Child rested. They were all filled with joy to find Juefan back among them, knowing everything would be all right as long as he was on their side. Juefan, Heavenly Sovereign wants a word with you. A man appeared in the hall without anyone noticing. Chapter 13:16, Sword Sovereign. You're finally here, Sword Sovereign. For a second there, I thought Heavenly Sovereign changed his mind, but we both know that if he's fixated on cleansing heavens will for millions of years, he's sure to stick with it for millions more. Juefan grinned. Sword Sovereign blinked, finding something changed in him. The last time, he saw this man at Heavenly Sovereign's complete whim. Now, his confidence was off-putting. That means you know why I'm here. Are you going to follow with Heavenly Sovereign's wishes, or will things have to get ugly? Before that, I think you have a score to settle with Senior Cao. Juefan smirked. Tai Jianxin, you're finally showing yourself. I considered you a friend. Why did you attack me? Cao's eye stung at the memory of his betrayal. Loyalty stands above all else. All I can say is sorry. When you trained your path with me, you said it was a human sword path, while leaving heavenly sword path behind. So, I found someone for you, one that achieved the path you trained in that cave. Patting Sword Child's shoulder, Cao taunted, heavenly sword path against the human sword path, which is stronger, which is weaker. You must be eager to know the result. Go ahead, give it a try. Is it your sword path your heart created stronger, or the sword path you learned by Heavenly Sovereign's side? Sword Child held a pitch-black long sword pointing it forward. I am a demonic sword, you, a heavenly sword. Before the showdown between Dad and Sword Sovereign, we will settle our fight. Haha, there can only be one who can wield the sword path. Since we're both sword path sovereigns, our fight is inevitable. Sword Sovereign shot for Sword Child. Sword Child flew forward as well, and the two swords met thousands of times in a blink. The two pulled back and explosions cracked the sky, leaving black holes. Even the stars and sun were gone. One unleashed blinding and searing attacks with his white sword, while the other held total destruction at his fingertips through his apocalyptic sword. The landscape was changed around them from the sheer magnitude of the battle, with black and white fires spread as far as the eye could see. It was a miracle the world didn't end then and there. After the warm-up, the two went for ranged attacks, unleashing sword waves in endless amounts. But seeing as the attacks were just cancelled out, they went for an old-fashioned melee, using their brawn as well as skill to dodge and attack at a moment's notice while gliding through the other's assaults. Sword Child came charging with an overhead swing, to which Sword Sovereign sidestepped, swinging his own white sword for his opponent's neck. Sword Child leaned his head back. The white sword wave taking a few strands of hair as it shot into the air, leaving a rend from one end of the horizon to the other. He used the momentum to do a roundhouse kick, forcing Sword Sovereign back, But he seemed to have forgotten that Sword Child was a sovereign weapon in body. He could unleash sword waves not just from his hands, but legs as well. It caught Sword Sovereign off guard as the black wave slammed him into his chest and buried him into some nameless mountain. Sword Sovereign came out of the rubble looking no worse for wear, with a smile on his face as he jumped back into the fray. The only ones who could perceive the constant shift of battle were the sacred beasts and Zhuofan, with the Sword Kings only making out bits and pieces when they slowed down as their swords clashed for the briefest of moments. The sacred beasts looked on with worry, despite feeling for themselves the new power of Sword Child. The only reason they remained calm was because of Zhuofan's casual smile, as if this battle was a foregone conclusion, a mere formality to prove his insight. It baffled them what could have given him so much confidence despite the savage battle happening above them. To the others, it defied all logic, more so than the power they witnessed back in the mortal domain from the undisputed strongest man, Invincible Sword. As the incessant booms cracked the air and blasted the eardrums of the weaker Luo clansmen, some pattern began to emerge. While the thunder flame and the white power waned with time, it soon became apparent the white side was losing momentum faster than the other. After one particularly muffled bang, the two figures reappeared in the eyes of the major audience, standing far apart. While Sword Child huffed in exhaustion, Sword Sovereign was down to one knee and his lone arm bleeding. Sword Sovereign smiled. "You have won. You are now the Sword Sovereign. Why did you let me win? You had plenty of chances to finish me off. Why didn't you take them?" Sword Child looked in confusion. "You could have beaten me if you just went all out from the start." Sword Sovereign turned to Cao. "He's here." Zhuofan spoke, drawing confused looks from the rest. "Sword Heart." A cold voice echoed from all around and a golden eye appeared in the sky. "You still chose the human path?" Kunpeng fell back in shock. "Heavenly Sovereign? What is he doing here? I thought he can't come out because of the bewitching." "Heavenly Sovereign, I owed it to Cao from back then. I did not betray you. I only lost to the human sword path I understood before. I just knew your sword path isn't a pure heavenly sword, or else he couldn't have controlled your sovereign path all those years ago. That's why I didn't let you guide those 8 fools even with your almighty sword path. I made the right choice." Sword Sovereign shuddered and got flung into the sky, towards the eye. Cao reached him in time, grabbing his hand. "Tai Jianxin, tell me the truth. What do you mean by returning the favor?" "I am Heavenly Sovereign's heavenly sword. I can never betray him. All I could ever do was pass my path. It's up to heaven if he can combine the 10 paths." And he glanced over at Zhuofan. He sent a sword energy from his finger and pushed Cao back. Sword Sovereign was absorbed in the huge eye as he smiled. "Brother Cao, goodbye. I hope you won't be destroyed with the world. Tai Jianxin." Cao roared, his eyes shaking as Sword Sovereign was swallowed along with his path. Chapter 1317, Cooperation? "I don't see your goons around to do your bidding. Have you grown tired of them, or you just like being alone as usual, big brother?" Zhuofan smirked. Heavenly Sovereign's eyebrow twitched at the appellation, soon regaining his calm, yet strained, smile. Well, look who decided to wake up. I'm curious though, how did you regain your past lives' memories when you had no heavenly rebirth lake to aid in the process? Though I must say, adversity has always suited you, little brother. Just look at you, a full-fledged sovereign. Granted, it did take you millions of years, give or take a couple thousand years, and for all other sovereigns to die beside me. Still, you pulled it off in the end. But only to always end up in the wrong path. As for the garbage, I had to do some spring cleaning since they were useless against your growing little posse, not that it would change anything. Regarding your question, that's for me to know and you to find out." Zhuofan gave a cryptic and insufferable reply, further irking the strongest being in the world with that cocky grin. "Enough hokum. We'll talk more important matters over a game of Go, like we used to, away from the buzzing crowd." Heavenly Sovereign lost his patience, flying away. "Don't, Zhuofan." Chu Qingchang begged. He must be here to finish what he started last time. Her voice quivered from recalling his tortured body barely holding on. Zhuofan kissed her forehead, making her grip on him tighten. It's fine. He could have done that from the start if he wanted to. His gaze turned grave as he looked at the sacred beasts. Besides, we have bigger things to worry about now, don't we? Heavenly Sovereign knows of the expanding sea of blackness and that it would only be a matter of time before even we would fall prey to it and sacred domain would be no more. It would do no one any good if our conflict end in both of us losing. It's why he is here, risking the bewitching's corruption of his path by walking out of his domain. If we don't get someone to reach the supreme stage before the sea of blackness swallows up the sacred domain, then all will be for nothing. Now, he just wants to talk, hoping to deal with this before we resume old hostilities. Just be careful. Luo Yunchang hugged him with warm eyes, followed by the other girls. Have you forgotten who I am? Zhuofan smirked as he flew away. It's because we know that we worry, Qingqing whispered to herself. Zhuofan spotted the same mirror moon cottage Mirage Heavenly Sovereign was so fond of and took a seat opposite from him, the go board set for their match. Careful, big bro dash, ugh, I can't do this, I'm not your little brother, but Zhuofan. He began, only to shed all pretense and be back to his old self. I might have lived that life, but that's not who I am, not anymore. We're finally being our true selves. Heavenly Sovereign said with a smile. Funny you should say that. Zhuofan followed with a smirk. Heavenly Sovereign frowned as he placed a white piece on the board. You know why I'm here and you also know I won't be leaving here without it. The world is now at stake, not just your humanity but the heavenly will and myself. We need a supreme stage expert to deal with the mess you caused. That was my bad, but you can't blame me for trying to survive. That's what happens when you push someone into a corner. And let's not forget your part in it. Zhuofan smirked. Which is why I risked venturing out of my domain, letting that accursed emotion sovereign's bewitching corrupt further. Heavenly Sovereign was finding it hard to regain his calm ever since he lost his arm. Things won't go as you'd want them to. You must clearly see that what you're doing will be your own undoing. But I know simple words won't ever change your mind, or we wouldn't be here talking about it again after millions of years. Zhuofan said. We both know why I'm here, and I see, Heavenly Sovereign glanced at the board and saw them both matched, that you begin to understand what I'm after too. So, give me what I've come for so we can save the sacred domain. Zhuofan sighed. Here, and passed a prismatic glow from his hand to Heavenly Sovereign like he was passing salt, dropping his cultivation to half sovereign. I know, Heavenly Sovereign froze with a white piece in hand. He was still in mid-speech, to convince Zhuofan about the greater good and all that spiel in attempt to get him to play his game. This move took him by complete surprise, to say the least. You're giving it to me just like that? Heavenly Sovereign was skeptical. You don't want it? Zhuofan smirked, but the others snatched it on the spot. Figured as much. You see, began Zhuofan, we both know what we need to do. It's because there's no way around it and that it works in both groups' favor. So why bother wasting time with pointless speeches and appeal to reason? Why bother with such convoluted and equally idiotic attempts at getting me to agree? I for one don't want to sit for a lecture. Just accepting the truth is so much easier and freeing. I will also need your demon transformation art. Zhuofan grunted and coughed blood as he asked, offering the art he'd been training for centuries like it was some useless object gathering dust in a basement somewhere. This isn't right. Why did he give up so easily? He never gives up, ever. In all his lives he struggled till the end. The only times he is calm about it is when death is a certainty, or he has everyone playing in the palm of his hand. But what could he possibly do when he has no power, when he gave it up willingly? Having got what he wanted, Heavenly Sovereign finished the game, with both sides looking even still. He was going to go back to his domain and think this through, as well as fuse the 5 paths. Maybe insight towards the supreme stage will help him skip the other 5 and reach it faster. Before you go, know that cleansing the world is nothing similar to what you're envisioning. Zhuofan wheezed, blood leaking from his mouth. We shall see. Until the next phenomenon. Heavenly Sovereign flew away and the Mirror Moon Cottage twisted to reveal a simple shack in the woods. Yes, we shall. Zhuofan smiled, placing one last black piece and turning the tide of the game to his side in crushing victory. Chapter 13-18, Vacation. Zhuofan carries himself with difficulty, wobbling back to Luo clan, looking ragged and weary. Kuanping gasped in fright at his weakened state, hardly better than a cripple, but saw something in his steeled gaze. You knew how this meeting was going to play out, so why did you still go through with it? Are you trying to allow Heavenly Sovereign to win? Everyone was panicking, thinking that their renewed hope got crushed before they could take a stand. Everything is going swimmingly. Zhuofan's attitude shifted from his previous warm and thoughtful actions, showing a harrowing bloody smile. Let's get you back inside and rest for now. We'll think about this later when you're healed. You're barely standing as it is. Luo Yunchang was frantic. Oh, now's time for some good ol' fun. Zhuofan grinned from ear to ear as he turned to the startled girls with some creepy hand motions any old perv would know their meaning from a mile away. This isn't the time for that. Lei Yuding, the slowest to get away, cried out in embarrassment. Aren't you supposed to be saving sacred domain from extinction? How can you do that if you're about to drop dead? She shrank, defending her sensibilities as Zhuofan's hands inched nearer. As he was about to grab her, she closed her eyes, mortified from being seen like this by everyone she knew and worked with. Even the clan head was watching for crying out loud. Tag, you're it? Zhuofan bopped her nose and skipped away, laughing all the while. Ugh, that insufferable punk. Lei Yuding raged, shooting after him with all she had in her anger, catching Zhuofan easily as he was far too weak. In bed now. On the way to his room, he slipped out of his grasp, leaving the girls baffled. They all ran all over the place trying to pin him down, while also refraining from using too much strength and worsening his condition. As minutes passed, the close calls of getting caught soon turned to never even catching a trace of him, making the girls slowly use more of their cultivation to get him, but even after 10 minutes, there was no catching him. What was baffling, he seemed to be even livelier by the second. Seeing him jumping and laughing around, the girls got into it, thinking he wasn't in that worse a state. While he was having the time of his life, one short-tempered dragon was finding it increasingly annoying, unable to take this sudden and incomprehensible shift in demeanor. Moments ago, he was sappy and corny with the girls, and now he was playing around like there was no tomorrow. And by the looks of things, there wouldn't be if things continued like this. It was no different with him unconscious or awake at this point. That's enough. He launched a fireball that Zhuofan barely dodged it. The attack was slow on purpose. Get him, for heaven's sake. We need him to rest if we want to stand any chance at beating Heavenly Sovereign while we're still alive. At Dragon Ancestor's furious prompt, the other experts joined in to catch Zhuofan. The Sword Kings and the Elders gave their best to catch him while also going easy not to make it worse, but it was only a repeat of his game with the girls, with Zhuofan laughing and chuckling like a child. None could truly get a good hold of him. He just always slipped away right when they thought they had him. Stand still, you monkey. You think this is a game? Dragon Ancestor's temper got the best of him and unleashed a full-powered attack hitting him head-on, even turning into a dragon as a result. Oh no! He realized his mistake too late. There was no sight of Zhuofan, even in the aftermath of leveling everything in sight. Over here, Scaly. What else did you think this is? Of course it's a game, one giant sandbox, and we're its toys. Zhuofan appeared lounging on the dragon's snout, giving the dragon a headache as he tried crossing his eyes to see his taunting smirk. Arg! Get the hell of me! He and Zhuofan played cat and mouse, albeit a far more dangerous one. One slip and he would be a goner. The others watched anxiously, picturing the worst, but their fears never came true. Now no one tried joining in, not wanting to go out in a literal blaze, glory or otherwise. Yes, of course. Dan Qingshun gasped, coming back from his thoughts. The world is a playground, and we are its byproducts, bound by its limits and laws. Only by understanding its limits can we hope to break free of its restrictions. That's cultivation, going against the world's limits. Someone gets it. High five, Shin. The Sword King raised a reluctant hand and felt someone tapping it, despite Zhuo Fan's voice being heard from a mile away. Got you now. And here came Dragon Ancestor's fireball, forcing everyone to scatter for their lives, with Sword Child forced into intercepting it before there would be any collateral. Dan Qingxin, however, sat cross-legged then and there, his power growing as did his path, with his aura changing in a bizarre way. The sky above him was warping, as if undecided if it should strike him down or welcome him. I see. Kunpeng surmised, having watched Zhuo Fan bounce around like a child for the better part of the day. He is actually using Child Sovereign's elusive dodging skill born from his path. He's going after another path. Can he do that? Cao asked. I thought a human can only form one path in their life. I don't know the details, but it seems like he can. Kunpeng replied. We'll need to wait for him to stop the game before we can ask him. It's also helping him recover not just his cultivation after what Heavenly Sovereign did to him. It's beyond anything I've seen. Only when everyone grew tired did Zhuo Fan stop, declaring, it's time for a vacation. The experts groaned at his whimsical persona, not getting him at all, while the girls' mood slightly cheered up, thinking they would get some more time with him. If this was going to be their end, having the last few moments with him would be best. After all, weren't vacations usually among couples, or lovers in this case? We'll ask him after he comes back then. Kunpeng changed his stance, not wanting to stop Zhuo Fan from what he was doing. He knew there was a method to this madness, thought he couldn't see it. Chapter 1319, Mindset. When is he getting back? It's been a month now. Dragon Ancestor tapped his foot harder and harder, cracking the polished marble of the meeting hall. The other experts had shown great progress thanks to the recent prismatic event, with Dan Qingxin exceeding everyone's expectations. He could hold his own against a sacred beast now. Do you know of any time that Zhuo Fan was random in his actions? He asked the others. Yes. Everyone replied. More times than we can count. Dan Qingxin blinked and changed his question. But do you know of any time that his randomness wasn't part of a bigger plan? That had everyone silent, proving he was right. We just have to believe that he would come through like he had so many times before, despite his erratic behavior. In fact, being erratic shows that he's back to his old self and with a plan in motion. Dan Qingxin added. All any of us can do now is learn from it. It has helped me a lot, and it can do the same to all of you. Don't we all wish to find our paths? To go beyond? We will find no better guidance than in Zhuo Fan. Senior is right. Brother Zhuo has his own challenges that we can never understand, but we can support him when he needs us most. We must look beyond what is deemed as the norm and pierce through the underlying reason. That is how I believe it will help us grow, as it did with Senior. Luo Yunhai declared. The door creaked open, and Zhuo Fan entered with the giggling girls, now much happier than ever before. Speak of the devil. Dragon Ancestor grumbled. Have you finally decided to give us the time of the day? You don't expect me to look for you at night, do you? I don't swing that way. Zhuo Fan grinned and earning a few chuckles as well as Dragon Ancestor flaring his nostrils. Now that we've lightened the mood, I'm coming from another meeting with Heavenly Sovereign, having given over Child Sovereign's path. Zhuo Fan said. Is that why you've been like a child for the past month? Couldn't you have told us something? Kunpeng asked. A person's path isn't just about principles. Mindset is key as well. One has to have a certain way of looking at things to walk his path, to say nothing of understanding another person's. That is a toil in and of itself. I did not say anything before, because I wished for all of you to see something and learn from it, as Dan Qingxin did. Zhuo Fan nodded at the Sword King. A straight answer will always fail to grasp the truth you reach yourself, with your own path. Why then do you just go along with Heavenly Sovereign's demands? You know as anyone here that he will just kill all of humanity after the Sea of Blackness crisis is over. He won't change his mind, ever, Cao asked. I know, but it never hurts to try. Zhuo Fan smiled. As I'm now living up to the legacies the past sovereigns entrusted me with, I have to be alone for a while. Entering a new mindset is taxing and potentially dangerous as it can make me forget who I am. How will you know you'll succeed? Just because you've done it once, doesn't mean it will work all 10 times. You could be stuck in one for all we know. Dragon Ancestor complained. The only way to prove it is if the prismatic phenomenon will reappear, so long as said paths were absorbed by the sea of blackness, but we can all agree that none wants to see that happen. In case it does, Yunhai, be sure to get the people clear from the blackness immediate vicinity while also announcing our actions to counter this expansion. I will, Brother Zhua. Stay safe. The clan head nodded. Can't we come as well? Chu Qingqing asked shyly. Oh. The past month was all right because we had fun and learned to live a little, in tune with the path I was grasping. Zhua Fan shook his head. Farewell for now. Zhua Fan closed the door to the main hall, leaving the Luo clan leadership in an uncomfortable silence. I'm entering seclusion until the next prismatic event. Dan Qingshan walked out as well. I suggest you do the same. Be prepared to make the most of it. The Luo clan looked after the sacred domain in the meantime, posting guards at a very healthy distance from the edge of the Sea of Blackness, not wanting a repeat of the first expansion. Knowing that it would grow with absolute certainty, they got the people to move from its path, assuring them that it was just a precaution and that they were dealing with it. In the case of Zhua Fan, he didn't rush to complete the sovereign paths he inherited, while he didn't tarry either. The hardest thing a man could do was change, especially if that change was fundamental. He needed to clear his mind of the previous mindset before he could jump over to the next. There was the reason there hadn't been a new sovereigns in millions of years. Yet now, he was attempting to get all 10 paths to completion in less than a year. To say it was hard was an understatement. If there was one thing that gave him assurance this was going to work, that was the true self-art he got from his master back in the scheming demonic sect. It had never failed him. The deeper he trained in it, the more he understood about himself and the world. Chapter 1320, Demonic Path. It was a daunting task to be sure, trying to complete 10 paths in such a short time when even one would take ages, if not eons, on a normal basis. But, from the start, nothing about this was normal. Heavenly Sovereign's thirst for a cleansed world, whatever that meant, was a project of gargantuan size and length bound to have unforeseen and disastrous consequences. On the other hand, following the other sovereign's wishes in opposing the annihilation of the human race, as Zhua Fan knew, it was no picnic either. Fortune was with him, or misfortune. He went through highs and lows and everything in between, with the culmination of losing Yuyu and Shuang. It brought about insight into the emotion path, however short-lived it was. The child sovereign's path came next, but even that he didn't feel like it was much of a challenge, since he liked to toy with people and twist the facts to suit his needs. All he had to do this time around was just follow his whims, while leaving anything devious, convoluted, and downright murderous out of the picture. While letting go wasn't easy by any means, having had his mind locked in his body, aware yet unable to act, helped re-evaluate his situation more times than he could count. Next up on the list, while he was after the easy paths, would be the demonic path 9 serenities completed, which was now with Heavenly Sovereign. He gave the child sovereign's path over without a fuss, knowing he could achieve it again, having done so already. Now he went with a path Heavenly Sovereign had because he knew the final showdown would be anything but sunshine, rainbows, and a friendly handshake. Having spent most his life walking the demonic path, he understood more than anyone that everyone had their demons, whether one was aware of them or not. Perhaps this was the basis of the righteous faction's slogan, purging evil and vanquishing demons. In times of old, the righteous cultivators had noble pursuits of conquering their own demons first and achieve their path, spreading kindness and offering help unsolicited. But as with anything given enough time, there would always be changes, in this case twisted to suit the individual's needs, turning into the mainstream hypocritical catchphrase shouted by many misguided zealots. Or maybe that was how it's ever been. In all my past lives, I've yet to meet a time when one had genuine thoughts of practicing what they preach instead of looking for excuses to better their station. Looking for a quiet and remote place he could focus on the arduous task at hand, countless thoughts ran through his mind. Can I pull it off? Can I beat Heavenly Sovereign? Can I save the Luo clan? Would I ever find true peace? But he soon shook all the doubts and insecurities away, since no amount of delaying would ever solve the problem. Contrary to popular belief, a problem wouldn't go away given enough time. It was more prone to take you down with it instead. As he sat down in a cave he found a few mountain ranges off from the Luo clan, he focused on the bits and pieces of his past lives, courtesy of the true self-art. It would seem there was nothing this art couldn't do, so long as he stayed true to its practice. While his surface cultivation regressed, his other aspects had to gain from the truth he was exposed to of the world and himself. It proved to be a boon in forming the child sovereign's path as well. No matter how one looked at it, 1 month was hardly enough to complete it, which was why he relied on his past lives' memories of when he was a child, free and happy to do whatever he wanted with an innocent glee. Now, he was taking advantage of it to complete the demonic path, an insurance against Heavenly Sovereign he was sure to help soon. The demonic path was what 9 serenities completed. It was all about reading the hearts of humanity and taking in the good and the bad, while also working on removing any qualms, resistance, and disgust one might have regarding any aspects of it. It was the awareness that humans were capable of anything. They could be saints, but also monsters in disguise. The biggest help was the trials and thought processes he went through throughout his past lives, giving him a subjective and objective view of how things were. It helped him see aspects he missed, ignored, or was blinded to. Even his want to beat Heavenly Sovereign came into question. All had to be answered and understood on the base level to complete this path. The process was anything but easy, taking days and nights stuck on simple concepts like why he wanted the Luo clan and everyone he knew to survive. The answer might come easy, but knowing wasn't enough. He had to also believe it was the real reason, not just another excuse to hide some aspect of himself that he was compensating for. And this was supposed to be one of the easy paths, but it went to show that nothing was easy in life, not even being evil. It might look good on paper or when someone else did it, but it was a completely different thing following it yourself. Even if 2 people walked the demonic path, the answers they would reach at the end of it might be completely opposite. This was what made one's path as unique as it could get, despite sharing similarities with another. As he toiled in his own mind with all the knowledge he had about the subject, it all came to a head 2 months later. The result did not trigger a prismatic event as the other 2 did. So he hasn't finished fusing his demonic path yet. Good. Zhuofan grinned. Chapter 1321, Point of No Return. Fate, luck, chance, fortune, it was called many things, and as impossible as it might seem, they were making up new terms for it every other day. But if there was one thing the people were unanimous and unequivocally about, it was that destiny, or whatever kids called it these days, saw one's future. How did that even work? Through dice, bones, entrails of some exotic animal hardly anyone heard about? The movement of stars, the moon, the sun? Maybe all of the above? Humanity had gone above and beyond in trying to read their own future, to know whether the next step they took would take them to heaven or stumble and fall to their doom. It also had the perks of getting rich quick. The most common methods that lasted through the endless river of time was mostly through sheer coincidence. Coincidence that divination was proven true. Otherwise, it could be that someone was on the right track, if not in method, then in mindset. Some might ask if knowing the future instantly changed it. The same future might not come to be. Others might say that reading the future was actually a part of one's future, no matter how mind-boggling that sounded. Theories about it, as with anything, was so abstract and out of reach. Thus, they greatly differed. Be that as it may, one man had, in fact, proved to all of sacred domain that destiny and fate were very much real, that it was possible to glimpse into a man's future. This man did it by looking at the stars and reading patterns and seeing plays that weren't there for the common people. What did he do with it? He made it his mission to wrest humanity from destruction and endless wars that was killing the simple man. Slaughter and bloodshed because of the whims and greed of the ones in power. Sovereign Yun's star path wasn't perfect in any case, for it could not read anyone's fate that had a higher or equal cultivation than his own. It was for the same reason he could see Zhuo Fan needing help in his journey to save the sacred domain. He used this information along with the other 8 sovereigns to try and wrest the world's course from total annihilation as heavenly sovereigns so graciously pictured. This help came in the form of his treasure, World Bridge. In his words, this item would help Zhuo Fan find what he sought, and it did point him in Chu Qingqing's direction. As he sat there in his cave, mulling over what fate is and how was one supposed to make sense of all the cryptic signs heaven threw at him, he was fiddling with the World Bridge, even in daytime, for time was of the essence and couldn't spare a moment of rest. But a week into his commitment to complete the star path, he came to a shocking, yet equally obvious, realization. He could only read the stars at night, while the result of the reading was apparent in daytime, like it happened when he sought Chu Qingqing with all his being. As such, he would focus on the World Bridge at night, using it as a conduit to understand the stars in the sky, who they represented, their shine, their direction, every little detail he could perceive. He would go through all the information he gathered in daytime, analyzing, comparing, and contemplating before checking to see his progress the next night. This process was lengthy and hard, for it was sometimes impossible to know what you were missing even when it stared you right in the face. Taking something for granted blinds a person from seeing its true value and nature. This was his greatest challenge, to look where he hadn't looked before, yet conscious enough not to dally too much in what could very likely be the wrong direction. It was incredibly easy to get lost when he didn't even know or see a way forward. Luckily, the World Bridge covered that aspect, nudging Zhuo Fan back on the straight and narrow. Such was a sovereign treasure, beyond fathom. While his mindset had shifted now to Sovereign Yun, that of seeking to read the fate of the world so he could save the people, the temptation his own personality had over him to read the destinies of all the people around him and himself was intoxicating. It beckoned him to find a shortcut in this mess with Heavenly Sovereign and the Sea of Blackness. It was a desire that plagued his mind. He would rather avoid having to live through his next lives as a pawn to that man or any other. His previous lives weren't that memorable, so to speak. It proved for not just wasting time. Heavenly Sovereign had grown beyond his scope and he could not perceive his star, thus read its direction. As for the Luo clan and everyone else, their fate grew dark at one point, simply gone. One moment he was watching the stars shift, then they vanish in the next. He then tried with a more manageable subject, a simple Luo clan guard, but he too had his fate missing at the same junction. It went on for the many other people he read, even beasts. It told Zhuo Fan one thing, this was the crux of it all, of Sacred Domain's outcome. The sudden vanishing of stars could mean that Heavenly Sovereign won and cleansed the world. Other than that, the final battle had such ramifications and scope that it affected everyone's destiny, but he was just too weak to perceive it. Putting that aside for now, he wondered, would I give up even if I know of the outcome? He shook his head, realizing that he had been fighting against worse odds all his life, and still came on top. Destiny might play a role, but he believed it was not everything. Which was why he was going to go down swinging. The ground shook and a prismatic light shone at the entrance of his cave, jolting him out of his musings. He peeked out of the cave, smiling. Things are going splendidly, I see, even if a bit late. Chapter 1322, Obsession. There was a thunderous detonation. The world went suddenly, entirely silent but for a faint, high-pitched whine. The earth shook. Wind ripped and eddied through the Luo clan's compound, tearing at the people walking about their business and nearly dragging them over from the sheer blast. A cloud of choking dust filled the air, nipping at their lungs and making them cough. Master! Not again! One man ran like mad through the billowing dust, straight to the source. What used to be a guest room to the side of the compound was now reduced to a crater as its main attraction, with its four walls still somewhat intact. They didn't last either, as a man crawled out with groan from the rubble, peppered with metal fragments from heaven knew what from the middle of the crater, which was painted a vivid shade of red. It boggled the mind how so much blood could come from one person. It was a miracle he was still alive, though by the looks of things, not for long. Why do I always fail? What am I doing it wrong? The man tottered as he fell to his knees, gazing at the prismatic sky with longing, desire, and desperation. It's the third time already. What am I missing? Master, please calm down. We must get you some help, or you might really die this time and all sacrifice will be for nothing. Yen Fu helped the man up, scrambling for some pills to patch him up for now and get him out of immediate danger. You've seriously overdone it this time, old man. Cao's lone eye trained on the miserable figure and his crazed look. You're obsessed with sovereignty. You are sinking further and further away from your path instead of nearing it. How many times must I say it? You may seek it, but it will only come to you when you're ready. The last two attempts were mild in comparison to this one. You were on the brink of erasing your very being from this world. It's ironic how the very thing you sought saved you in the end, stopping your refining before it took you down with it. The sudden break of concentration let the volatile energy run amok. Cao glanced at the prismatic sky with hope. Anything for alchemy. Yen Song declared without care about his precarious state, only to enter a coughing fit, spilling more blood on the ground. Please calm down. Yen Fu was frantic. H's master casually took out a black vial, struggling to open it with his wounds, and a translucent pill fell in his bloody hand, with a hint of prismatic glow. The action actually healed his hand like it was brand new, with the metal shrapnel simply falling out of his mangled hand. Even the prismatic sky shone stronger with its presence. I hope not to use it so soon. I've refined it from sheer luck and insight when Yi Lin triggered the prismatic event and hoped to study it to deepen my knowledge of alchemy, to complete my path. His other hand suddenly fell limp. Alas, this is the only thing that can save me to pursue it further. His eyes hardened, trying to raise his healed hand to eat the pill, only to find it numb as well. Yet under his widening gaze, the translucent pill sank into his hand, sending spikes of agony throughout his body in an instant. Next came the screams, a kind of scream one let out when begging for release. Yen Fu was beside himself with worry, not knowing what to do, what to say, yet fully aware of his futility. Amazing! Kunpeng landed next to Cao, impassive at the man's plight of his own making. In all my long life and knowledge of humans, I've never seen them make something of so monumental importance. That pill, right there, can do anything. Almost. If it were complete, I believe it would even make any mortal into a sovereign, albeit only in power. How is that possible? Cao gasped. This is the path of alchemy. As one delves deeper into its secrets, nothing is impossible. Kunpeng spoke with veneration. It is only right that such power comes at a price. He trained his flat gaze on the jerking man on the ground. With such a commotion, the Luo clan's leadership responded swiftly, soon coming to realize that it was their greatest alchemist once more. The last two times had been mild, in a manner of speaking, a mere shaking of the entire compound the first, followed by a collapse of an entire building the second. But this was downright catastrophic. This was a prime example of what some would go do to reach the sovereign stage. Their desire to wielding power beyond their imagination. There was no describing one could do and see at such a level, earning the envy and greed of the rest of the population. As Yen Song finally finished floundering like a fish on land, he stood up, his cultivation restored to peak saint stage after having not only his body butchered from the inside out, but his soul mangled in thousands of pieces barely hanging by a thread. I couldn't care less about the sovereign stage. My gaze has ever been set on alchemy. Nothing is of more importance, nothing. Yen Song declared. That's exactly your problem. Kunpeng analyzed. You're so obsessed with pursuing it that you are unable to see other aspects of the world. They will help you complete your path. You can't only look at alchemy. They say that to become a true expert, You need to pass down all your knowledge to someone completely ignorant in your field. Since you want to give it another go, try reaching your disciple first. Think of it as a trial to teach another of the things you've seen and discovered about alchemy. It will also help you calm down from your suicidal tendencies. Yes, master. Please show me what you see. I want to learn everything from you. Yen Fu kneeled and banged his head. Touched by the man's dedication, it stirred his own feelings of admiration for alchemy. I don't know if I can stop, but you'll follow me at every step. Together, my disciple, we will achieve the perfect pill. Luo Yunhai eased a breath, glad there wouldn't be any more destruction around his clan. Which is it this time? Can it be Zhuo Fan? Chapter 1323, Second-Hand Enlightenment. Kunpeng looked around to see the elders, sword kings, and even some girls sitting cross-legged in hope of widening their perspective through this incredible event. It was insane how something only happening every eon or so, at the soonest, was popping out every other month or so. It's one of ours, that upright lady, CAO spoke. But this time might be beyond what we can do to hide her aura from Heavenly Sovereign. It'll need all 5 of us to cover her. I just can't imagine how her event is so much stronger than when Old Dragon's disciple had the most violent advancement. The 5 sacred beasts were the only ones unattracted by the prismatic events, for they weren't humans and their power was born from chaos, when the world was being formed. The 5 flew past the countless cross-legged people in meditation and arrived at Murong Shue's room, feeling the tremendous power she was releasing, different from Lei Yuding and Yi Lai. The 2 previous events courtesy of Zhuo Fan had helped the Luo clan's experts rise faster and higher than anyone in the sacred domain. Driven as well by survival against the strongest enemy they had ever faced. It came as no surprise some of them would grow to stand next to Zhuo Fan in power. The only question was who? It was a shock to anyone when Yi Lin turned out to be the first to complete his path, and not Dan Qingshen. His path was that of the Inferno, despite being the disciple of decimating dragon ancestor, who even shared his blood with him. There was no discrimination when it came to insight and enlightenment, available to one and all, as long as they were human and were open to accept the revelations heaven offered them. Yi Lin discovered that fire was an elemental force that had captivated the human imagination since time immemorial, not merely a tool. A profound symbol that transcended its physical manifestations. In the dance of flames, one found a metaphor for the dual nature of existence, creation and destruction, warmth and peril, life and death. Fire transcended its physicality to become a profound metaphor, inviting contemplation on the intricate tapestry of existence. From the daily use of it at a basic level to the symbolic depth embedded in cultural and spiritual narratives, fire served as a multifaceted prism through which people could explore the complexities of life, morality, and their place in the world. Peering into its nature, one found not just warmth and light, but a timeless reflection of the human soul, flickering in the vast expanse of existence. The other elders were keen to hear more about Yi Lin's experience, perhaps helping them into crossing the final threshold and becoming sovereigns as well. Or at least, help complete their paths. But reality proved cruel, for one's insights could never be translated, conveyed, shared in a manner that better fit the listener. Each human had their own prism of beliefs, concepts, wants and needs that warped everything that was seen, heard, or thought. This didn't deter the elders, for Yi Lin proved it was possible for anyone to reach sovereign stage, and the Luo clan was thus hard at work to cultivate, train, and study. They were focused on reaching the highest level of power, if not for themselves, then for survival. The preparation proved worth it a month and a half later, when the next prismatic event happened. The fresh sovereign happened to be one of Zhuo Fan's girls, Lei Yuding of all the people. She had been the weakest among all the girls, since she had to focus on gathering intelligence, leading a group of scouts, as well as looking after Zhuo Fan. However, when the prismatic events happened, they helped boost her cultivation to the peak saint on the very first event, with the following ones, including Yi Lin's, helping consolidate her knowledge and concepts in the path of darkness. In the velvety embrace of darkness, an arcane realm unfolds, shrouded in mystery, and imbued with a cryptic energy that transcends the mere absence of light. Darkness, in its mystical essence, becomes a canvas upon which the unseen, the ethereal, and the enigmatic paint their silent tales. At the heart of this mystical darkness lies the shadowy dance between concealment and revelation. Far beyond the absence of light, it is a cosmic veil that cloaks the mysteries of the universe, concealing secrets that elude the grasp of the uninitiated. In the cryptic expanse of the night, the mundane is transmuted into the extraordinary, and the ordinary is touched by the hand of the arcane. Such were her words as her event came to pass, whatever the hell all that meant. The Luo clan found her explanation even worse than Yi Lin, if that was possible. Still, her short demonstration of robbing everyone of all contact with the world, plunging them into eternal darkness which made all dissatisfaction moot. The other girls were thrilled one of their sisters grew so strong, now able to truly help Zhuo Fan in the final battle ahead. And today now, it was Murong Shue's turn. Everyone expected it to be related to fire as well, since she trained in the decimating sword art as did her elder brother. They were startled to find that her inclination was towards righteousness, the real deal, not the hypocrisy the upright sex liked to preach back in the mortal domain only when it suited their needs. Zhuo Fan had been a tremendous help when she journeyed with him years back. It helped her see beyond just doing good. As the saying went, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. She only realized how true this was only beside him. After the 5 sacred beasts toiled in keeping her aura subdued behind their barrier, Murong Shui was more than glad to share with them her changed beliefs in what it meant to do good. Chapter 1324, Supreme Stage. I now understand why Heavenly Sovereign said he felt the next stage after having completed his void path. Murong Shui came out of her room, brimming with power, but also had a noble air about her. What makes you say that? You've barely completed yours and you already sense the next stage? Isn't that too much? Kunping asked in shock. It's more like an instinct, or vague sense of something out of reach with no idea how to grasp it. But ever since recounting Zhuo Fan's past, it all fell into place as I completed my path. Murong Shui replied. It is just as Heavenly Sovereign said, that you need 10 paths to fuse together for one to reach the supreme stage. But what he didn't say is that to feel it, you need to have a path that is much closer to heaven's will than those far more mundane. With everything stemming from heaven's will, any direction you take gets you close to it when completing a path, but, more often than not, many paths converge into one with a bigger scope. Taking lightning for example, it includes light, destruction, speed, maybe even a bit of heaven. All of these combine to result in the lightning path. In case of Heavenly Sovereign's void path, that must have been from the time near heaven's will's inception, being very close to its true nature. That is why he has so much power than all the other sovereigns. My righteous path touched upon the supreme stage because it involves many other paths as well, like good, evil, justice, impartiality, humanity, and even a bit of void. I can't tell if this is good news or bad. On one hand, if your path had been any stronger, Heavenly Sovereign would have noticed you despite our cover. On the other, you'd very likely have the power to fight him one-on-one, if it were the old him. Maybe you could begin fusing paths to reach supreme stage as well, just in case Zhuo Fan's plan goes sideways. It always pays to have a backup. Cao surmised. In regards to fusing paths, I believe Heavenly Sovereign is wrong about the approach. This is like brute forcing himself to reach the supreme stage, when we all know cultivation is more about what we discover and not pushing through head first. Murong Shui shook her head. What's the right way to do it then? Dan Qingshan asked with an eager look, as did the Sword Kings, driven more about seeking higher levels of mastery than actually being the most powerful. There are only so many paths to go around when each one, even the most basic path, takes too much time to complete. But to answer your question, the way I see and feel it, one has to expound on their path to include others. Taking Sword Child's sword path, he only became a true sovereign when he defeated, or rather Sword Sovereign allowing him to win. Most of his power came from his sword path, with that black thunder flame filling in the gaps. In my understanding, that flame is none other than chaos from the beginning of the sacred domain. If he had completed that path, he'd have been the strongest in the sacred domain, with even Heavenly Sovereign being nothing more than footnote in his ascension. In theory, that is. I knew that the black thunder flame has incredible power, but I never knew it was this much. Sword Child and the sacred beasts were just as shocked to hear as everyone else. To reach Supreme Path the right way, one has to complete or walk more paths in tune with the first one. The first always dictates your potential. It is something that I will most certainly aim for, but I'm not foolish enough to believe I'll achieve it before the final battle with Heavenly Sovereign. Morong Shui finished her explanation. Then we'll take what we can get. Anything that can help us turn the tides in our favor is welcomed. Our very existence is on the line, as is of every other human on sacred domain. Kuanping smiled, filled with hope there was a fighting chance now. Could you give us your version of what the righteous path is about? Maybe it will help everyone else, on top of your prismatic event, in finding their own paths and boosting our stance. Dan Qingxin asked without qualms, more eager to further his own progress than save humanity. Ever since Zhuo Fan's enlightening speech before he left, he sensed something about the sacred domain, that the world wasn't limited to its boundaries, or heaven's will. He was going to see for himself the real truth about the world, or die trying. Righteousness, a beacon that illuminates the moral horizon, stands as a pillar of virtue in the complex landscape of human ethics. Rooted in a profound sense of moral duty and integrity, righteousness transcends mere adherence to societal norms. It embodies a steadfast commitment to principles that resonate with the very essence of human dignity. To be righteous is to navigate the labyrinth of ethical choices guided by an unwavering moral compass, recognizing the inherent interconnectedness of individual actions and the collective well-being of society. It is a call to uphold justice, fairness, and truth, even in the face of adversity. In the pursuit of righteousness, one confronts the challenges of moral ambiguity with a resolute spirit, striving to align personal conduct with an elevated standard of ethical conduct. As a virtue, righteousness beckons individuals to transcend the limitations of self-interest, embracing a higher purpose that resonates with the universal values that bind humanity together. In its essence, righteousness emerges not as a rigid adherence to dogma but as a dynamic force that fosters empathy, compassion, and a deep understanding of the intricate threads that weave the fabric of human morality. It sounded more like a fanatic speech, but the others realized she was not here to indoctrinate them to walk the same path as her, knowing they would just come to discover other truths than the one she found. She was just content to walk her own path and do everything with a clear conscience, which to her meant helping in every way she could, even if she would have to get her hand dirty in some instances. With her version conveyed, she returned to her room to ponder her own thoughts about Sovereign Stage while the rest went to cultivate and contemplate everything that had happened, even Yen Song's drive to reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Who didn't want to find meaning in the world? Who didn't want to achieve their goal? This was how they saw they could do it. Chapter 1325, Close Call. They sure know how to work me into the ground. Zhuo Fan complained with a quirky smile, glad things were going his way for a change and not at the whim of Heavenly Sovereign, despite the looming danger. While before he was at another's whim, the situation of now was an improvement to say the least, though not by much. Skirting around imminent death wasn't by any means enjoyable, but things were getting even more precarious with the latest development. Soon, Heavenly Sovereign dropped by, playing the ever-insufferable know-it-all. Now, instead of something the enemy needed, he patted himself on the back at the genius move of covering the new Sovereign's emergence with his demonic path. He then focused with a smile on his lips on the closely finished star path. Smug his plan was bearing fruit. The joy was short-lived, however, as just a couple days after finishing the star path, another prismatic event took the skies, and with it, Heavenly Sovereign's infuriatingly precise arrival. Zhuo Fan handed over the star path after some short yet equally pointless talk about the fate of the world, looking at the upside of things. His side had 2 sovereigns and the demonic path, needing just 7 more paths to finish this and heavenly sovereign. But as in everything, no plan was foolproof, which was why he was once again hard at work completing the reincarnation path. He figured that all those past lives and the memories that were coming back to him after further advancing in the true self art ought to smoothen the process. As for what reincarnation was, its essence, that was hard to grasp. A simple definition would be restarting one's life after death, being reborn with no knowledge of the lives one had went through to get so far. But truth was far more complicated than that. It was one thing to say it and another to believe it, even if he had scrambled memories of his past lives. Which was why he also contemplated over the transformation his soul went through as he lived all those lives. Some mundane, some violent, and very few peaceful. How were his memories erased? Why did it require to go into the next life without them? And perhaps the most important part, what was it about the soul that could allow it to do that when it was impossible to do it in one's next life unless at the ethereal stage? All these questions were bearing down on him, yet he did not have even the beginning of an answer to just one of them. Days turned into nights, and Zhuofan delved deeper into the mysteries of the reincarnation path. The air was thick with strange energy as Zhuofan's mind danced between the realms of the present and the memories of his past lives. One evening, as he was immersed in a profound trance, a sudden surge of power coursed through his body. It felt like an awakening, a key turning in the lock of forgotten memories. Images flashed before his eyes, faces, landscapes, and emotions long buried in the recesses of his soul. He gasped, his eyes wide with realization. It wasn't just about the memories, it was about the essence of the soul, the transformative journey that each life brought. The soul was like a phoenix, burning away its impurities in the flames of experience, only to rise anew in the cycle of reincarnation. Excitement and understanding flooded Zhuofan's being. He had glimpsed the intricate changes in his soul throughout the many lives that had lived, and the changes that would be present in the many more lives that would come ahead. It wasn't just about erasing memories, it was about shedding the old self, letting go of attachments, and evolving into a higher state of being. Armed with this newfound insight, Zhuofan threw himself into deepening his knowledge of the reincarnation path. As Zhuofan neared the completion of the reincarnation path, he felt a resonance with the world around him. It was as if the very fabric of existence acknowledged his journey, and the spiritual energy responded in kind. The air hummed with anticipation, and the skies above broke out into a vast array of colors, triggering the prismatic event. So you've done it again. I must say, little brother, you're outdoing even your past self. Barely another month has passed, and you've finished another path. Which one is it? Heavenly Sovereign spoke as he entered the cave like he owned the place. Zhuofan took a moment to bask in the enlightenment. Feeling how every little piece of information clicked perfectly in his mind brought a thrill like no other. What made it even more valuable was that he did it all on his own. Alas, the moment faded quick with the sudden crash of reality on his mind, and Heavenly Sovereign's incessant nagging. He opened his eyes and stated, "Reincarnation path?" Heavenly Sovereign frowned. "If not for killing everything you hold dear having the opposite effect of encouraging you, I'd have done it already. I'm quite certain that knowing they had a chance to survive is actually what spurs you on. But don't take my tolerance for kindness. Even if insight doesn't come when one wishes, you will do well to contemplate what I'm lacking if you want the sacred domain to exist. A little note for you to be aware of, the sea of blackness has now taken hold of half of the sacred domain. Soon, there won't be anywhere left to run off to. I must say, the irony is particularly cruel in this case, knowing that it was you who triggered it." Heavenly Sovereign's laughter echoed in the cave, rattling it as he vanished. We'll just see who laughs in the end. But I must say, this time it was too close for comfort. Any later completing the path and he'd have found out. Zhuofan eased his breath. Chapter 1326, Unease. The first thing Heavenly Sovereign did after returning with the emotion path to his domain was to work on removing the bewitching placed on him ages ago. It always had the habit of flaring and disrupting his character in the worst moments, like when Emotion Sovereign stepped in to wrestle over her path and buy Zhuofan time to flee. Or the time he was frantic in escaping the sea of blackness, without his left arm. It was still unhinged, even till now. Emotions were for humans, which completed them, but to Heavenly Sovereign, walking the path of the old and untainted heavenly will, they were a disease, one that could very well take his life. Infected as he was, with countless random thoughts no different from a madman, it was getting harder and harder to not lash out. Alas, it proved too much when the 8 freaks he had under him, gathered throughout millions of years since the mortal domain came to be, came back with bad news time and time again. He snapped, then and there, using the heavenly eye to remove these eyesores and free him of their irritating presence. In the rare moments of clarity, he realized that it might have been a rather rash decision, that he should do something about his worsening situation. It was then, as fate had it, that Zhuofan, the uncrowned sovereign of old, and his little brother, lived up to the duty the other 9 humane sovereigns entrusted him by completing their paths, trying to defy him of all things, him of all people. He figured Sword Sovereign would be enough to bring it back so he could regain his calm. But the result was disappointing. Heavenly Sovereign had thus no choice but to intervene, removing Sword Sovereign for his insubordination. Despite the grand speech he prepared, knowing there would be a fight either way, Zhuofan threw him a curveball in simply handing over the emotion path, leaving him stumped. However, since he was so generous, Heavenly Sovereign saw no reason not to push it by demanding the demon transformation art, needed to fuse the paths as it could take in any and all powers. It was why the Black Thunder Flame came to be in the first place. Even in this instance, Zhuofan didn't even blink as he ruined his cultivation by giving the fully trained art over, with an unnerving smile and unsettling words to top it off. Heavenly Sovereign took his leave, having got what he came for, wanting to remove the bewitching and regain his former composure. The attitude he needed if he wanted to cleanse the world of humanity's corruption. It wasn't easy. He had to work with emotions from an objective standpoint so he could remove it, but he did it in the end. Although it did take over a month, he still did it. And during that month, he also got the Child Sovereign's path. The first thing that came to him when clarity was finally restored was regret for removing the 8 freaks and Sword Sovereign. Despite their far inferior power when compared to him, they were still the next strongest beings in the sacred domain, and they would prove helpful, more or less, when the situation required. Now, he had to do everything himself. Since there was no use crying over spilled milk, Heavenly Sovereign turned his attention to fusing the paths he currently had. Days turned into weeks as he slowly added one path after another to his void path, bringing him ever closer to the supreme stage and the end goal he had envisioned for millions of years. Despite getting stronger with each added path, something was irking him and made the success taste sour in his mouth. It was only when he added the 3rd path did it all become clear. Zhuofan's words and casual attitude when giving up the demon transformation art left him disturbed and affected so much he couldn't get it out of his head. He knew he needed to take control of the situation once more. Having finished fusing 4 paths in total, he put the others aside, wanting to instead brave the sea of blackness for the remaining paths rather than play in Zhuofan's hand and wait for him to finish completing them. If he were to win like he wanted, he would do it on his terms. The first time he approached the sea of blackness, and where he thought the paths would be. However, he sensed nothing still from the great abyss, no energy, no path, no nothing. He was prudent after he had lost his arm, even if he was far stronger now. He conducted simple tests to see if he could pull the paths out. They ranged from using his void skills, to nearing himself while shielded with his power. The results were mixed, with few methods showing the blackness shrinking in the place where it was hit, but for the briefest time. Too little to go in and get the paths himself, not that he knew where exactly they were in this abyss. Others' tests had expanded the sea, like him getting closer to it he could almost touch it. In the last case, the sea of blackness swelled in his direction, like it had found its kin, staying like this despite withdrawing. He assumed that because his power was closer to the supreme stage, his yuan qi had similar nature to this blackness. Having to fall back without real progress did not deter Heavenly Sovereign. He had waited millions of years for his plan, and a little more would not matter. But since there were some promising results, he came back after each new path he fused, though not even with all the 7 fused could he pull the paths out. Still, at least he knew where they were now. His void skills now made it possible to locate them. He was sure that with one more path, he would be able to get them out. Chapter 1327, Shadow? Zhuofan had been contemplating his next course of action, wondering if he should complete another path Heavenly Sovereign had so his side would gain an upper hand. However, the danger of Heavenly Sovereign barging into Luo clan was very much real, even if the man said there wasn't any point. In the end, he settled on the shadow path, easing Heavenly Sovereign's threats somewhat while also helping the clan. When one thought of shadows, they'd think of the outline left behind when something blocked sunlight, often distorted. But humans use the term loosely for many other aspects, like copying someone, following, guarding, or personal demons. Shadows were not merely the absence of light, they were entities that shifted between the realms of substance and emptiness. The path revealed itself to him in veils of darkness, and with each revelation, Zhuofan's understanding of the shadow arts deepened. He would come to find that there was a shadow of himself in everyone he met, everyone he held dear, but also within himself. The less astute would react to these people, thinking they were the cause of their misery or failure, ignoring the true cause that was within their very selves. As Zhuofan delved further into the shadow path, he discovered the intricate dance of manipulation and deception that lurked within its depths. His understanding of the shadow arts became more refined, allowing him to manipulate not only the shadows around him but also the shadows within others. With each encounter, he could now discern the hidden shadows that plagued people's hearts. Their fears, insecurities, and doubts were laid bare before him. It was a cruel revelation, for he realized that these personal demons were the true cause of their suffering. The shadows within them whispered lies, sowed discord, and fed on their vulnerabilities. The memories of his past lives flooded his mind, intertwining with the knowledge he had gained from the shadow path. He saw things that he never knew were there, guiding him deeper down the shadow path, towards completion. Zhuofan had always prided himself on his keen perception and ability to read others, but this newfound insight took it to another level. He saw through facades and masks, recognizing the darkness that lay beneath every smile and every word spoken. It was a heavy burden to bear, knowing the truth behind everyone's intentions. These discoveries were built on what he had learned in the second trial in the Nether Sea, when he fought Zhui Yifan and chose to stop instead of being confrontational. The entire delve into the world of shadows, both real and figurative, took far longer than he realized, jolted awake when Heavenly Sovereign's heavy voice echoed in his crude cave. "I was right to put my hopes in you." He looked outside the cave at the prismatic sky. "You never failed me. Despite taking you a few dozen lives to get here, the wait was worth it. Now only 2 paths remain." "2 paths remain," Zhuofan echoed, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, Heavenly Sovereign. But we both know that the situation has changed. No longer are you in control, evident by you knocking on my door, and not the other way around." His taunt struck a nerve in Heavenly Sovereign. The bewitching had been removed, yes, but the damage was done, making it all the more deadly. On the surface level, the calm had returned like before, but he was now more prone to reckless behavior and quick to anger. "Don't think for a second this changes anything." Heavenly Sovereign lashed out, in frustration of having to wait on someone and the fact he couldn't get into the sea of blackness to speed things out. His dark aura no longer bore the trademark of the void, the path he prided himself in, but closer to sheer destruction. Zhuofan shuddered under its might, eliciting a grin out of Heavenly Sovereign, having shown who was the strongest among them still. "You might dictate the pace, somewhat, but your little delay puts the sacred domain in jeopardy. Care to guess how much of it is left?" "Half." Zhuofan smirked. Quite the optimist I see, but you're off by another quarter. Heavenly Sovereign was grim. The entire world, our world, is now reduced to an emperor land and the old mortal domain. Your clan, too, had to relocate to survive, as did the entire population. The way things are now, it wouldn't take much for the people to revolt and throw everything into chaos, something they've always been good at. This is why the world is better off without them. Heavenly Sovereign left a pale Zhuofan behind to contemplate on his decision. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sovereign wanted to fuse the 8th path and test the Sea of Blackness once more. He needed to gain the upper hand as fast as possible and crush any uncertainty. Just a quarter left? Zhuofan muttered to himself in disbelief. His previous forecast was that it would take a couple years or so, but things were far more serious than it seemed. He knew the dissolving of the paths inside the Sea of Blackness would speed up its invasion, but not to this extent. This changed things now. His time was running short. At the very least, he had another Luo clansman gain a path, judging from the prismatic sky, since his path was completed a few days ago, contemplating his next course of action. Now, however, there was no need to delay or play Heavenly Sovereign's game. He would complete another path and hopefully the Luo clan would have one more sovereign. Then he'd unite the 10 paths to defeat Heavenly Sovereign once and for all, before he even had the change to reach Supreme Stage. Chapter 1328, Twist. The Tyrant Path wasn't just raw power and dominating the opposition. It was also about precision and focus, about awareness and timing. To unleash your best strike at a moment's notice wasn't easy by any means, with people holding back out of instinct and self-preservation in case something went wrong. Zhuofan had learned this and more in his first trial in the Nether Sea. He thought to cheat through it at first, but only to realize that he was only cheating himself. Progress didn't come through shortcuts, at least not one that was lasting. Using tricks and schemes to get his way had worked so far, but what if he hadn't resorted to them and instead worked to cultivate and delve deeper into his path? Wouldn't he have become stronger faster and not a pawn to the other sovereigns? They were questions he couldn't answer too, but they haunted him nonetheless. Zhuofan had always been cunning and resourceful, relying on his wits to navigate the treacherous world of power and ambition. Yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was missing something crucial. As he stood at the precipice of a new challenge, facing an opponent who possessed not only raw strength but also an unwavering resolve, Zhuofan felt a flicker of doubt. His previous victories had been built on calculated moves and clever strategies, but now, faced with an adversary whose power and wit surpassed his own, he realized that his usual tricks might not be enough. At least that was his initial reaction when he felt himself at the whim of the strongest, Heavenly Sovereign. Desperation had helped him last time in escaping imminent death, but at the cost of people dear to him. It dawned on him how much he cared only when they were gone, plunging him in despair and shutting off his mind. On his journey through the mortal domain, he had been ruthless, cruel, and savage, just like a tyrant. But that was not what a tyrant was. He needed to understand that it wasn't just about those traits, but also raw power. He needed to tap into a power that went beyond his calculated moves and clever strategies. It was a power that came from within, a power that dwelled deep in his core and could only be unleashed with unwavering resolve and absolute belief in himself. Didn't he always say that all tricks and schemes fall moot in the face of absolute power? Now was the time to seize it for himself, to rise above pettiness and grudges. Zhuofan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the doubt that had clouded his mind dissipate. He knew that he couldn't afford to falter now, not when everything was on the line. The fate of those he cared about, the fate of the entire realm, rested heavily upon his shoulders. That went double now when he was running out of time. Heavenly Sovereign brought grim news of the sacred domain almost entirely taken in by the Sea of Blackness. He needed to work faster as well as ignore Heavenly Sovereign's demands. By his reckoning, the Luo clan should have the remaining paths to focus with his and reach the supreme stage. He'd have wanted to reach it a better way, by completing the 10 paths and blending them together, Not the crude way Heavenly Sovereign was using, that of mashing them together and sticking them with the demon transformation art. While it did do the trick, one would be stuck there with no chance of advancing further. Zhuofan knew from the bits of memories he was awakened to of his past life through deepening his mentality and heart by using the true self-art. True power came from within, from knowing himself and the world around him. It was one's connection to the world on the base level that brought him to new heights. Now though, he had to sacrifice his future for the sacred domains and Luo clans, an act he was strangely at peace with. Despite his constant drive for power, he found this life had been. In the days that followed, he delved deeper into the tyrant path, letting it be the center of his focus as he understood its finer points until the day soon arrived that he completed. It's time I return. We need to gather all the paths and stand up against Heavenly Sovereign before things get worse. Zhuofan stood, the pilling dust falling off him. The world found that moment to shudder like never before, with the sky turning far more than prismatic, shining brilliant and dazzling. It astonished even Zhuofan, having never knew something like this was possible. He thought all path completions were the same, triggering the standard event and ushering in a new sovereign. Damn it! That power is too strong and will draw Heavenly Sovereign's attention. I need to get back fast. Zhuofan shot out of the cave, needing but moments to arrive at the Luo clan's new residence. It was smaller than the city they had taken over when they got to the sacred domain. In fact, it was the old Blackwind Mountain, since the blackness forced every denizen of the sacred domain to fall back if they wanted to live. He looked around, at the panicking elders and clansmen, unable to make sense of things. What the hell is going on here? What's with this tremendous release of power? Heavenly Sovereign is sure to take notice and steal the new path. Can't you people lay low until we're ready to fight him? Zhuofan complained as he flew down before Dan Qingxin. His appearance brought joy to the elders, with the new sovereigns showing themselves as well, having sensed his aura. Father, Yen Song is behind this. Sword Child spoke sourly. That old fool? I thought he only pursued alchemy? How is he doing this? Zhuofan started. Unlike the rest of us, Lei Yuding gestured to the Luo clan's new sovereigns, which now included Longjiu. Elder Song has been obsessed with reaching the pinnacle of alchemy. Though he made incredible pills through it, he was close to dying more often than not. It's unclear now what could he have discovered to cause such a heavy reaction in the world, or what's left of it. She said the last part with a downcast look at the sea of blackness stretching in the distance, reaching the skies and swallowing the earth. Chapter 1329, Delay. We'll deal with that later. It's crucial now that we get together and form a plan before Heavenly Sovereign shows up. We hardly know what each of us is capable of and that could work against us in the final battle. Zhuofan was growing nervous by the second, knowing the enemy would come any second now. Lei Yuding completed the darkness path, Yi Lin the infernal path, Murong Shui the righteous path, Longjiu the lightning path. While we don't know what Yen Song has done, I'm sure he will be joining our fight once he stabilizes. Make best use of everyone's advantage and finish that bastard once and for all. Kunping sent. I'll try stalling Heavenly Sovereign since he likes to hear the sound of his voice so much. Maybe it'll buy us enough time for Yen Song to join us. When that fails, I'll be sending you orders through transmission. Be ready to act at any moment, while also fight the best way you know. Zhuofan instructed. He only managed to give a few more warnings and emphasize the gravity of the situation before Heavenly Sovereign showed up, unleashing his now new dark aura of destruction. The very air around him hissed, like it was removed from existence. Even as he landed, the grass wilted and disintegrated, with the earth cracking up and turning barren, while the sky peeled away slowly from his energy, revealing utter nothing. The prismatic event was still ongoing, bearing a sharp contrast of color and vitality against the cold and dark atmosphere that was now plaguing the earth. The forces at work were beyond anything the remainder of the sacred domain had ever seen, the air twisting with both foul and resplendent energies, with neither capable to overcome the other. However, what came out was the unleashing of violent shockwaves in every direction. It was ironic how the only saving grace for the people was the prismatic event grounding all beneath the sovereign stage, unable to muster strength to fly, let alone stand up. And since this time the event was particularly stronger than any before, they felt they were back to being mere mortals before having even set foot on the path of cultivation. They were helpless to watch the raw display of power in the sky, while also grateful for once they were too weak to join, able to escape with their meager lives intact. Though, hardly anyone was optimistic of the future, knowing that even if they got out alive today, the blackness in the horizon, stretching from one end to the other, would swell and take them all tomorrow. Neither fate was desirable, made worse by the fact that no one could choose their ending or, at the very least, die in a blaze of glory. But with their puny strength, they would be more like a spark from a particularly thin match, not enough to change the tides but with the power to show they at least existed among the many others like them. At this grim realization, the people turned heavy eyes filled with uncertainty and fear at the battle that would change their fate and that of the world they lived in. Would they see tomorrow, or would they die here and now? Heavenly Sovereign, to what do I owe the pleasure of this untimely visit at my clan? Zhuofan smiled, keeping it cool and sarcastic. Heavenly Sovereign's piercing eyes send shivers down every Luo sovereign. The darkness within them brought memories of the most gruesome ends from the pits of their minds, unable to quell the dread that accompanied them. They knew the game was afoot, that now was time to fight for their lives and the sacred domain. However, seeing Heavenly Sovereign and his power, they couldn't imagine what the hell could they even begin to do that would turn the tables in their favor. They just hoped Zhuofan knew what he was doing, despite not sensing from him much strength, only his fifth-layer foundation establishment cultivation. At least his surface cultivation regression proved he hadn't slacked off. Is this your big game plan, little brother? Here I was thinking it was something radical and devastating enough to bring me to my knees with little effort. I could never get over how easy you handed me those paths and even the demon transformation art. In the past few months, I've been thinking over everything you could do that would end me. From making some sacrificial array that burned the sacred beasts' lives and souls to power up a complete thunderflame to wipe me out, to recompleting the paths I've taken and fusing them, then steal the remaining ones in the sea of blackness to get the upper hand. Heavenly Sovereign's voice was jarring to everyone's ears, hard and heavy. You lay gapped at his master, who was there with the rest of the sacred beasts. You can do that? Sacrifice yourself to end him? Yes, that was one possibility, but there are too many unknowns around it. You'd be taking down Heavenly Sovereign and maybe the sacred domain at best, while only sacred domain and leaving him alive at worst. Heavenly Sovereign has grown too powerful to be sure if this works, and even if it did, there would be no point if the world would pay the price. It was no different than letting him cleanse it. Zhuofan explained. What's that about recompleting paths? You can actually do that? Murong Shui asked with disbelief. She thought a path completed by one person, then lost, would mean never being able to have it again. It contained that person's insight, knowledge, even bias, for that path, and that couldn't be rediscovered since someone had already discovered them. There is indeed a chance you could recomplete your path, but on the premise the previous one is destroyed. Since Heavenly Sovereign fused the ones I completed, it was no different. It's all about recalling the very moment you completed it in the first place, the same state of mind. It's harder but doable. Zhuofan offered. Yes, little brother, why didn't you then? You could have beaten me having the 10 paths before me. Heavenly Sovereign was quite curious about his answer. Chapter 1330, Power Overwhelming. That's not how the world works. Zhuofan began. Sure, I could have done it with a bit of extra effort, but we can never truly go back to the past, even with our minds. The paths resulting from this action would feel flat, empty, and weak. The same principle applies in life to every new experience. The first time can't and never will compare to any subsequent experiences in the same aspect, no matter how better they are. The novelty, the thrill, anxiety, awareness, and insight that came with the first experience couldn't be reproduced, at least not entirely. It is why we always remember our first, and always seeking the same sensations it brought. So, you saw the recompletion as cheap imitation, knowing they could never match up to the real thing? Heavenly Sovereign drew the conclusion. Regardless, it wouldn't have changed anything no matter what any other choice you could have made. In the end, I will be the winner and I will have this world purged of humanity and its corruption. He boomed. So much for small talk, I guess. I just hope Yen Song will make it in time, while Wert's still alive, to make a difference. Zhuo Fan thought, focusing on the hardest battle he would have to fight in his life. The skirmish erupted as Jiao Long initiated the clash, casting thunderous lightning in a swift, deep purple flash aimed directly at Heavenly Sovereign. Despite the spectacle, the latter remained composed, his unwavering gaze fixed on Zhuo Fan. The lightning struck its target, resulting in a mere twitch and a faint crackling sound, as if the electrifying surge had barely affected him. Heavenly Sovereign, wearing a sly smirk, commented, "That barely even tingled. I was a little curious to see how I fare against a sovereign, but now I see they can't even be used for a warm-up." His dismissive tone cast a shadow of doubt on the onlookers, who felt their chances dwindling. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan pondered the best strategy to confront this formidable opponent. Unfazed by the underwhelming lightning, Heavenly Sovereign declared, "Since you were so kind to start, allow me to return the favor." His harsh words were accompanied by a swift gray sword wave, faster than the previous attack, reaching Jiao Long before anyone could react. With reflexes guided by Yuan Qi, Jiao Long formed a protective shield, but the attack effortlessly crushed it, leaving a nasty gash on his torso. Lingering and corroding power followed, threatening to consume him. Only Zhuo Fan's timely intervention, using the demon transformation art, alleviated the impending danger, though the damage had taken its toll, leaving Jiao Long uncertain if he could endure another such assault. Swift to rally his allies, Kunpeng joined forces with other sacred beasts to unleash their strongest attacks on Heavenly Sovereign. The latter, seemingly unconcerned, allowed the combined powers to clash before him, creating a torrent of black thunderflame that engulfed him. The fire tore through the fabric of space, leaving behind ominous black scars. As the flames subsided, Heavenly Sovereign's figure emerged, bearing grotesque wounds that defied human anatomy. Half of his face was missing, revealing a sinister grin formed by bleached bones. The observers rejoiced momentarily at the apparent victory, only to be dismayed as flesh began to knit over the bones, rejuvenating as if untouched by the devastating attack. The mystery of how Heavenly Sovereign could recover from such crippling wounds left the onlookers in awe. Realization struck Zhuo Fan as he pointed out, the reincarnation path. You're using it to wipe away all past influence, but also how it happened. Heavenly Sovereign responded with a grin, "All I remember is that I've been through something dangerous. The blank in my memory proves I had to use the reincarnation path's power, but seeing how you are all poised, it's easy to deduce it had something to do with the 5 sacred beasts." Determined to thin the opposition, Heavenly Sovereign turned his attention to the sacred beasts, declaring, "Since I'll only be needing 2 of you for your paths, it's time to thin out the herd. Starting with the pets." His gaze pierced through the sacred beasts, targeting them with lethal intent. In a desperate plea, Zhuo Fan urged, "Stop him with all you've got." Employing the divine eye of the void's 8th stage blink, he unleashed a tyrannical fist on Heavenly Sovereign's head, momentarily halting his advance. Lei Yuding surrounded him with a dome of darkness, providing Sword Child an opening to unleash his apocalyptic sword, while Murong Shui hurled a translucent hammer. The darkness resonated with the sound of impact, temporarily giving the sacred beasts a chance to escape. They had no time to rejoice as they heard Lei Yuding's cry and the sight of her coughing blood. As Heavenly Sovereign reappeared, unscathed, from the failing dome of darkness, the realization dawned that while disruption was possible, inflicting harm remained a formidable challenge. "You're all nothing but flies buzzing in my ear. Why don't you all die?" Heavenly Sovereign unleashed a pulse of power in every direction, sending everyone reeling, except for Zhuo Fan, who utilized Shift to evade the onslaught. Heavenly Sovereign, growing increasingly irritated, once again went after the staggered sacred beasts. Zhuofan, unyielding, interfered once more, catching the ire of the formidable adversary. "You're starting to get on my nerves, little brother." His right eye shone with 12 golden rings, and the heavenly eye made its formidable appearance, pulling Zhuofan towards its inexorable gaze. Chapter 1331, Exercise in Futility. Lei Yuding and Yi Lin frantically launched attacks on the Celestial Eye in a desperate attempt to free Zhuofan, but their efforts yielded no results. Soon, the others joined in, delivering a relentless assault under the amused and cocky gaze of Heavenly Sovereign. To Heavenly Sovereign, these individuals were inconsequential, mere pawns in the grand scheme. In his eyes, Zhuofan was the sole variable capable of altering the course of events. With Zhuofan incapacitated, nothing stood in the way of Heavenly Sovereign reshaping the world to reflect his perfect and pure vision. Even as he felt a shudder run through him upon sensing the fading heavenly eye, it didn't perturb him. Instead, he anticipated it. Turning his gaze toward Zhuofan, he observed the darker aura enveloping him, approaching but still distant from Heavenly Sovereign's own. This moment had been eagerly awaited, offering a glimpse into Zhuofan's progress in fusing the paths. Fortunately for Heavenly Sovereign, Zhuofan remained far from reaching his level. Now that all the cards are on the table, there's no point in holding back and wasting time. With a sly smirk, Heavenly Sovereign remarked, "Little brother, I was wondering why there was not a trace of fused paths on you, even after holding so many. But now I see it was a ruse to let my guard down. A shame it didn't work." Zhuofan, panting as he distanced himself, wrestled to suppress the surging dark power resulting from the tentative fusion of the 4 paths he possessed. Although this option presented itself, he hesitated to embrace it fully. For him, this didn't feel like the right path to attain the supreme stage, a mere forceful ascent to power. Zhuofan knew well the perils of wielding power beyond comprehension, having narrowly escaped the consequences of overusing the Black Thunder Flame in a previous battle with Cao. Despite the crisis, he had no alternative. To withstand the onslaught of the Heavenly Eye, he needed a power boost, even if it meant tapping into the fused paths. Yet, he refrained from going all the way, returning the paths to their natural state. Zhuofan quipped, "What can I say? You bring out the worst in me, big brother." Brushing with death didn't deter Zhuofan from smirking at his worst enemy, relishing the opportunity to get on others' nerves. He knew that those who lashed out in blind rage often left themselves vulnerable. Growing weary of Zhuofan and the others, Heavenly Sovereign declared, "I can't say it's been fun, but now it's time to end this." He aimed for Lei Yuding, perhaps the weakest among them, intending to draw her path closer and inch himself toward the supreme stage. Zhuofan urgently sent a command to the others, now, anticipating Heavenly Sovereign's choice. The group swiftly unleashed their most potent attacks, incorporating the unique signatures of their paths just as Heavenly Sovereign approached Lei Yuding. Even she contributed, releasing a black shadow at him. Zhuofan, far from idle, launched 4 attacks, adding a black mist to the mix. The 4 contrasting attacks blended midway, adopting a dark tone and releasing an imposing pressure. Upon colliding with the other 4 attacks, their combined power surged, turning nearly pitch black before engulfing Heavenly Sovereign's face. The aftermath left a gaping hole in the sky, hurling Lei Yuding far away and inflicting severe injuries. As the dust settled, a battered Heavenly Sovereign emerged, appearing worse off than when struck by the sacred beasts. Clinging to life, his gurgling voice through a ripped throat conveyed no surprise or despair. "That was a very good try, if I do say so myself. Way to coordinate your attacks there. But let's be honest here, did you really think it would work?" One moment he bled profusely, the next he reverted to his normal self, though his tone had changed. I don't know what you pulled this time, but it must have been quite close to finishing me off by the looks of it." He glanced down at the pool of blood staining the earth below. Zhuofan taunted, Again with the reincarnation path? Don't you know anything else? Not even you can deny its upside. It kept me alive against you, didn't it? Heavenly Sovereign smirked and targeted Lei Yuding once more. He may reset his state to before the attack, but won't know what happened. This time, use the same attack twice in a row. Zhuofan sent. The others swiftly coordinated their attacks, unleashing another dark assault on Heavenly Sovereign, reducing him to the same desperate state as before. This time, they didn't wait for him to recover, following up with the same attack, hoping to vanquish him once and for all. Heavenly Sovereign scoffed, "The same trick won't work on me twice, little brother, even if I might not recall it. I thought you knew that." Utilizing Child Sovereign's elusive movements, he effortlessly evaded the second attack, reappearing unscathed. "Can't blame me for trying, can you?" Zhuofan shrugged, well aware of the futility from the outset. "While I certainly can't, it doesn't mean I'll let you go unpunished." Heavenly Sovereign flared his aura to the extreme, his entire body adorned with lacerations as blood spilled, though nothing a state reset could not mend. Observing everyone, from the sacred beasts to the sovereigns and Zhuofan, thrown off balance, Heavenly Sovereign nonchalantly chose Murong Shui, utilizing Blink to pluck her from the midst. "It's time I end this charade, starting with you. Your sanctimonious aura is getting on my nerves," Heavenly Sovereign declared, his hand closing around her throat, rendering her struggles futile against his deadly grip. Chapter 1332, Cruelty. Hands off. Gu Santong raved as he unleashed all his power as a Qilin. Kaer and the other three sacred beasts were quick to act, knowing the only way to get Heavenly Sovereign away from Murong Shui is by combining their power. The last time sure left him close to breathing his last. Heavenly Sovereign glanced at the incoming attacks, fusing just a few meters from him. The previous blank memory revolving around a similar circumstance pointed out that this was very dangerous. He used Child Sovereign's elusive movement to simply slip out of the way with an infuriating ease to everyone watching. It wasn't perfect though, for Murong Shui's left arm was caught in the attack, only a trace, but enough for the black thunderflame to eat away at her fingers and work its way up her arm with agonizing pain following the disintegrated flesh and bone. "That gave me such a fright I forgot I had a hostage." Heavenly Sovereign gasped, writing the dodge as a close call, but they all knew he was just toying with them. He let Murong Shui get touched on purpose so she would suffer for nothing. "It would seem your friend is quite apt in his call. That arm does need to come off at least, before we can have a proper conversation." Heavenly Sovereign held her in place with his aura and overpowering Yuan Qi, while using his sole right arm to squeeze hard on Murong Shui's left arm just below the shoulder. "Arg!" She couldn't help but shout harder at the new pain mixing with the burning one. "Forgive me, but this is for your own good." Heavenly Sovereign smirked as he slowly pulled on it. Zhuofan first heard her upper arm bone snap with a resounding crack, followed by a pop as the bone came out of its socket, and ending with splattering sounds as the muscles, sinew, and skin simply tore off in a gruesome display. Throughout the process, Murong Shui was flailing to get away, the torture too much for her. But to her despair, Heavenly Sovereign couldn't care less as he flung the burning arm behind him. "Now that we can have a proper talk without interference, my dear, would you be so kind as to give me your path and I shall spare you of your misery?" His eyes went from her burning hand to her ghastly expression twisted in pain. "Never. You're just going to kill me anyway." Murong Shui spat. "Pity, I thought you'd see that humanity's sin is existing, at least judging from your path." Heavenly Sovereign plunged his hand in her chest, coming out with her beating heart. He gave it a look and threw it away like garbage, to the horrified eyes of everyone else. The others hadn't been idle while Heavenly Sovereign was torturing Murong Shui, wanting to get him away from her while also aiming to finish him off, but no matter what they tried, he would either just flinch a bit from casual attacks or dodge when they took the time to fuse their attacks. Zhuofan had done a tentative fusion of his path as well, leveraging on the boosted power to smash Heavenly Sovereign out of the way, but the ancient man had no trouble blocking his attacks while also keeping hold of Murong Shui. As they all watched her crushing to the ground, their hopes plunged with her. The loss of a single path, now when they could damage him, would mean they were robbed of any means of fighting back. Dying was only a matter of time. A blinding light flashed across the sky, slamming into Heavenly Sovereign, plunging him into the ground so deep a torrent of lava blew out of it. It followed with 10 miles around the impact, shining brighter and vanishing in a flash. "Take this, Miss Murong." A person appeared out of nowhere next to the bleeding and dying girl on the ground. She made no gesture, the fading gaze in her eyes pointing out she was not long for this world. The man placed a translucent pill with a hint of prismatic in her mouth and watched. Murong Shui was bathed in prismatic colors as the hole in her chest knitted over under the very eyes of everyone else, with even her arm regrowing like brand new. She stirred as the power within soared to a peak higher than before she entered this fight, amazed and astounded by the energy coursing through her, but more glad than anything that she was alive. Murong Shui was still out of it, unable to come to terms that she survived all that, but the memory and the pain of the torture left her shivering once more. "Elder Song, so nice of you to finally join us at this late hour." Zhua Fan's tone dripped with sarcasm. He didn't know who was it that trigged the absurd prismatic event and almost ruined everything, but he at least hoped they would come out and help against Heavenly Sovereign, even entertained the thought that the extra help would actually beat their mortal enemy. But as the battle went on, with most of it being his side suffering while Heavenly Sovereign could simply reset the damage, he was beginning to think help was never going to come. "Steward Zhua, believe me when I say that I wanted nothing more than to be here with you from the start of the battle, but circumstances have made it so I could not shirk away my duties as a master. Even so, I could not let the fiend take one of us to our deaths." The air around Elder Song changed, growing heavy and grave as he spoke. The others could feel how torn up he was inside for having delayed his arrival so far. "Am I to assume from the shocking event you triggered that your path and power will be enough to defeat Heavenly Sovereign?" Zhua Fan gazed fixedly into Elder Song's eyes, awaiting his response on which hinged their very lives and humanities. Chapter 1333, played. That attack didn't do any damage. It only stalled for time. Elder Song spoke, but I do believe it will have a stronger effect when mixed with the other 8 attacks. As to how much, I am still unclear. The path I completed is creation. While it does come with incredible versatility and power, it's not without cost. Then we better get ready for when Heavenly Sovereign comes back and take him by surprise so we can end this already. Zhua Fan declared. "Miss Murong, are you all right? Can you go on?" Murong Shui snapped out of that dreadful nightmare she just survived moments before, looking at him lost for a second before replying, "Yes, I'll be damned if I'm not going to pay him back for what he did. All right, when I give the signal, we'll attack the same way we did the first time," Zhua Fan announced. At their nods, Zhua Fan readied his attacks for when Heavenly Sovereign came out of the hole he was in, as did the rest of them. None of them wanted to go through what Murong Shui did. And now, more than anything, they had reasons to give their best and more. It was one thing to die in battle and another to become the subject of meaningless torture for another's amusement. A tense minute passed with no movement from either side. The hole was still quiet, while Zhua Fan's team was still poised to attack. What is he waiting for? He's the strongest sovereign in existence, yet all of a sudden he is afraid? Is it because Elder Song appeared? Lei Yuding asked what was on everyone's minds. "I can sense that he is down there, just waiting, with no change in his aura at all." Zhua Fan frowned. "What is he playing at?" The heavenly eye flared to life in the sky once more, fixing its eerie gaze on Elder Song and pulling him towards it. They were all too stunned to react, with the exception of Zhua Fan, who never let his guard down. Especially not against someone like Heavenly Sovereign. He once again did a tentative fusion of the paths and attacked the heavenly eye with a destructive slash. Just before it hit the eye, Heavenly Sovereign jumped in front of it to deflect it with ease. "I knew from the start that you were up to something, little brother, just that I never could figure out what." Heavenly Sovereign smirked. But when the last strange prismatic event appeared, It all dawned on me that you weren't completing paths to purely save the sacred domain. It was more so to fight me, especially by completing the paths I had already used, fooling me into believing the prismatic events were due to you when in fact they came from the Luo clan. So, I toyed with you all this time, pushing you against one wall after another to see just how confident and powerful you were in defeating me. While there were a few close calls, judging by a couple blank memories, it told me that the current you have no chance at all. This led me to believe your confidence lay in the unknown sovereign that just came to be and triggered the last prismatic event. The fact that it was so unnaturally strong and peculiar was a sign that the new path he completed had to be special, maybe as special, if not more so, than my void path. That's why you tortured Miss Murong, so you could draw him out seeing how the previous attempts didn't work, not when you almost had me or when you went after Lei Yuding. Zhuo Fan finished the talkative yappers gloating with a dark gaze. This was not going well at all. His mind played through countless scenarios even before he got out of that coma. How was the best way to beat Heavenly Sovereign? How could he minimize the damage? What could possibly take him down? The strategy had been to grow sovereigns in the Luo clan while he faked playing ball with Heavenly Sovereign, to give him a false sense of victory in making the pawn he always toyed with for millions of years to get him the path he needed to cleanse the world of humanity's corruption. It had been working so far, until that particularly strong prismatic event Elder Song trigger. If Elder Song had been a bit more subdued, then he'd have the time to complete one last path to finish Heavenly Sovereign already, but fate was just too cruel. It was all going so well too. He thus had to cut his plan short, rushing to Luo clan to get his people ready for when Heavenly Sovereign would come. Zhuo Fan thought the stalling had worked, the battle they had feeling so real with how close he and Murong Shui had been to dying throughout it, but it now turned out that it played just as Heavenly Sovereign wanted, all to get Elder Song to come out. Now that Elder Song was close to being absorbed into the Heavenly Eye, his path would be taken as well. Once that happens, Zhuo Fan knew that all hope was lost. There was no way he could make two paths without preparation. They didn't just grow on trees. Unless, his eyes glanced at the sea of blackness inching its way over from the horizon. It was unclear how many paths were still undissolved somewhere in there, but if all else failed, he would have no choice but to delve into it, at the risk of his life, and get them. Until then, he would try anything to get Elder Song out of the Heavenly Eye's influence before all was lost. Get ready, we're going to get Elder Song out no matter what. Our very survival depends on it. Zhuo Fan sent to the sacred beasts and the other sovereigns. They are tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.